Chu Zhongshan didn't want to fight for hegemony, but he didn't plan to be someone else's younger brother, so he neither offended nor obeyed Huang Fuqi's orders. Elder Marshal Brother Hyungfu, I came across inspiration when I was trying the pavilion. I urgently need to feel it. I can't be invited for the time being. Please forgive me. After saying this, Chu Zhongshan ignored Hyungfu Chi's wish and walked directly to number 9 other courtyard. The footsteps in the march paused for a moment, and then Chu Zhongshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. When he continued to walk, he left the hospital on the 9th. Sitting on the futon in the secret room, Chu Zhongshan thought of Lin Dong's action just now, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his heart. According to Lin Dong's background and strength, he can choose other ways to refuse Huang Fuqi, even if he turns his face on the spot, but he chose the same way and language as himself. I'm afraid Huang Fuqi will record this resentment on himself. Forget it. When soldiers come to block him, water and earth cover him. When his cultivation is improved, Huang Fuqi has nothing to worry about. Putting aside the thoughts just now, Chu Zhongshan took out the medium-level Jiupin Gentian that had already been copied and pasted, as well as hundreds of upper-level Jiupin Zenki pills, and began to prepare to break through the body refining period. Originally, at the beginning, he planned to improve his cultivation to the half-step physical training period, and then directly break through the physical training period with the help of the medicine power of Gentian. However, during the trial of the pavilion, Chu Zhongshan's mastery of his own spiritual power and body has reached the limit through the confrontation with opponents in different realms. Secondly, in the secret room where he practiced at this time, the concentration of Reiki was close to the concentration of the first layer of Reiki in Qianlong Pavilion, which was enough to support him to break through the Reiki required during the body training period. Finally, among the 6 people who participated in the training of elite disciples, only he was still in the cultivation of Qi refining period, which gave him considerable pressure and had to break through. Adjust the breath and soothe the mind. When the essence, Qi and spirit reached the peak, Chu Zhongshan took the medium-level Jiupin Gentian without hesitation and began to choose to break through the body training period. At midnight, the hidden Dragon Peak, which was originally a rare place, fell asleep with several young disciples, leaving only the sound of the breeze. And in the secret room of number 9 other courtyard. Break it for me. With the roar of Chu Zhongshan, the momentum that had reached the peak was increased once, and the concentration increased dozens of times. With the violent promotion of momentum, the aura in the whole secret room poured into his body like a dam that opened the valve. With the increase of momentum, Chu Zhongshan, who was sitting on the ground, made a harsh friction sound in his body. With the friction sound, his body shape also changed slightly. If you observe carefully, you will find that Chu Zhongshan is not only stronger but also higher. At the same time, there was a fishy smell across the clothes. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongshan's strong momentum immediately withdrew. Then he spit out a mouthful of turbid qi and slowly opened his eyes. Ignoring the fishy smell on his body, Chu Zhongshan began to realize the changes of himself after breaking through the body refining period. The body is stronger, and the meridians in the body are stronger. The capacity of Danshan has been increased by more than 10 times, which is the most intuitive change. What surprised Chu Zhongshan even more was that as he broke through the body training period, he found that nearly 2 layers of blood in his blood vessels turned purple, and the 2 layers of purple blood contained a trace of strange energy. After feeling it silently, Chu Zhongshan found that the strange energy contained in the 2nd layer of purple blood can improve his combat power and make him have a small level of combat power beyond himself. No wonder after the trial of the Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan did not purify blood and brought significant changes to himself, which made him wonder that the Blood Prison Pavilion was not worthy of its name. It turned out that the trial of the Blood Prison Pavilion could show its effect only after the cultivation broke through the physical training period. Feeling the changes after the body breakthrough, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to consolidate the state after the breakthrough, but chose to get up and leave the Chamber of Secrets. Because at this time, the fishy smell on his body was too pungent, and when he broke through the body training period, his body excreted a lot of impurities, resulting in a very uncomfortable wet body. After breaking through the physical training period, the strength of the body increased at least 10 times, so Chu Zhongshan didn't care whether the water was very cold. He directly took a bucket of water and began to wash after taking off his clothes. Originally, his skin was very white. After breaking through the physical training period, his skin was more white and tender, even whiter than the female stars known for their white and beautiful skin in the film he had seen before crossing. After waking up, Chu Zhongshan simply consolidated the realm of breakthrough, fell into bed and began to fall asleep. Early morning. With a burst of bird chirping, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes, got up and cleaned up briefly, then pushed the door and left number 9 other courtyard. When Zhao and Jun left yesterday, he told him that he would pay the salary for the first month this morning. Chu Zhongshan, who is in urgent need of various cultivation resources, is looking forward to how high the salary elite disciples can enjoy. As for the difficulties that Huang Fuqi is likely to face next, Chu Zhongshan can only face them calmly, although he feels the pressure twice. Huang Fuqi is the cultivation of the 4 levels of the peak in the body refining period, and the combat power of the 8 levels of the peak in the body refining period. Although he has broken through the body refining period, he has the most combat power, that is, the 4 levels of the qi refining period. Even if the pill is used to enhance various potentials, it can reach the 5th floor of the gas refining period at most, which is still a big gap with Huang Fuqi. However, avoiding is not Chu Zhongshan's style. Moreover, with the ability of copying and pasting, as long as his cultivation talent is improved, it is not very difficult for him to catch up with Huang Fuqi in a short time. When Chu Zhongshan came to the open space of number 1 other hospital, he found that 5 people such as Huang Fuqi had already arrived. Looking at Huang Fuqi, Chu Zhongshan looked indifferent and walked to the open space. I see. Chu Zhongshan took the lead in rejecting his invitation yesterday, which filled Huang Fuqi with anger. If it wasn't for Zhao and Jun's special reminder that it was absolutely not allowed to break into other people's houses without the permission of his master, he went to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson last night. Originally, he wanted to wait until this morning to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson before Zhao and Jun came, so that he could have a better memory and know who was the boss of the elite disciples this time. However, he found that Chu Zhongshan was already the first level of cultivation during the physical training period, and he understood that Chu Zhongshan didn't deliberately embarrass himself yesterday, but reached the critical moment of breaking through the realm. The inner anger suddenly weakened a lot. Meanwhile, the remaining anger was transferred directly to Lin. Chu Zhongshan refused his invitation because he wanted to break through the realm, which is forgivable, but Lin Dong's refusal was an obvious provocation to His Majesty. At this time, Huang Fuqi has decided to teach Lin Dong a lesson in his spare time and let him know who is the boss of the elite disciples this time. Lin Dong, who was originally relaxed, looked gloomy when he saw that Chu Zhongshan had broken through the body refining period. At the same time, he used Yu Guang to sweep Huangfu Qi, and his originally gloomy face was even more ugly. Good. Just after Huang Fuqi temporarily gave up the idea of teaching Chu Zhongshan, Zhao and Jun appeared in front of the open space of number 1 other hospital on time. Looking at the 6 people standing in the open space full of spirit, he immediately nodded and praised, but when his eyes fell on Chu Zhongshan, his eyes coagulated, and then his face showed a satisfied look. According to the regulations of the sect, it's time for new disciples to receive treatment at the end of each month. However, in order to improve your strength as soon as possible and strive to break through the gas C period within 3 years, I personally came forward and received enough resources for you. Speaking of this, Zhao and Jun waved his left hand, and immediately 6 large boxes fell in front of the 6 people. Looking at the big box about 1 meter high and 1.5 meters wide, Chu Zhongshan was not only interested in the items in the box, but also more interested in the storage bag in Zhao and Jun's hand. If it can hold 6 large boxes, how many cubic meters of space does Zhao and Jun have in his storage bag? First count your treatment, and see if it meets your wishes. Seeing that the 6 disciples were not in a hurry to open the box, although Zhao and Jun didn't say anything, the smile on his face represented that he was very satisfied with the way they did. 5008 grade lower level spirit stone. After opening the wooden box, a lot of spirit stones with strong aura first absorbed the attention of Chu Zhongshan. After careful observation, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of ecstasy. 5008 grade lower level spirit stones are enough for him to raise his cultivation to the peak of 3 levels in the training period, and the realm of each level can raise his potential to the limit. What really made Chu Zhongshan ecstatic was that there were more than 5008 grade lower level spirit stones in the box, but there were 10 spirit stones of different sizes and colors in this pile of spirit stones. Although he has never seen this kind of spirit stone, from its size and color, Chu Zhongshan judges that these 10 spirit stones must be higher level than the lower level spirit stones of the 8th grade. That is to say, these 10 spirit stones are likely to be the middle level spirit stones of the 7th grade. Although there is only 1 grade difference between 7 products and 8 products, there is a stage difference between the middle level and the lower level, and the quality will be improved. It's a waste of spiritual stones with the quality of Kippen middle level to practice. The best time for it is to assist in the breakthrough of the realm. That is to say, these 10 Kippen middle level spiritual stones can at least increase his practice speed by nearly 1 to 2 times. In the wooden box, there were 4 bottles of pills in addition to a pile of 8 and 7 spiritual stones, but Chu Zhongshan didn't take out the pill bottle to see what kind of pills it was. Because he found that people like Huang Puqi and Lin Dong had put away the wooden box at this time. In order to avoid making people laugh, Chu Zhongshan made a general inspection. In addition to the spirit stone and pill, he also had a refined steel knife, a semi-spirit level armor, 3 colorful secret scripts, and 5 tokens of different styles. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to reveal the secret of having a storage bag at this time, so he didn't put away the wooden box like Huang Puqi and others, but left the wooden box in place and waited for Zhao Enjun's orders. "Did I ask you to put your things away?" Zhao Enjun saw the performance of the people just now when they were paid. Among the 6 people, only Chu Zhongshan showed an expression of ecstasy on his face, while the other 5 were relatively indifferent. That is to say, among the 6 people, Chu Zhongshan had the lowest birth and lacked the most spiritual resources in peacetime. Huang Puqi and Lin Dong, for example, just took a look at them and received them directly, showing their strong background. The other 3 have a storage bag, a precious space artifact, which is enough to show that they also have a strong backing behind them. Disciples with deep backgrounds such as Huang Puqi and Lin Dong are the most difficult to discipline. In order to leave enough dignity in their minds, enable them to accept their own arrangements, and ensure that they do not lag behind other martial brothers in the competition 3 years later, Zhao Enjun must take advantage of this opportunity to give them a blow. Looking at Zhao Enjun's face gradually gloomy, except Chu Zhongshan, Huang Puqi and Lin Dong, the remaining 3 quickly took out the wooden box from the storage bag. Looking at Huang Puqi and Lin Dong, who still didn't move, Zhao Enjun's face seemed to drop water, and the power in his body began to radiate out of control. Chu Zhongshan didn't know what kind of cultivation Zhao Enjun was, but he knew that his cultivation was definitely above the Kihai period from the momentum he unintentionally sent out had affected the surrounding environment. Seeing Zhao Enjun on the edge of anger, Huang Puqi and Lin Dong quickly took out the wooden box and put it back in place. "In the next 3 years, Zhao Enjun will be responsible for your 6 people's daily life, daily practice, religious affairs, and going out for training. Therefore, I hope you can abide by my rules, obey my orders, and don't easily provoke my dignity. Otherwise, you can't bear the consequences." Although Huang Puqi and Lin Dong obediently took out the wooden box, Zhao Enjun's gloomy face did not ease, and his tone was gloomy and threatening. "Even if the forces behind you are strong, Zhao Enjun will not pay attention. Elder, in the future, I will earnestly abide by your orders and execute every order of you meticulously." Looking at Zhao Enjun's gloomy face still hasn't changed. In order to ease the tense atmosphere at the scene and narrow the relationship with Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to stand up and respectfully attach to him. "Yes, I will follow the orders of Zhao Changlao in the future. Yes, I'm sure I'll seriously carry out every order of Zhao Changlao." Chu Zhongshan's active kindness eased the atmosphere at the scene. At this time, the remaining 3 disciples also spoke one after another. As for Huang Puqi and Lin Dong, they bowed their heads and said nothing. Although the forces behind them are not afraid of Zhao Enjun's threat, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, because they will be trained by Zhao Enjun in the next 3 years. In order to grow up quickly, they must not offend Zhao Enjun. However, with their arrogant character, it is unrealistic for them to take the initiative to admit their mistakes, so they can only choose to be silent. "Now open your suitcases." Chu Zhongshan's active kindness made Zhao Enjun's gloomy face suddenly slow down, took a deep breath and suppressed his inner anger. Zhao Enjun ordered. After the tense atmosphere just now, no one dared to provoke Zhao Enjun's dignity and obediently opened the boxes in front of them. Take out the 5 tokens inside. After seeing Chu Zhongshan and others open the box, Zhao Enjun continued to command. The 5 tokens. The blue jade token is your token as the identity symbol of Liyun sect disciples. It is not only a certificate that you can safely enter and leave the sect in the future, but also a protective token when you go out for training. As one of the 9 forces in the southern region, Liyun sect ranks in the top 3 in terms of overall strength. The whole sect is shrouded in a peerless array. Without a token to prove your identity, you can't go in and out of the sect freely. Hearing Zhao Enjun's introduction that the cyan jade plate is actually a symbol of disciples' identity and a voucher for free access to the sect, Chu Zhongshan quickly took out the cyan jade plate from the wooden box. After passing the second and third round of tests yesterday, Chu Zhongshan wondered why he didn't go through the procedures for disciples to join the sect and the certificates that can prove his identity. It turned out that Zhao Enjun handled all these procedures on his behalf. Take out the cyan token in the wooden box and watch it carefully. Chu Zhongshan didn't find anything special about this cyan token. Force a drop of blood from your body to drop on the token. Seeing that the 6 people in Chu Zhongshan took out the blue token, Zhao Enjun continued to command. Blood essence is the source of blood power of martial artists. Different from ordinary blood, it can be generated automatically through blood circulation. Blood essence is specially refined. At most 5 or 6 drops of blood essence can be condensed in the body of martial artists in the body refining period, and elite children such as Huang Fuqi can only condense about 10 drops. Therefore, after hearing Zhao Enjun's instructions, several disciples on the scene immediately hesitated. Different from the other 5 people, Chu Zhongshan experienced the experience of blood prison pavilion. The purity of blood essence in his body is much higher than that of ordinary martial artists. Moreover, his blood contains nearly 20% purple blood, which leads to the number of blood essence in his body far exceeding 10 drops, reaching an amazing 30 drops. Therefore, consuming a drop of blood essence will not have much impact on him. Force a drop of blood essence on the cyan token, and then the drop of purple blood essence quickly infiltrates into the token. With the integration of blood essence, some strange changes have gradually taken place in the original ordinary token. The cyan light gradually rose, and the original full token gradually became illusory, and finally turned into a cyan light into his body. When the cyan token ran into the body, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt that there was more energy in the body. After the consciousness constructed this energy, the token that had disappeared suddenly appeared in his hand. After the consciousness withdrew, the cyan token disappeared and returned to the body again. Chu Zhongshan was surprised. In the sect, only when the cultivation reaches the qi melting period and the status is promoted to an inner disciple can you have a token reaching the level of spiritual tools. The disciple of Liyun sect has only 1 token in his life. Unless he dies or quits the sect voluntarily, the token will disappear completely. Otherwise, this token will be with you all his life. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan took the lead in integrating the token into his body, Zhao Enjun nodded secretly and explained in detail. In addition to being a symbol of your identity, the cyan token is also a highly defensive and sustainable spiritual weapon. At this time, the token integrated with blood essence can resist the full blow of the first-class experts in the qi melting period. In the future, with the enhancement of your cultivation and strength, the color of the token will change, the power of the token will be gradually improved, and the defensibility will be gradually enhanced. After hearing Zhao Enjun's explanation, Chu Zhongshan was surprised. Huang Fuqi and others, who had some worries, immediately forced a drop of blood essence to quickly integrate into the token and began to feel the uniqueness of the token. After Huang Fuqi and others integrated the blood essence into the token, Zhao Enjun continued to introduce. In addition to the functions I mentioned above, the cyan token also has the contribution points you have in the sect and the treatment you can enjoy. Now you can use consciousness to construct a token and know the importance of the token. Just now it was just a simple token. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the mystery of the token and didn't understand other functions. At this time, after hearing Zhao Enjun's introduction, he immediately colluded with the token for the second time. Then a message came to his mind. Chu Zhongshan, 17 years old, was born in the Chu family of the 8th grade aristocratic family. Now he is the heir of the family. He has the lower 7th grade cultivation talent and 1 level of cultivation during the training period. Li Yunzong scored 79 points in the first round of test, ranking 133 in the total score. The result of the second round test of the sect is 90 points, ranking 5th in the total score. The third round test score of the sect is 96 points, ranking 3rd in the total score, and the contribution value of the sect is 7 points. Volunteer to join the training program for elite disciples of the sect, with a period of 3 years. If you succeed, you will encounter Wind and Dragon, and if you fail, you will fall into hell forever. As a very detailed message appeared in his mind, Chu Zhongshan's shocked heart felt even more incredible. Because the information recorded in the Cyan token is too detailed, even his experience as a young adult is recorded in detail. The only thing that reassures Chu Zhongshan is that the token does not record his copy and paste ability. Otherwise, he will find a way to escape Li Yun's sect at this time. However, what worries Chu Zhongshan now is that Zhao Enjun only said to participate in the training of elite disciples. If he succeeded, he would become a top power in a short time. If he failed, he would only serve the sect for 100 years. How is it different from the content recorded in the token? Well, now that you understand the importance of identity tokens, next take out the other 4 tokens in the box. When Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes one after another, everyone was shocked. Zhao Enjun picked up his mouth slightly and showed a proud smile. The 4 black tokens in your hand are the benefits I specially won for you. Each token represents a secret place that can improve your strength. After hearing Zhao Enjun's introduction of the use of the 4 black tokens, Chu Zhongshan temporarily put aside his doubts and looked at the 4 black tokens in his hand in surprise. Chu Zhongshan had a deep understanding of the role of the secret realm after the latent cultivation of the 2 secret realms of Qianlong Pavilion and Blood Prison Pavilion. The reason why he was able to cultivate disciples whose accomplishments and strength far exceeded the same level in just half a year was that in addition to 10 times of daily efforts and the assistance of copying and pasting ability, the secret places of Qianlong Pavilion and Blood Prison Pavilion were also one of the keys to his success. Just joined Li Yun's sect, there are 4 secret places to use. How can Chu Zhongshan not be surprised? Of course, you can't use these secret places in vain. If you want to use the secret places to improve your accomplishments and strength, you must make contributions to the sect in exchange for enough contribution points of cultivation. As for what is the contribution point, there are detailed records in your identity token. I won't say more here. Next, I'll arrange your practice in the latest period of time. The cultivation plan arranged by Zhao Enjun is very simple. That is to make the most reasonable arrangement according to everyone's current cultivation accomplishments and conditions. Zhao Enjun also thinks so. He told Chu Zhongshan to consolidate his accomplishments after breakthrough in the recent period, get familiar with and master the power of this realm as soon as possible, and then use different secret realms to continue to improve his accomplishments and potential, and strive to improve his accomplishments to the 3-level peak in the shortest time. Chu Zhongshan agrees with this. Although Zhao Enjun has strong strength and rich experience, and his arrangement should be the most reasonable, everyone has their own practice habits and can follow his advice on some things, but the practice in the general direction should still follow the wishes of his heart. With the box containing welfare, Chu Zhongshan returned to his number 9 other hospital. He couldn't help recalling that when he left just now, Zhao Enjun secretly sent a voice to remind him about the storage bag. His mood was a little complicated. In the remote state of Qi, the storage bag, a spatial artifact, is a rare treasure, but in the Big Mac sect of Li Yun's sect, the storage bag is not a rare thing. There is at least one inner disciple whose accomplishments are above the Qi refining period. Even many disciples in the body refining period and Qi refining period also have storage bags. In addition, according to Zhao Enjun, the 5 contribution points of the sect can be exchanged for a storage bag of 10 cubic meters. At this time, there are 7 contribution points in his identity token, which is enough to exchange for the storage bag, but Chu Zhongshan doesn't intend to do so for the time being. One reason is that the number of contribution points in the identity token is not much. Second, I want to see the role of contribution points in the sect. If the contribution point has little effect, he will exchange it for one. After all, there are many treasures that can store items, and no one is unwilling to have one more. If the contribution point is very valuable, he will keep it to improve his accomplishments. Putting aside his thoughts just now, Chu Zhongshan poured out all the things in the box. First, he put 5,008 grade lower grade spirit stones into the storage bag, and then took out a 7 grade middle grade spirit stone. After running the Taikshuan Heart Sutra skill and simply trying to absorb its internal spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan quickly stopped after absorbing it for less than 5 seconds. If the spirit power in the lower level spirit stone of the 8th grade, such as a bucket of water, then the spirit power in the middle level spirit stone of the 7th grade can be turned into a stream. Such a surging aura directly aroused the spiritual power in the Danshan, making the already unstable spiritual power active immediately. Feeling the abundant aura in the 7th grade medium level spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan quickly pressed down the active aura in the Danshan. At the same time, he also secretly made a decision. These 10 7th grade medium level spirit stones will be put away temporarily. When he breaks through the realm in the future, he will use the abundant aura inside to break through the realm in one fell swoop. Happily put away 10 7th grade medium level spirit stones, and Chu Zhongshan looked at 4 Dan bottles of the same color and size under his feet. At that time, due to Jiao and Jun's unexpected anger, Chu Zhongshan didn't check the categories of pills in this treatment. At this time, he certainly had to check to see if there were any pills that could improve his strength. Take out a pill bottle and pour out one of the pills. Chu Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction. This pill is the 8th grade lower level qi increasing pill that Jiao and Jun once mentioned in the basic treatment. At this time, he just broke through the body refining period and just needed a higher quality pill to improve his spiritual power. The Bapin lower level Zenki pill is the best pill. Put down the pill bottle containing Zenki pill. Chu Zhongshan picked up the second pill bottle and poured out one of the pills. The familiar feeling made him see at a glance that it was an upper level 9 product condensing qi pill for purifying spiritual power. Chu Zhongshan had already obtained the upper level 9 grade condensed qi pill from Dongfeng Yuner, and copied and pasted more than 100 condensed qi pills with the last tenth of the energy of Dixing Longnei pill, so he didn't have any surprise. Put down the pill bottle containing condensed qi pill. Chu Zhongshan took out the 3rd bottle of pills and poured out one of them. A look of doubt appeared, because the pill in front of him is a pill he has never taken or seen. It took nearly 10 minutes to mobilize the memory of the pill in his mind before he could find the information about the pill in front of him. The upper-level Jiupin bone washing pill is a pill that can improve the hardness and flexibility of bones. It is suitable for the first 3 layers of martial arts during the body training period. As in the qi refining period, there are 10 levels in the body refining period. The first 3 levels of practice act on the bones in the body, the middle 3 levels act on the flesh, the latter 3 levels act on the organs and blood in the body, and the last level is great perfection. Zigudin is the best pill for bones. With the breakthrough of body training period, the original lower-level Jiupin Zhengmei pill and lower-level Jiupin Patient pill still have effects, but the effect is not very obvious. Chu Zhongshan was worried that his speed of rapidly improving his accomplishments would slow down, but with the upper-level Jiupin bone washing pill, coupled with the ability of copying and pasting, his speed of improving his accomplishments would not slow down, but also faster. He even raised his accomplishments to the 3-tier peak of the physical training period within 2 months. If the chance is coincidental, it is likely to break through to the 4th floor of the body training period and officially enter the middle level of the body training period. Pour out all the pills in the pill bottle and count carefully. It is found that there are 10 pills in the pill bottle. 10 bone washing pills were not enough to support him to break through the 3-level peak in the training period, but he didn't worry at all. With the ability of copying and pasting, as long as there are enough spirit stones, it is not a very easy thing to want how many upper-level Jiupin bone washing pills. Hu spit out a mouthful of turbid qi and solemnly put away the bone washing pill. Chu Zhongshan knew that the spirit stone in his storage bag would shrink again. After experiencing the first 3 precious pills, Chu Zhongshan picked up the last bottle of pills with great expectation, poured out 1 pill and observed it. After observation, his face showed a trace of disappointment, because the last bottle of elixir is only Patient elixir of the 9th grade. Although Patient Dan, a top-level 9 grade pill, is higher than the pills he used to take, he is disappointed after the surprise of the first 3 pills. Put away the upper-level Jiupin Patient pill, and Chu Zhongshan began to check the remaining treasures, including a refined steel knife and a semi-spiritual armor. Years later, when he went to Endless Forest to practice alone, Chu Fan once gave him a semi-spirit armor, which was not inferior in quality, so he didn't bother to change it and threw it directly into the storage bag. As for the steel knife with the best refining, it is just suitable for him now, so he replaced the steel knife with the best refining. In addition to steel knives and armor, there are 3 brightly colored scripts that Chu Zhongshan didn't open to watch. At this time, he doesn't want to delay the set cultivation plan because of too many martial arts skills, so he put these 3 scripts away temporarily. Having just broken through the first level of the body training period, not only did the potentials not be raised to the limit, but even the cultivation accomplishments were not consolidated. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan began to consolidate the cultivation accomplishments by using the sufficient aura in the secret room. 10 days later, Chu Zhongshan got up and left the secret room of latent cultivation. At the same time, he also left number 9 other hospital. After 10 days of continuous cultivation, Chu Zhongshan not only raised all potentials to the limit, but also raised his cultivation to a peak in the body training period with the help of the upper-level Jiupin bone washing pill and the lower-level Bapin Qi increasing pill. It is not suitable to continue to break through the second level of the body training period in a short time, and he has basically reached the limit of all kinds of martial arts, so next he decided to use each secret territory of Ligun sect to improve his strength. In the token of identity, most of the sects are introduced in detail. Chu Zhongshan only knew through the token that the peak he participated in the second and third rounds of tests is called Trial Peak, also known as Ordinary Peak, which means that the disciples on this peak are ordinary people. If you want to break away from the word ordinary, you must practice hard to meet the wind, turn the dragon, and become a man of honor. With a clear circuit diagram in mind, Chu Zhongshan chose to go to the affairs hall without any delay. The affairs hall is a special place for dealing with the daily life of disciples in the period of qi refining and body training. When he left Ligun Castle, Chu Zhengshuan specially told Chu Zhongshan that after he passed 3 rounds of tests and became an official disciple of Ligun sect, he must send a letter to the family so that the elders of the family would not worry. After passing the 3rd round of test, he directly became a member of the training plan for elite disciples of the sect and went to Qianlong Peak with Zhao Enjun. He didn't have time to write to inform the family at all. He didn't have time until now. "Hello, I want to write a letter to my family." After entering the affairs hall, Chu Zhongshan found that there were many disciples going in and out here. He thought that the affairs hall was dedicated to dealing with the life of factotum disciples and external disciples. It was normal to have a large number of people, so he squeezed into the front counter and said to the disciples in charge of affairs, "Yes, leave a detailed address and 5 lower-level spirit stones of grade 8. Looking up at Chu Zhongshan, the disciple behind the counter said numbly, "Thank you, here's the letter and the spirit stone." Unexpectedly, just sending a letter would require 5 8-grade lower-level spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan felt a trace of flesh pain. Although Zhao Enjun generously helped him receive a month's treatment in order to copy bone washing pill and Bapin lower-level qi increasing pill, 3,000 Bapin lower-level spirit stones consumed nearly 2,000. At this time, he confessed that there were only more than 1,000 lower-level spirit stones in his storage, so each spirit stone was very precious to him. The Chu family in the state of Qi can send letters within 1 day. The disciples behind the counter took a look at the address on the letter and gave Chu Zhongshan a clear answer. "Thank you." The letter could be delivered in only 1 day. Chu Zhongshan immediately felt that the 5 spirit stone flowers were worth it, so he turned and left after thanking him. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who turned and left, the disciples behind the counter showed a trace of doubt in their eyes. Ligun sect, as one of the 9 major forces in the southern region, has strict rules and strict management of its disciples. There are clear regulations on what clothes disciples of different identities should wear. The factotum disciples can only wear gray clothes, the outer disciples can only wear blue clothes, and only the inner disciples can wear blue clothes. The disciple who had just left had only 1 level of cultivation, but wore the unique blue decoration of the inner disciple, which had to make him feel a little confused. "Nan Yan, isn't that disciple of Ligun sect just now?" If he is not a disciple of Ligun sect, how did he get in by virtue of the cultivation of the first level during the body training period? Then he shook his head and gave a wry smile. I thought I was just an external disciple in the training period. What are you doing with so much business? After leaving the business hall, Chu Zhongshan came to a stone wall halfway up the mountain with the circuit diagram in the token. There are many white light spots scattered on the stone wall, and hundreds of disciples dressed in gray and cyan stood in front of the stone wall. Book Pavilion. Different from the Chu family, the Shuge of Li'an sect is divided into 3 types: external cabinet, cabinet, and secret cabinet. The outer pavilion is for the disciples in the Qi refining period and the body refining period. The cabinet is open to the inner disciples and core disciples with cultivation above in the Qi transforming period. As for the secret pavilion, it is only open to the true disciples and inner elders. Although Chu Zhongshan enjoys the treatment of an inner disciple, he is only in the cultivation period. He cannot enter the cabinet to choose his own skill and martial arts. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this, because he now has enough skills and martial arts to enable him to practice Qi. It's not too late to choose better skills and martial arts at that time. The reason why I choose to come here is to see the environment here and the value of the contribution points in the token. There is a 2-story building on the west side of the stone wall. Many disciples who have just arrived in front of the stone wall will first enter the building to go through the use procedures. Chu Zhongshan followed behind an external disciple on the 3rd floor of the physical training period and lined up to enter the 2-story building. In the hall on the 1st floor, except for the 3 directions outside the main door, there are a whole row of counters. Behind each counter, there is a disciple in Qi refining period or body refining period who is helping to handle the formalities. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan didn't wait long, so it was his turn to start handling the formalities. I'd like to ask, how many sectarian contribution points does it take to select a practice skill? Walking to the counter in charge of handling the formalities, Chu Zhongshan asked kindly. Chu Zhongshan's question made the disciple standing behind the counter raise his head, looked at Chu Zhongshan, and asked in surprise. Nodded. Chu Zhongshan truthfully replied, I officially became a sect disciple 10 days ago. Chu Zhongshan answered truthfully, which surprised the disciples behind the counter. Unlike the disciple in the affairs hall, who has little knowledge, as a disciple in charge of the book pavilion, there are many disciples who come and go in peacetime. Through these disciples, he knows a lot about the sect. When recruiting disciples this time, the sect secretly launched a training plan for elite disciples. As for the specific plan and inside information of the training, he didn't know, but he knew that the disciples who could enter the plan were rare talents in 100 years, and the sect would be the absolute core high level in the future. Although Chu Zhongshan has only 1 level of cultivation during the physical training period, he is not wearing the unique blue decoration of the outer disciples, but the unique blue decoration of the inner disciples, which means that he is likely to be a member of the elite disciple training. The future of elite disciples like this must be unlimited. If they can get on well with others in advance, they may be able to get his time in the future. Therefore, the disciples behind the counter turned their minds and showed a warm smile on their faces. Hello, my name is Shitliang. I'm 18 years old. I've been in the school for 3 years. I'm in the 8th floor of the physical training period. Bowing with both hands, Time Liang warmly introduced. Hello, my name is Chu Zhongshan. I'm 17 years old. I've just joined the sect because of my cultivation on the 1st floor of the physical training period. I don't know why Time Liang suddenly became enthusiastic, but Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to refuse his enthusiasm, so he had to salute back and introduce himself truthfully. I'm 1 year older than you, ask you to shout, brother. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't refuse his enthusiasm, the smile on Time Liang's face was more brilliant. Brother Chu, you have just joined the sect. You may not know how to use sect contribution points. Let me give you a detailed introduction. Reach out to recruit a disciple in the Qi refining period. Time Liang ordered him to replace himself temporarily, while he took Chu Zhongshan out of the hall to a quiet place and introduced in detail the role of sect contribution points. Through the extremely detailed introduction of Time Light, Chu Zhongshan finally understood the importance of sect contribution points and decided not to use contribution points in exchange for storage bags. If a sect wants to grow and inherit, in addition to the need for peerless strong people to take the lead, talents continue to emerge in the sect, and a reasonable system is more important. Ligun sect has higher level skills, powerful martial arts, countless magic weapons and pills, as well as higher level heaven and earth treasures. Most of these treasures are for the disciples of the whole sect. If you want to obtain these treasures, you need sect contribution points. The acquisition of contribution points is very simple and complex. For example, if you go out to hunt different kinds of monsters, you can obtain sect contribution points by using the internal alchemy and corpses of monsters. Of course, the task is not so simple, because only 100 internal alchemy and 100 corpses can gain a contribution point of 1 point. In addition to hunting animals, there are many ways to earn contribution points, such as challenges between the same sect, challenges at different levels of the sect every year, and tasks released by the sect regularly. Thank you, Brother Shi. Although there are detailed information in the Cyan token, there are not many information about the contribution points. The explanation just made by Time Liang not only let him understand the importance of the contribution points, but also let him clarify his future practice plan. For this, he sincerely thanked. You're welcome, because I won't introduce you. When you go to Reiki Pavilion, Trial Pavilion, Gravity Pavilion, and Dreamland Pavilion, the senior brothers and sisters there will also introduce you in detail. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's sincere thanks, Time Liang did not take credit for himself but was very modest. Brother Shi, I'm going to go to the Gravity Pavilion to experience it. I'll leave first. Through the detailed introduction of Time Liang, Chu Zhongshan knows that the 4 tokens he has are the vouchers for the 4 secret places of Trial Peak, and each sect contribution point can practice in a secret place for 1 day. At this time, he has broken through the peak of the physical training period. If he wants to continue to break through the realm in a short time, he must train his bones in the body, and the Gravity Pavilion is just suitable for his current situation. I know that a genius like Brother Chu is a madman of cultivation. I won't delay your precious time. For Chu Zhongshan's initiative to leave, Time Light is not unhappy. Because he knew too well that some talented disciples in the sect had unimaginable madness for cultivation, it seemed to him that Chu Zhongshan might also be such a person. Perhaps it was for this reason that he could enter the elite disciple training program with his first-level cultivation during the cultivation period. After leaving the book pavilion, Chu Zhongshan soon came to the Gravity Pavilion. Looking at the building similar to the Trial Pavilion in front of him, Chu Zhongshan took out a black token and handed it to the disciple in charge of acceptance. You now have 7 sect contribution points and can practice in the Gravity Pavilion for 7 days. After receiving the token from Chu Zhongshan, the disciple in charge of inspection said numbly, I'm going to practice for a day. Do not understand the specific situation in the Gravity Pavilion, and the contribution points are very precious, so Chu Zhongshan dare not waste too much, and plans to use 1 day to get familiar with the Gravity Pavilion. Okay. The disciple in charge of checking the token took out a brush about 20 cm long, clicked it on Chu Zhongshan's token, and then handed it back to Chu Zhongshan to order. The contribution point of 1 point has been deducted. Now you can enter the Gravity Pavilion with the token. After receiving the token, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt that one of the 7 contribution points on the Cyan token in his body was missing. He immediately understood that these tokens applicable to the secret place were closely related to the identity token. The building of the Gravity Pavilion in front of him seemed small, but when he pushed the door in, he found that the space inside was very wide. At least the edge could not be seen with the naked eye. After feeling the pressure here a little, he found that the pressure was only twice as high as usual, so he continued to move forward without any delay. Time Liang not only introduced him how to use contribution points, but also introduced the basic situation of the 4 secret places, so Chu Zhongshan knew how to better use gravity. 4 times the pressure range, without any pause, move on. 6 times the pressure range, without any pause, move on. 8 times the pressure range, without any pause, move on. 16 times the pressure range, without any pause, move on. After entering the range of 24 times the pressure, Chu Zhongshan slowed down a lot. Although the pressure at this time is within his tolerance, the pressure around him makes his pace difficult. After entering the range of 26 times the pressure, Chu Zhongshan stopped his legs, chose to bend his knees and sit down. At the same time, he took out several bone-washing pills and more than a dozen Bapan lower-level qi-increasing pills and began to practice. Although he can barely bear 40 times the pressure with his current physical bearing capacity, under that terrible pressure, he can't mobilize the spiritual power in the elixir field, let alone absorb the power of the elixir. Under 26 times of pressure, he is at the limit of his ability to practice. In this environment, if he takes bone washing pill, he can not only make better use of the pill, but also use the surrounding pressure to temper the bones in his body. Mobilize the spiritual power in the elixir field and start to run in the meridians and bones in the body. Use the slightest pressure around to integrate these spiritual power into the bones. After the bones gradually adapt to the spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan directly took a bone washing pill and began to strengthen the bones with the medicine power of the bone washing pill. As time went by, 5 bone washing pills and more than a dozen qi-enhancing pills had been taken. Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes, and a glimmer of joy flashed on his face. Under 26 times of pressure, the power of 5 bone washing pills was fully utilized without wasting a trace. The holy power of Danshan has reached the peak with the help of the 8th grade lower-level qi-increasing pill, and the strength and flexibility of the body bones have also reached the peak. It is time to break through the second layer of the body training period. After calculating the time, Chu Zhongshan found that the time he entered the gravity pavilion had only passed less than 10 hours. That is to say, there were still 12 hours left, which was enough for him to break through the second floor of the physical training period. Now that he had reached the edge of breakthrough, Chu Zhongshan did not hesitate too much. He put hundreds of 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones and 3 7th-grade middle-level spirit stones in front of him from the storage bag. Under 26 times of pressure, Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough did not cause any movement and quietly broke through the second floor of the body refining period. After feeling the change of strength after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongshan was not too happy, but immediately began to consolidate the state after the breakthrough with the help of 26 times the pressure around him. As time went by, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel the passage of time. Just after he had just consolidated his cultivation after breakthrough, and planned to use 26 times of pressure to continue to improve bone strength and flexibility, the black token sent out a warning sound to remind him that the time was up. Without continuing to use the contribution points, Chu Zhongshan got up and left the gravity pavilion. Although the environment in the gravity pavilion helps to temper the bones in his body and can continue to improve his practice, the first layer just broke through the physical training period for just 10 days, and then broke through the second layer, and the interval between them is too short. If he continued to improve his realm, Chu Zhongshan was worried that it would affect his foundation, so after leaving the gravity pavilion, he didn't go to the other 3 secret places, but directly returned to the other courtyard on the 9th of Qianlongfeng. Sitting in the secret room of practice, Chu Zhongshan did not absorb Reiki to improve his practice, nor did he take pills to improve his potential. Instead, he chose to sit there silently and carefully plan the next practice plan. Originally, his goal today was just to see the particularity of the 4 secret places of the test peak, but what he didn't expect was to let him directly break through the second floor of the gas refining period with the help of the terrible pressure of the gravity pavilion. Although the breakthrough of the realm is surprising, it also brings great trouble to Chu Zhongshan. That is, a large number of cultivation resources. Different from other martial arts practitioners, Chu Zhongshan's usual practice not only absorbs the aura of heaven and earth, but also takes various pills to improve his potential and accomplishments. These pills are either copied by using the internal alchemy of different animals or by using the spirit stone. With the continuous improvement of his realm, he consumed more and more pills, resulting in the reduction of the number of spirit stones in his storage bag. He urgently needed to obtain more cultivation resources. What's more, if you want to improve your accomplishments and change your cultivation talent with the help of the secret places around the sect, you need a lot of sect contribution points. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan calculated his next plan, steadily improving your accomplishments while hunting exotic animals to improve your fighting consciousness and earn enough cultivation resources and sect contribution points. After determining the next plan, Chu Zhongshan will start looking for a suitable test place. Liyun sect is different from the state of Qi. Because the state of Qi is close to endless forests, it is the most suitable place for martial arts practitioners to test. Liyun sect is millions of kilometers away from the endless forest. If you want to go to the endless forest to experience, you may have to go crazy just by going back and forth. At the same time, Liyun sect is a completely strange place for Chu Zhongshan. He doesn't know where there is a place suitable for his experience, so he can only look for Zhao and Jun. After all, after joining the elite disciple training program, he is the person in charge of the future practice of himself and others. If there is any problem, it is most suitable to find him. In addition to daily practice, Zhao and Jun's main task in the next 3 years is to be responsible for the daily life, practice plan, sect affairs, and so on of Chu Zhongshan and other 6 people. In order to facilitate him, he also moved to Qianlong Peak a few days ago. However, he did not live in the 10 People's Hospital on the hillside, but chose to live at the highest place of Qianlong Peak. Although Chu Zhongshan has never been to the peak, there is a detailed route in the identity token, so it didn't take him long to get to the peak. "Deacon, Chu Zhongshan wants to see you." Standing in front of the temporary courtyard, Chu Zhongshan shouted. "Come in." Zhao and Jun's voice came from the hospital. Chu Zhongshan was stunned when he pushed the door into the other courtyard. Because he found that the layout of Zhao and Jun's temporary residence was far more exquisite than the 10 other hospitals on the hillside, with a more beautiful environment and sufficient aura. In the twinkling of an eye, there are experts above the divine soul period in Ligun sect. For such a peerless strong man, it's easy to build a beautiful other courtyard. "Chu Zhongshan, what can I do for you?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who pushed the door in, Zhao and Jun asked kindly. "You have broken through the second floor of the training period." Before Chu Zhongshan answered, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongshan was already a cultivation achievement on the second floor of the body training period, and asked in surprise. It's not strange for a demon with outstanding qualifications to break through a small realm in 10 days and a half months, but Chu Zhongshan is not a peerless genius like those demons. He is only a cultivation talent of the lower level 7 grades. Under the restriction of this low cultivation talent, Zhao and Jun is not surprised to achieve the breakthrough speed that can be achieved by the superior cultivation talent. "I wanted to feel the environment of the gravity pavilion, but I didn't expect to break through the second floor of the body training period with the help of the huge pressure in the gravity pavilion." Chu Zhongshan is neither too modest nor too arrogant. He just tells the truth. "Accident, hey hey." Zhao and Jun couldn't help sneering at Chu Zhongshan's unexpected breakthrough when he said he was feeling the huge pressure of the gravity pavilion. There are few accidents in the breakthrough of realm. Even if there are accidents, it is a great opportunity. The probability of accidents caused by an ordinary secret realm like Gravity Pavilion, which has been inherited for more than 100,000 years, is basically 0. Now that you have broken through the second floor of the physical training period and don't consolidate your accomplishments in your residence, why do you come to me? After sneering, Zhao and Jun didn't continue to pester this problem, but interrogated Chu Zhongshan about why he came to him. Subsequently, Chu Zhongshan truthfully told Zhao and Jun about his current difficulties and his ideas to experience. "You're right. If a genius wants to grow rapidly, it can't just practice behind closed doors. Going out for experience is the best choice." Zhao and Jun agrees with Chu Zhongshan's idea of going out for training and begins to arrange for Chu Zhongshan in his mind. About 30,000 kilometers away from Ligun sect, there is a city called Purgatory. The environment there is very suitable for your experience. After thinking for a while, Zhao and Jun finally gave the location of Chu Zhongshan's experience. More than 30,000 kilometers. Chu Zhongshan had no opinion on the location arranged by Zhao and Jun, but he felt very embarrassed about the long distance. More than 30,000 li, that is, nearly 60,000 li. Even if it takes at least nearly a month to ride the top-grade flying beast, it takes almost 2 months to come back, and he can't devote himself to practice on the flying beast, so Chu Zhongshan hesitated. "Just tomorrow, Elder Zai Jun has a mission to go to Purgatory City. You can take his spaceship. In this way you can save a lot of time and ensure safety." Chu Zhongshan's reaction satisfied Zhao and Jun. "Thank you, Elder." Chu Zhongshan sincerely thanks. Although Zhao and Jun said that Zai Jun took him along the way, after all, he is a top expert above the Kihai period. How can he care about a disciple in his small physical training period? This must be his deliberate discharge, which is kept in mind by the Tianming in Chu. Since I'm going to experience tomorrow, I'll tell you more. In addition to constantly improving the state of martial arts cultivation, martial artists also need to master different types of martial arts skills in order to be able to cope with different difficulties. The several secret scripts I gave you some time ago are of great use in the future. Yes, Elder. When Zhao and Jun handed out his first treatment, There were indeed 3 martial arts scripts in the wooden box, but Chu Zhongshan didn't pay too much attention to the truth that he was greedy for too much. At this time when he heard him mention it, Chu Zhongshan wanted to experience it carefully after he went back. Well, at 8 o'clock tomorrow, the Zai Jun Presbyterian Committee will pick you up at number 9 Other Hospital. Don't waste time. You can go back. After some advice, Zhao Enjun motioned Chu Zhongshan to retreat. Yes, elder. Bending over and saluting, Chu Zhongshan withdrew from the other courtyard. Number 9 Other Courtyard, in the practice chamber. After listening to Zhao Enjun's instructions and returning to the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan took out the 3 martial arts scripts originally distributed from the storage bag. After opening and watching carefully, he found that these 3 scripts were really suitable for his cultivation. The first one is the high-level body method script of Huangpin with wind attribute. After careful experience, Chu Zhongshan found that this script was closely related to the middle-level martial arts of Jingfeng Leg, which he practiced. In other words, when Jingfeng Leg reached the peak, he could directly practice this high-level body method martial arts. The body method and martial arts of wind attribute. It seems that the treasures presented by Zhao Enjun are specially selected according to everyone's different physique. Thinking of this, he immediately began to experience the high-level martial arts of the second saber technique, Wandilang. With an in-depth understanding of the secret script of Wandilang, Chu Zhongshan felt that his understanding at the beginning of practice was wrong. Because this saber skill of Wandilang can be said to be the primary skill of Huangpin or the medium-level skill of Xuanpin, there are not many moves of Wandilang, but only 5 moves. The first move has the power of the primary saber skill, and the second move is to increase the power of the medium-level saber skill of Huangpin and push it in this round. When the 5th move, the power of the saber skill is enough to reach the power of the medium-level saber skill of Xuanpin. The only disadvantage is that Wandilang needs sufficient spiritual power as support, and when using the saber technique, it is one move after another and it can't be disconnected in the middle. Otherwise, it's difficult to use the 5th move. He solemnly put down Wandilang's sword skill. Chu Zhongshan took out the last secret script. After careful observation, he found that this is a high-level martial skill of boxing. This boxing is called hard gate boxing. It is a boxing that stresses hard hitting and winning with momentum. Chu Zhongshan also likes it very much. Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath and began to reflect on his previous practice. Basic moves are important, but we can't completely despise martial arts. Otherwise, why does the Eternal Continent have so many martial arts, and each martial art has a very detailed division? Chu Zhongshan has decided at this time that although he will not give up basic martial arts, he should also spend more time cultivating advanced martial arts. We will start early tomorrow morning. It's too late to practice martial arts. Therefore, after Chu Zhongshan took out the pill, he consolidated the cultivation after the breakthrough and improved various potentials. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chu Zhongshan stood at the door of number 9 Other Hospital early. Although Zhao Enjun mentioned yesterday that Zai Jun would pick him up in another courtyard on the 9th, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to ask him to stay in the yard until Zai Jun came to pick him up, so he stood outside the yard early and waited. Before long, Chu Zhongshan found that Zai Jun with a smiling face landed in the middle of the mountain of Qianlong Peak. He hurried forward a few steps and saluted. Chu Zhongshan has seen Elder Zai. He, Chu Zhongshan, you and I are acquaintances. Don't be so polite to me in the future. Although Zai Jun is a deacon elder outside the sect and a top master in Qihai period, he doesn't dare to underestimate any disciple of Qianlong Peak at this time. Chu Zhongshan and others don't know the training plan of elite disciples, but Zai Jun, an elder, knows it very well. He knows that these 6 disciples can surpass themselves in cultivation in a few years, even though they are only in the cultivation period. At that time, they will surpass themselves not only in cultivation, but also in status. Making friends with them at this time is conducive to his future position in the sect. Elder, the ceremony cannot be abolished. In the face of Zai Jun's politeness, Chu Zhongshan still adhered to his principles. At this time, he couldn't help thinking of the 3 elders of the Chu family. Was the mentality of the 3 elders the same as he is now? After being polite to each other, Chu Zhongshan found that Zai Jun didn't mean to leave immediately but remained where he was. Although he didn't know what he was waiting for, Chu Zhongshan could only wait with him honestly. After about 10 minutes, the gate of number 7 Other Courtyard was opened, and a slightly fat boy came out of the yard. Zhang Exing, looking at the young man out of number 7 other hospital, Chu Zhongshan whispered to himself. There are only 6 people who can participate in the elite disciple training program. Chu Zhongshan only knows the name, age, cultivation talent and realm of the remaining 3 people, except Huang Fuqi and Lin Dong. Zhang Exing has seen Elder Zai and Elder Marshal Brother Chu. Zhang Exing, who left the number 7 other hospital, saw Chu Zhongshan and Zai Jun waiting for him, and immediately stepped up to greet them. No, Elder Marshal Brother Zhang's cultivation is higher than me. I should call you Elder Marshal Brother. Ligun sect has no rigid regulations on the arrangement of peers, which are basically divided according to the realm of safety. At this time, Zhang Exing is already on the 3rd floor of the body training period, while Chu Zhongshan is only on the 2nd floor of the body training period. According to the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan, he should really be called a senior brother. Facing the comedy of Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Exing did not accept it, but still insisted on his own point of view. Elder Marshal Brother Chu has outstanding talent. It's only a matter of time before his accomplishments exceed me, so I'd better call you Elder Marshal Brother. Zhang Exing's remark is not only polite, but also sincere. When he first took part in the 2nd and 3rd round of tests, he was already the cultivation of 3 layers in the period of body refining, while Chu Zhongshan was only the 10 layers of perfection in the period of qi refining. More than 10 days later, he is still the cultivation of the 3rd level of the body training period, and Chu Zhongshan not only broke through the great realm of the body training period, but also directly promoted his cultivation to the 2nd level of the body training period, which is only a little different from himself. I'm afraid it won't take long to surpass myself with such a demonic speed. Then he took out the Zhongpan flying spirit ship from the void, opened the cabin and motioned Chu Zhongshan and Zhang Exing to get on board with him. After the spacecraft took off and left Ligun sect, Zai Jun, sitting in the cabin, asked Chu Zhongshan and Zhang Exing to sit down. Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Exing, I know you two want to communicate and strengthen feelings between each other, but Njia Jiao told me that I have something to tell you. After Chu Zhongshan and Zhang Exing sat down, Zai Jun said, Our destination this time is Purgatory City. We know more about Purgatory City Zhang Exing, but Chu Zhongshan is afraid to hear it for the first time, so you should listen carefully next. With Zai Jun's narration, Chu Zhongshan's relaxed expression gradually became gloomy. When Zai Jun left the hall, he was completely in deep thought. Originally, he thought that Jiao and Jun arranged a training place for himself, which was only a place with slightly higher risk, but suitable for the initial cultivation during the training period. However, through the introduction of Zai Jun just now, he found that it was not the same thing at all. Purgatory City is a strange city in the southern region of the Eternal Continent. It does not belong to any of the 9 forces. It is independent of the whole southern region and completely belongs to an independent city. There are many forces in Purgatory City, and the personnel composition is very complex. Among these people, there are casual practitioners, adventurers, wanted criminals of the empire, traitors of sects, and so on. It can be said that there is no law, morality, and ethics in Purgatory City. In Purgatory City, it is normal to kill people and steal goods. A word of discord and a big hand will happen all the time. It can be said that you should be alert to the dangers that appear at any time when walking on the street. To survive in Purgatory City, strength and vigilance are the only guarantee. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, do you feel a heavy pressure? When Chu Zhongshan finished thinking and raised his head, Zhang Exing, who had been sitting beside him in silence, said. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan didn't speak, because the heavy pressure made him don't want to make any remarks. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, in fact, there are rules everywhere. Although the Purgatory City is complex, there will be a safety period of 1 month every 5 years. Because in this month, there will be a challenge of martial arts in different levels in the Purgatory City. Any conflict is strictly prohibited during the challenge. Otherwise, all forces in Purgatory City will be destroyed, so it is still very safe in Purgatory City within this month. Oh, just now, Zai Jun didn't mention the news that Purgatory City would hold a challenge recently, so after hearing Zhang Exing mention it, he felt light and refreshed immediately. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I think Elder Jiao and sent you to Purgatory City for experience. I'm afraid he wants you to participate in the same level challenge held in Purgatory City. Because participating in the challenge can not only obtain a large number of rewards, but also improve your strength and vision. Seeing the spirit of Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Exing continued to explain. Younger martial brother Zhang, do you mean that anyone can participate in the challenge without special requirements? Zhang Exing's explanation refreshed Chu Zhongshan. He asked excitedly. Yes. As for the specific details, I'm not very clear. I'm afraid you need to go to Purgatory City to understand. Younger martial brother Zhang, listen to your tone just now. Didn't you go to Purgatory City to participate in the challenge? Listening to Zhang Xinggang's tone, it seems that his purpose of going to Purgatory City this time is not to participate in the challenge. Although the personnel composition in Purgatory City is relatively complex, there are some powerful predecessors living in the city, including Weapon Refining Master and Dandao Master. This time I went to Purgatory City to visit a Dandao Master. Nodded. Zhang Exing didn't hide his purpose. Younger martial brother Zhang, are you also a Dan Master? Hearing that Zhang Exing was visiting a Dandao Master this time, Chu Zhongshan was immediately interested. It's ordinary. I'm just a medium-level Dan Master with 9 grades. My Dan cultivation is still very low. Zhang Exing said modestly. Hearing that Zhang Exing was already a medium-level Jiupin pill teacher at a young age, Chu Zhongshan was immediately awed. Because his practice is inseparable from the assistance of a large number of pills, he has great respect for Dan Master. He always wants to make a good friend of Dan Master in his heart so that he can help in the future. Therefore, his casual attitude towards Zhang Exing is immediately respectful. No, younger martial brother Zhang, you are now a medium-level Jiupin pill master when you are only 17 years old. With the improvement of cultivation and alchemy experience in the future, the Master of Dandao is just around the corner. Although the Chu family is famous for its pills, the elder with the highest cultivation of pills in the family is the senior 9 grades. Although Zhang Exing is only a medium-level 9-grade Dan Master, he is only 17 years old today. His future cultivation of Dan Dao must have a bright future. Making good friends with him in advance is only good, not bad. At the same time, because he was also born in a Danyao family and was familiar with all kinds of Danyao and medicinal materials, the next communication between the two people about Danyao and medicinal materials was very harmonious. The time passed quickly in the harmonious atmosphere. When Zai Jun appeared in the hall, the conversation between the two people was not over. I didn't expect that there were so many topics between you two. You talked for most of the day. Looking at the two people with strong words, Zai Jun said with a smile. Because he was in charge of the 3 rounds of tests of Chu Zhongshan, he appreciated Chu Zhongshan very much. Zhang Exing is not a simple person, not to mention his Dandao cultivation, but the master behind him is enough to frighten Zai Jun, so he has always maintained an equal attitude towards these 2 young people who are not as good as him in age and cultivation. Yes, I didn't expect that elder martial brother Chu is not only excellent in martial arts, but also good at pills and medicinal materials. I admire him very much. Zhang Exing only had a general understanding of Chu Zhongshan in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. The only thing that impressed him deeply was that he dared to refuse Huang Puqi's invitation. Who is Huang Puqi? He is the direct descendant of Huangfu family, a family of 5 noble families. He has the cultivation talent of top 6 noble families and is one of the future overlords of the southern region of the Eternal Continent. Zhang Exing doesn't dare to offend such a figure at all, but Chu Zhongshan doesn't care about it. He admires it very much. Zhang Exing, the Chu family born in Chu Zhongshan is famous for pills. Although the highest Dan cultivation in the family is only the top 9 grades, there must be a lot of knowledge about pills and medicinal materials in the family. It's normal for him to be good at some. Zai Jun knows more about the situation of Chu Zhongshan, so he knows more. Elder, what can I do for you? Seeing that Zai Jun, who should have been resting, appeared in the hall, Chu Zhongshan asked with a little doubt. Even if the speed of the spacecraft is fast, it is impossible to fly more than 30,000 kilometers in just half a day. Speaking of this, Zai Jun took out 2 blue jade pendants from the void. Throw it away and throw it directly in front of Chu Zhongshan and Zhang Exing. This is the jade pendant that Jiao Changlao just sent by special means. Each jade pendant contains 3 channels of energy of Jiao Changlao, which is enough to deal with 3 irresistible crises. After Chu Zhongshan and Zhang Exing received the jade pendant, Zai Jun explained. The jade pendant contains Jiao and Jun's 3 energies. Hearing Zai Jun's explanation, Chu Zhongshan felt a trace of ecstasy. Jiao Enjun's real cultivation is not clear to him, but he must surpass the Qihai realm. Otherwise, Zai Jun, who is already the peak cultivation in the Qihai realm, cannot respect him or even be afraid of him. Chu Zhongshan suspects that he is likely to be a peerless strong man in the Divine Soul period, so how powerful the 3 energy powers he deliberately left behind can be guessed without trying. Because the Jade Pendant can only burst into real power when in danger, Chu Zhongshan didn't put the Jade Pendant in the storage bag, but chose to wear it close to his body. Well, it's up to you to continue chatting or go back to your room to have a rest. After explaining the purpose of the Jade Pendant, Zai Jun turned and left the hall directly. Younger martial brother Zhang, I just broke through the 2nd floor of the physical training period, and the state is not stable, so I plan to return to my room to practice next. Although the conversation with Zhang Exing was quite harmonious, after receiving the Jade Pendant specially sent by Jiao Enjun just now, he knew that Jiao Enjun had great expectations for his newspaper, so he didn't want to live up to Jiao Enjun's expectations and planned to seize every minute and every second to improve his strength. Okay. When I return to Qianlong Peak, I will prepare top-grade tea and linguo in the other courtyard on the 7th and have a long talk with elder martial brother Chu all night. Zhang Exing benefited a lot from the conversation just now. He originally wanted to continue the conversation, but in the face of Chu Zhongshan's active resignation, he couldn't say no, but regretfully agreed on the time of the next chat. At this time, there were only 3 people in the spaceship, and there were many free rooms. Chu Zhongshan randomly chose a room close to the hall as his temporary training residence. Sitting on the futon, Chu Zhongshan didn't start practicing immediately, but frowned and looked thoughtful. According to his initial plan, he planned to go to a dense forest with a large number of exotic animals for experience. On the one hand, he could improve his strength. On the other hand, he could also use the corpses of exotic animals and internal alchemy to earn enough spirit stones and exchange them for sect contribution points. However, the training place arranged by Jiao Enjun for him obviously didn't agree with his first loyalty, which made him a little confused. Moreover, according to the introduction of Zai Jun and Zhang Exing just now, Chu Zhongshan knew that Purgatory City would hold a challenge in the last month. Even in the confrontation between opponents of the same level, Chu Zhongshan also suffered losses at this time, because now he is only the cultivation of the 2nd level in the physical training period. Even if he can surpass the challenge, his real combat power is only the 6th level in the physical training period. If the opponent is more than the 7th level in the physical training period, he has no possibility of winning at all. What's more, those who can participate in the Purgatory City Challenge will certainly have many peerless talents who can challenge higher levels, which will further reduce his advantage of challenge higher levels. There is no result under hard thinking. Chu Zhongshan wants to forget it. That is, Jiao Enjun arranges himself to go to Purgatory City for experience. He must have his idea and purpose. He only needs to comply with it. Don't waste brain cells. Putting aside his thoughts, Chu Zhongshan began to hold his breath and continue to consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough. The middle-level spirit craft in full swing has an extremely terrible speed, reaching a speed of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. It took only 1 day and 1 night to reach Purgatory City after a journey of more than 30,000 kilometers. Because Purgatory City does not belong to any forces in the south, and the personnel in the city are more complex, Zai Jun's spacecraft did not fly directly into the city, but stopped several miles away from Purgatory City. After leaving the spacecraft, Chu Zhongshan couldn't wait to look up and observe Purgatory City. Then, a magnificent building complex came into his sight. The walls wrapped in cyan are thick and strong. There are no traditional towers and arrow towers above the city gate. There are only rows of bright red flags embroidered with different kinds of ferocious beasts and gods. At the gate of the city, a dozen nurses dressed in black armor and reaching the peak of physical training are eyeing every martial artist who enters and exits the gate. They turn a blind eye to those who look suspicious and look ferocious. Instead, they scoff at the fighters of various forces. Chu Zhongshan, this city is the Purgatory City and the place of your experience. There are many crises in the Purgatory City. You must be more careful. After entering the city, Zai Jun first gave Chu Zhongshan a brief introduction to the situation of Purgatory City and then signaled that he could leave by himself. Elder Zai, younger martial brother Zhang, see you in a month. On the spaceship, Zai Jun had clearly told Chu Zhongshan that he had a task this time, so he could only send Chu Zhongshan to Purgatory City, and the rest could only be handled by him. A month later, he will appear at the gate of the city on time and take him back to the sect. Elder martial brother Chu, be more careful. He waved to Chu Zhongshan, and Zhang Exing told him with a worried look. Through the introduction of Zai Jun and Zhang Exing, Chu Zhongshan knew that there were many dangers in Purgatory City, but since he had come in, he must accept it calmly. Therefore, after saying goodbye to the two people, he didn't hesitate at all and rushed directly to the center of the city. Elder Zai, is it too dangerous for Elder Martial Brother Chu to stay in Purgatory City for training alone? Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who disappeared in the crowd, Zhang Exing said with worry. It's Zhao Changlao's idea to arrange Chu Zhongshan to come here for experience. Zhao Changlao's appreciation of Chu Zhongshan shouldn't put his life in danger, so don't worry about Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan, who flew into the city, first chose not an inn or a challenge venue, but a restaurant with very hot business. For Purgatory City, the introduction of Zai Jun and Zhang Exing is very general. Chu Zhongshan needs to judge the basic situation of Purgatory City through his ears and eyes, and the restaurant is the best choice to understand these situations. Sir, please come inside. Just walked to the restaurant. The waiter standing at the door immediately welcomed him warmly. After looking at the waiter, Chu Zhongshan entered the restaurant expressionless, but there was a ripple in his heart. Because the waiter standing at the door of the restaurant is not an ordinary person, but a martial artist whose cultivation reaches the peak of qi refining period. I'm afraid the forces behind this restaurant are very powerful if they can make the martial artists at the peak of the gas refining period be the guys. After stepping into the restaurant, Chu Zhongshan looked up and looked around the situation in the hall. He found that the space in the hall was very wide, with more than 60 tables. At this time, although most of them are full, there are still several empty tables. My guest, are you in the hall or in the private room? After following Chu Zhongshan into the restaurant, the waiter immediately asked. I'll be alone in the hall. Although the environment in the private room is better, Chu Zhongshan wants to know the situation, and the hall with complex personnel is the best choice. Looking for an empty table slightly off the side, Chu Zhongshan put his refined steel knife on the table and asked the waiter, give me a pot of wine and 4 dishes. Good. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's mastery, the waiter mistakenly thought Chu Zhongshan was a familiar guest of the restaurant, shouted immediately, and then turned to prepare. Looking at the waiter who turned and left, Chu Zhongshan picked up his mouth slightly and showed a proud smile. Although this is the first time he has dined in a restaurant since he crossed the border, he hasn't rarely dined in a hotel in his previous life because of his work. He knows how to show that he is not a new guest. While waiting for the waiter to prepare wine and food, Chu Zhongshan pricked up his ears and began to listen to the conversation of the diners around him. After listening carefully for a while, Chu Zhongshan's attention was attracted by the conversation of a table of diners not far from him. There are 4 diners at this table. The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat has the strongest strength and has reached the level that Chu Zhongshan can't distinguish, that is to say, he is at least the cultivation of qi transformation period. The remaining 3 are the accomplishments of the 8th and 9th floors of the body training period. Old 4, how are things? The dignified and powerful middle-aged man put down his glass and asked, Boss, little brother, I've made it clear. In the 11 challenge arena, at the beginning of the qi transformation period, the first 5 challenge masters are famous experts. The boss doesn't have much advantage over them. The last 3 challenge masters are young experts who have just risen. They should be able to cope with them with the strength of the boss. Yes. After hearing his brother's introduction, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction and then picked up the glass. I wanted to drink the wine in the glass. Suddenly I thought of something and asked quickly, are there any new strong men in the city recently? Not found yet. Shaking his head, the 4th said he had not heard of the new strong man recently. Chu Zhongshan noticed the diners' conversation because they just mentioned the challenge and challenge arena, but after they talked, Chu Zhongshan not only didn't understand clearly but became more confused. Brother, do you have anyone else here? Just when Chu Zhongshan was confused by the conversation of the diner at the table just now, a pleasant voice suddenly came from his side. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan almost laughed. Because the 2 people standing in front of him are obviously big girls disguised as men, but they try to show that they are pure men. Due to the special camouflage on his face, Chu Zhongshan could not judge the looks of the two girls in front of him, but judging from their temperament, one of them had a very excellent appearance. Even if she is not as good as Dongfeng Yuner, she is definitely a stunning beauty. Sit down. Reaching out for a sign, Chu Zhongshan didn't refuse their request. Because the hall was full at this time, it must be inconvenient for the two girls dressed as men to squeeze together with those men. He was the only one at Chu Zhongshan's table, so he didn't refuse. Thank you. With a word of thanks to the heavenly Wei in Chu, they sat down quietly. Although there were two more people around him, it didn't affect him to continue to listen to the whispers around him. After listening for a while, Chu Zhongshan didn't find any helpful information, which made him a little anxious. At this time, two girls disguised as men whispered the content of light, but attracted Chu Zhongshan's attention. "Miss," the girl who was obviously a maid shouted softly. "Zai Oxu, shut up. I'm a man now, you should call me child." Hearing that the maid called herself Miss, the girl who was the master suddenly got anxious and shouted softly. "Yes, child." The host's reminder made little Shelton react, immediately changed his address and then begged. "Gong, let's go back. If the master finds you sneaking out, I'm afraid he will send Lord Highway to catch you." "Cut, I've been locked up at home by the old man all day. I'm going crazy. It's hard to escape. How can I go back?" Speaking of this, the girl who claimed to be the child saw the expectation in the maid's eyes, and she couldn't bear to refuse, so she had to say it reluctantly. "Okay, when I finish this challenge and become the champion of a challenge arena, I will follow you back." "Really?" Light Snow is not sure. "Really?" the girl who claimed to be the child affirmed. "Challenge, the master of a challenge arena." The conversation between the master and servant next to him involved the challenge and challenge arena. At this time, Chu Zhongshan was like an ant on a hot pot, and his heart was impatient. "Hello, young master." Eager to know the details of the challenge, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to learn from the two guys dressed as men around him. Because the two girls knew at a glance that they were inexperienced rookies, verifying something with them would not cause unnecessary trouble and would not be cheated. "Hello, brother." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's active reply, the girl who claimed to be the child immediately came with strong interest and immediately had a kind of arch-boxing greeting. "My name is Chu Zhongshan. I come from the Chu family in the state of Qi. I don't know what to call you, child." Chu Zhongshan first briefly introduced himself and then interrogated each other's origin. "My name is Lan Feng. I come from the Lan family cluster in the state of Wu." Girls who dress up as men introduce themselves in the same way. When Lan Feng introduced his origin, he paused obviously as if after thinking about it. Chu Zhongshan smiled knowingly, but he didn't expose her lie. "Brother Lan, I'm from a distant kingdom. This time I'm going out to experience with the elders of my family. When I came to the city just now, I heard others talking about the challenge and challenge arena. I don't know much about it. Do you know, Brother Lan?" "Oh, you're talking about the challenge held every 5 years in Purgatory City." "Of course I know very well because I was born in." Hearing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to know about the specific situation of the challenge, Lan Feng was in a high mood for some reason. His words blurted out without the brain, almost revealing her true origin. Fortunately, the maid beside her reminded her in time and made her react immediately. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this, because he just wanted to know the rules of the challenge through Lan Feng, and he was not interested in her origin. "Well, please, Brother Lan Ziming. Purgatory City holds a challenge every 5 years too." As Lan Feng introduced the rules of the challenge in detail, Chu Zhongshan gradually understood, and his inner blood began to boil. In fact, Purgatory City is not as chaotic as it is rumored. Although the personnel composition in the city is relatively complex and killing and revenge often occur, after thousands of years of development, the city has been firmly controlled by some forces. The forces controlling Purgatory City restrict each other and finally form a set of reasonable system to make the Purgatory City develop smoothly. It is precisely for this reason that the 9 forces in the southern region cannot intervene in the affairs of Purgatory City. I don't know when or who proposed that Purgatory City will hold a challenge for the whole southern region every 5 years. So far, it has been held thousands of times. The rules of the challenge are very simple. As long as the cultivation reaches the Qi refining period and does not exceed the Qi Si period, all martial artists can participate in the challenge. The challenge lasts for 1 month and is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is 10 days. Within 10 days, every martial artist who reaches Purgatory City can participate in the challenge at any time. In the south of Purgatory City, there is a square covering an extremely vast area. A total of 99 challenge platforms have been built on the square, which are the venue of the challenge. 99 challenge platforms vary in size. The diameter of the largest 33 challenge platforms reaches 100 meters. The diameter of the smallest 33 challenge platforms reaches 10 meters, and the diameter of the remaining 33 challenge platforms is 50 meters. 3 kinds of challenge arena, with different diameters, represent the different strength of the contestants. The challenge arena with a diameter of 100 meters is the player in the chi refining period. The challenge arena with a diameter of 50 meters is the player in the body refining period, and the challenge arena with a diameter of 10 meters is the player in the chi refining period. Even the 33 challenge platforms with the same diameter have a very clear division of strength. For example, in the physical training period, the first 11 challenge arenas are the venues for players on the 7th floor of the physical training period. The middle 11 challenge arenas are the venues for more than 4 players in the physical training period, and the back 11 challenge arenas are the venues for players on the first floor of the physical training period. The process of the challenge is very simple, that is to defend the challenge. At the beginning of the competition, 99 challenge arenas were empty. When the challenge officially began, the players participating in the challenge voluntarily took the stage to defend the challenge according to their own strength. If they can defend the challenge in one arena for 10 days and no one dares to challenge in the end, it represents the victory of the challenge. If you can finally win the challenge, you may not only gain high popularity, but also rich rewards. The first 10 days of defending the challenge is only the first stage of the challenge. From the 11th day, Purgatory City will open a secret place, and the challengers of 99 challenge arenas will enter the secret place to compete for the final qualifying. The reward of qualifying is the biggest reward of this challenge, and it is also one of the reasons why Ri Zhang, a famous young expert in the southern region, participated in it. Thanks for telling Brother Lan. Lan Feng's introduction is very detailed, which makes Chu Zhongshan clearly understand the details of the challenge and why Zhao Enjun asked him to come to Purgatory City for experience. In addition to fighting with different talents to improve his strength, it also makes him understand the reality that there are days outside the sky and people outside the people, so as to stimulate his driving force for progress. Brother Chu, you're welcome. As long as you sign up for the challenge, the staff in charge of the competition will give you a detailed introduction. Facing Chu Zhongshan's sincere thanks, Lan Feng postponed his way. Brother Lan, in order to thank you for solving your doubts just now, I'll pay for it this time. Chu Zhongshan reached out to the waiter and asked about the price. Feeling that the price was fair, he took out a handful of gold coins from his arms and handed them directly to the waiter without counting, and took the initiative to pay the fee for Lan Feng. How nice, I should invite you. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's invitation, Lan Feng quickly politely declined, but when she saw that Chu Zhongshan took out gold coins, the tone of her refusal suddenly changed. Because she secretly escaped from home this time, but she only carried a lot of spirit stones and pills, but she had no concept of the gold coins used in the secular world. If she takes out the spirit stone at this time, she can also pay the bill, but it will certainly cause greed of some people in the hall, and then it will cause some unnecessary trouble. Farewell, picked up the refined steel knife on the table, Chu Zhongshan hugged his fist and walked away. But when he came to Lan Feng, he paused for a moment. After thinking about it, he finally reminded him softly. Brother Lan, the way you dress up as a man is so simple that people can easily see it at a glance. In my opinion, you might as well restore your daughter's dress and put on a veil to cover your face, which can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chu Zhongshan was not a nosy person, but he thought that Lan Feng had solved his doubts without reservation just now, which made Chu Zhongshan feel a little good for her. Moreover, he experienced the influence of many novels and film and television dramas before crossing. He knew that Lan Feng's dress was easy to cause a man's peeping mentality, so he kindly reminded him before leaving. Of course, he can only do this step, and the rest can only be handled by Lan Feng himself. After Chu Zhongshan left, Lan Feng covered his mouth and showed an incredible expression on his face. She thought that her technique of dressing up as a man was so superb that no one could recognize her, but she didn't expect that the first person she met would expose her disguise just after fleeing the family, which hit her self-esteem immediately. Of course, she knew in her heart that this was Chu Zhongshan's good intention, but she couldn't accept the cruel reality. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Zhongshan rushed directly to the venue of the game. I don't know when, the buildings in the south city of Purgatory City have been cleaned up, and 99 magnificent challenge platforms have been built on the original address. Outside the 99 challenge platforms, there are rows of orderly stands. In the northwest corner of the stand, there's a 3-meter-high portal made of tung wood. Chu Zhongshan, who left the restaurant, came here at this time. After Lan Feng's introduction, Chu Zhongshan knows that if he wants to participate in the challenge, he must sign up here and receive the entry token before entering the challenge. Hello, I want to sign up for the challenge. Name, origin, accomplishments, and the registration fee of 108 grade lower-level spirit stones. Since the start of the competition, I don't know how many contestants to receive every day. The staff in charge of registration have fallen into numbness, and the tone is colorless. I don't know what to say tens of thousands of times. You still need to pay 108 grade lower-level spirit stones to sign up, Lan Feng just said to register here. After receiving the entry token, he can directly participate in the challenge. He didn't mention that he still needs to pay the fee when signing up. Nonsense, every challenge. I don't know how much manpower and material resources Purgatory City needs to consume. It's very cheap for you to charge 108 grade lower-level spirit stones. Perhaps Chu Zhongshan was not the first player to question the charge. The staff were not angry, but satirized in words. At the same time, it is also to let Chu Zhongshan willingly accept the reality. He continued to explain. Players in the Qi refining period need to pay 100 pieces of 9-grade lower-level spirit stones, and players in the Qi melting period need to pay 100 pieces of 7-grade lower-level spirit stones. If you want to participate in the challenge, you must pay the registration fee for 100 spirit stones. Although Chu Zhongshan felt very painful, he finally took out 100 spirit stones in exchange for a token after thinking of the staff's explanation just now. Jiao Enjun asked him to come to Purgatory City at this time point. His goal must be to participate in the challenge. Maybe there is something powerful for him in the process of the challenge. Come on, support him, blow him down. After receiving the token from the staff and passing through the door behind him, Chu Zhongshan entered a very lively and noisy square. The whole square covers an extremely wide area, which is at least dozens of times wider than the central square of the Chu family, and the most attractive thing to Chu Zhongshan is the 99 challenge arenas about 3 meters above the ground. At this time, there were contestants competing on the 99 challenge platforms, and at least hundreds of thousands of spectators were sitting on all sides under the challenge platform. According to the hint on the token, Chu Zhongshan continued to move south along the road paved with bluestones around the square. After crossing the 33 challenge arenas for the competition in the Qi refining period, Chu Zhongshan came to the southernmost side, and there were 33 challenge arenas for the competition in the body refining period. At the beginning of the challenge, it lasted 10 days. At this time, it was only the 4th day. There were 6 days left before the end of the challenge. Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to challenge on the stage, but chose to take a seat in the front row of the audience. After observing it, he planned to decide when to take part in the competition. There are a total of 33 challenge platforms for players in the physical training period, of which 11 are for high-level players in the physical training period. 11 are for middle-level martial arts players in the physical training period, and 11 are for primary martial arts skills in the physical training period. Most of Chu Zhongshan's attention was focused on the challenge arena of the early and middle-level competitions in the physical training period. Because his current cultivation is the second level of the physical training period, which is suitable for the challenge arena at the early stage of the physical training period, but his own combat power has reached the 5th level of the physical training period. If you cooperate with the situation, the overall combat power will reach level 6 in the training period, so he can participate in the competitions in the first and second challenge arenas of the middle level. Observing the performance of the players in each challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan's relaxed look gradually became dignified, and his observation focus was more on the challenge arena at the beginning of the physical training period. Because through the observation just now, Chu Zhongshan found that the players participating in the challenge are different from the players who participated in the Qi hunting competition before. The strength of these players is generally very strong, and most of them are talents who can challenge higher levels. Take the number 1 challenge arena in the early stage of the physical training period just now. The thin young man dressed in gray, and about 18 or 9 years old, has only 3 peaks in cultivation, but his combat power has reached 5 peaks in the physical training period. Even with such terrible combat power, when facing an opponent whose level is not as good as his, he was knocked down by the opponent within 30 moves, and his opponent just broke through the 3rd level of the physical training period, but his combat power reached the 6th level of the terrible physical training period. In the face of such a terrible opponent, Chu Zhongshan no longer considered the challenge arena of the middle level of the physical training period. At this time, he focused all his attention on the 11 challenge arenas of the first level of the physical training period. The initial stage of the challenge is held 24 hours a day and night. At night, the whole square will be illuminated by countless torches, which is convenient for the contestants to continue the competition and the on-site audience to enjoy the wonderful competition. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan did not leave the square and stayed at the scene to watch the game. The 4th day. Chu Zhongshan only observed the performance of the contestants in the 11 challenge arenas, but did not compete on the stage. The 5th day, Chu Zhongshan still observed the performance of the contestants in the 11 challenge arenas and did not compete on the stage. Day 6, Chu Zhongshan also chose to observe the performance of the contestants and still didn't compete on the stage. Day 7. Chu Zhongshan also chose to observe the performance of the contestants, but his expression at this time was no longer dignified at the beginning of observation, but restored his original relaxed look. Through the 4-day observation, Chu Zhongshan found that not all the contestants are talents who can surpass 3 or 4 small realms. At this time, there are only 5 contestants who can surpass 3 or 4 small realms. Most of the contestants have the combat power to surpass 1 or 2 small realms. As for the opponent who has more than 4 small realms, I'm afraid he is the most powerful player in the challenge arena at the beginning of the physical training period. There are 11 challenge arenas in the early stage of the physical training period, so Chu Zhongshan doesn't have to worry about competing with the strongest young master. Although it has been observed clearly, Chu Zhongshan still did not choose to go on stage. Because after 4 days of observing the competitions of different players, it not only expanded his horizons, but also improved his fighting consciousness. At the same time, after 4 days of continuous training, the spiritual power in Danshan has reached the edge of breakthrough, so he decided to leave here for the time being and find an inn to raise the realm to the peak of the 2nd floor of the physical training period for the time being, and raise the potential to the limit. Then he chose a challenge arena to challenge. Day 8, Chu Zhongshan appeared in front of the challenge arena at the beginning of the physical training period on time, but his face was not very good looking at this time, even dark. He touched the storage bag hidden in his underwear on his chest, and Chu Zhongshan's face flashed a trace of flesh pain from time to time. At this time, Purgatory City will hold a challenge every 5 years. Many players will come to participate in the challenge, which will certainly lead to the increase of accommodation costs in the city. However, Chu Zhongshan didn't expect that the inn with the most remote location and the most humble environment needs 1,508 grade lower-level spirit stones for a day, which directly consumes all the 8 grade lower-level spirit stones in his storage bag. If he didn't take a lot of pills to improve his potential, he would rather sleep on the street than spend so much spirit stone. If you fight hard, you must succeed in defending the challenge, otherwise you will lose a lot of experience this time. Clenching his teeth, Chu Zhongshan secretly encouraged himself. There are 11 challenge arenas at the beginning of the physical training period. All of them are guarded by challenge masters. The vision of Chu Zhongshan sweeps through these arenas one by one. The champion of Challenge Arena 1 is a handsome young man with an unusually cold temperament. He is also the only peerless genius who has the fighting power beyond his 4 small realms. After a night of uninterrupted cultivation, Chu Zhongshan not only broke through the cultivation to the 2nd peak of the body training period, but also raised his potential to the limit. At this time, his real combat power has reached the 5-tier peak of the physical training period. If he cooperates with the potential, his combat power will reach the 6th-tier direct of the physical training period. His strength is not weaker than that of the number 1 challenge master, and even stronger than him. However, exposing your cards too early is not conducive to the next challenge, so you can skip the number 1 challenge arena directly. The champion of challenge arena number 2 is an ordinary-looking young man who exudes danger all over his body. He has combat power beyond his 3.5 small realms. Without exposing the potential, Chu Zhongshan is half the weight with him. If he exposes his cards too much, it is also not conducive to his next challenge. The champion of challenge arena number 3 is a beautiful girl with good looks. She also has the fighting power to surpass her 3 small realms. Chu Zhongshan is unwilling to fight with women, especially with beautiful women, unless she has to, so challenge arena number 3 escapes directly. Challenge arena 4, Chu Zhongshan didn't pay attention to who the challenge leader was, because before crossing, the most taboo number in Chu Zhongshan was 4. On the contrary, if you encounter something about 4, you can hide if you can. If he can't hide, he will face it calmly. Challenge arena 5 is also a young girl. Unlike the beautiful girl in challenge arena 3, the girl in challenge arena 5 looks ordinary, but her temperament is unusually cold. Some are like his good friend Zhang Qian. Chu Zhongshan directly picked challenge arena 5 with the principle of not fighting with girls. As for the challengers of the 6, 7, and 8 arenas, they are all talents who can surpass their own 2 small realms. Chu Zhongshan doesn't feel difficult about this, but he doesn't want to choose these 3 arenas, because his attention was on the number 9 challenge arena. The reason why he chose challenge arena 9 is not that the champion of challenge arena 9 is weak. Like the champion of challenge arena 678, the champion of challenge arena 9 is also a genius who can surpass his 2 small realms. However, Chu Zhongshan doesn't know why. He has a certain affinity for the number of 9, and he is also number 9 in other courts of Qianlong Peak. After the champion of challenge arena 9 defeated the challenger and rested for half an hour, Chu Zhongshan stepped onto the challenge arena step by step with a refined steel knife. Player 16,700, are you sure you want to challenge the champion of challenge arena 9? After Chu Zhongshan stepped into the challenge arena with a steel knife, the referee in charge of the competition in challenge arena number 9 asked about the goal of Chu Zhongshan's challenge according to the competition practice. Yes, I want to challenge number 9 champion. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan replied positively. Chu Zhongshan, contestant number 16,700, challenges number 9 champion Zhu Qiang. After determining that the opponent of Chu Zhongshan challenge is the number 9 champion, the referee learned the information of Chu Zhongshan's registration through special means, and then directly announced the 2 people's competition. After 4 days of continuous observation, Chu Zhongshan is 100% sure of defeating his immediate opponent, but he is considering how to solve his opponent as soon as possible without moving his cards, because after defeating his opponent, Chu Zhongshan will automatically become the champion of challenge arena 9. Next, he will accept the challenge of other challengers. There are still 3 days before the end of the challenge. If he doesn't show strong strength in this battle, he will face a steady stream of challengers in the next 3 days. Although he can have half an hour's rest time to defeat an opponent, the 3-day uninterrupted battle will certainly affect his physical strength and energy. In order to avoid affecting the later qualifying, he must try his best to show his means and deter other challenges. Chu Zhongshan, bow your hands and show your courtesy. Chu Zhongshan holds a knife as a courtesy. I have no interest in the name of my defeated general. Zhu Qiang scoffed at Chu Zhongshan's martial etiquette. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about the other party's contempt, because at this time, the leaders of the 11 challenge arena are all 3-level accomplishments in the physical training period. It's not surprising that he is the peak of 2-level accomplishments in the physical training period. What's more, next he will let the other party try and feel defeated by the despised opponent. The game begins. After the 2 men talked to each other, the referee stepped back and announced the start of the game. The scorching sun. Since he wanted to show his strong strength, Chu Zhongshan didn't have too much hidden strength. He directly used 80% of his accomplishments to show his sword style in the peak of primary martial arts, and cut Zhu Qiang with the attack of pressing the top of Mount Tai. With the first-class martial arts skills reaching the peak in the scorching sun, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt a faint burning smell on the sharp tip of the knife. This method can only be used by experts in the Qi transformation period, because the power used by experts in the Qi transformation period is not spiritual power, but more powerful genuine. Because Chu Zhongshan broke through the physical training period for a short time, most of the time was used to break through and consolidate his accomplishments. The cultivation of martial arts was temporarily delayed. At this time, he exercised his sword technique for the first time after breaking through the physical training period. He was also confused about the sudden situation. However, at this time, it was the time of battle, and he was not allowed to be distracted and think more, so he suppressed this idea for the time being. Zhu Qiang is not a fool but very smart. Just now, although he despised Chu Zhongshan in words, he always kept vigilant in his heart. Therefore, after Chu Zhongshan took the lead, he first chose defense to check Chu Zhongshan's real strength, so as to decide several moves to attack his opponent. However, when he really felt the power of Chu Zhongshan's sword technique, he regretted that he shouldn't choose defense. Because the fiery fire of Chu Zhongshan has exceeded the power of the primary saber technique, and it is not something that the primary martial artist can master during the body training period, when facing this powerful saber technique, his defense did not last long. He was directly cut off by the steel knife and cut off his defense spirit towards his head. If not for the help of the referee in charge of the game, Zhu Qiang felt that he would be cut in half by Chu Zhongshan. Tiansheng in Chu. After saving Zhu Qiang, the referee looked at Chu Zhongshan with a dignified look, and then opened his mouth to announce that Chu Zhongshan won and became the champion of Challenge Arena number 9. With only one move, he not only defeated the number 9 champion Zhu Qiang, but even forced the referee to save Zhu Qiang. Chu Zhongshan's strong performance not only shocked the audience, but also surprised the remaining 10 champions. The champion of Challenge Arena 1 looked at Chu Zhongshan with a dignified face and stared directly at the steel knife in his hand. At the beginning of challenging Challenge number 1, he showed his extremely strong strength. Many challengers avoided him one after another, which made him very relaxed in the challenge arena. That's why he had the energy to pay attention to the performance of other challengers. When Chu Zhongshan challenged Zhu Qiang just now, he had noticed Chu Zhongshan. Although Chu Zhongshan has ordinary appearance and temperament, and there is no outstanding place in his whole body, he clearly feels the powerful power hidden in the celestial bodies in Chu, which is why he pays full attention to the whole process of the fight between the two just now. When his opponent Chu Zhongshan used the blazing sun saber technique, he felt the burning smell on the steel saber. At the same time, he also put himself in a position to consider whether he could be safe in the face of this knife. Next, he finally shook his head, because he felt that unless he used the final cards, he could not be Chu Zhongshan's opponent. As Chu Zhongshan defeated Zhu Qiang with one move and forced the referee to finally help, dozens of challenges that originally wanted to challenge, the 9th challenger changed their attention and changed the object of the challenge to other challengers. Chu Zhongshan didn't consume too much spiritual and physical strength, so he used half an hour's rest to carefully aftertaste the smell on the steel knife when he just used the knife technique. After the explanation of Chu Zhengshuan and the test of Ligun sect, Chu Zhongshan is no longer the young expert who just emerged in the state of Qi. At this time, he has learned about different realms. Qi refining period and body refining period are only the basis of martial arts cultivation, and Qi melting period is the starting point of martial arts cultivation. The most important thing is to improve the quality of strength if you want to set foot on the starting point and break through the Qi melting period. In the Qi refining period and body refining period, the warrior uses spiritual power, while in the Qi transforming period, the warrior uses Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan is a more advanced power, and its energy and power are dozens of times that of spiritual power. At the same time, Zhenyuan contains the physical characteristics of martial artists. When performing martial arts, Zhenyuan will fully stimulate the power of martial arts. The move just performed was scorching in the sun, and obviously had the taste of martial arts performed by experts in the Qi melting period. Although the power was still very weak, he was just the second peak of the body training period. Being able to do this was enough to make him feel incredible. From head to toe, from inside to outside, Chu Zhongshan carefully tested it several times and didn't find anything special about his body and spiritual power. Chu Zhongshan had no way to do this. The only thing he could do was to ask Jiao Enjun for confirmation after returning to the Qianlong Peak. It must be that Jiao Enjun exceeded the Qihai period and could know what was going on. It's Chu Zhongshan's advantage to give up things he can't figure out for the time being. So after putting aside his doubts, he looked relaxed and faced the next challenge. Originally, he was worried that he would encounter the challenge of a peerless genius who could surpass his 4 small realms like the number 1 challenge master, which forced him to start the final card. But at this time, Chu Zhongshan felt that he could also have the combat power to surpass the 4 small realms without moving the final card. In other words, his real combat power at this time has reached the 6th level peak in the physical training period. No matter who he faces next, he can give it a go. The power of Chu Zhongshan's shock and awe lasted only half a day. As some contestants who just signed up and didn't see Chu Zhongshan's sword power, they began to choose him as their opponent. Because of the 11 challenge masters on the scene, only he is the peak cultivation of the 2nd layer in the training period, while the other 10 challenge masters are the 3rd layer in the training period. Everyone knows to pinch persimmons soft, so Chu Zhongshan is their first object. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan has no initial worries, but his heart is full of expectations. Because he was worried that the saber technique he used when defeating Zhu Qiang was a means to inadvertently stimulate the qi transformation period, he needed constantly emerging opponents to verify his saber technique. Contestant number 28,357, are you sure you want to challenge the number 9 champion? The referee in charge of Challenge Arena 9 changed his numb attitude and looked at the challenger with great expectation. Okay, the contestants who just signed up for the challenge answered very seriously. Number 28,357, Tian Wukin challenges number 9 champion. Tian Wukin. They introduced their names to each other. With the order of the referee, Chu Zhongshan waved a steel knife and attacked Tian Wukin with the same knife technique in the scorching sun. Because he didn't know what Tian Wukin's real combat power was, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to retain too much strength and still showed 80% of his strength. After casting the hot sun, Chu Zhongshan Mingxian felt the burning breath on the blade, which was even a little stronger than when he first started casting, and his heart was relieved. Because he was most afraid that he was inadvertently performing a move containing the power of qi melting period. This time, he could still maintain this power, which means that he really mastered this means, which reassured him a lot. Although Tian Wukin is the cultivation of the 3-tier peak in the physical training period, his combat power barely reaches the 4-tier peak in the physical training period. Therefore, he can't stop when the combat power of Chu Zhongshan reaches the 6-tier sword technique in the physical training period. If the referee didn't know it and made preparations in advance, I'm afraid Tian Wukin couldn't hold on for a second and would be directly killed by Chu Zhongshan under the steel knife. Chu Zhongshan wins and successfully defends the challenge. After saving Tian Wukin, the referee loudly announced the result of the game. The 10 challengers didn't respond to Chu Zhongshan's easy victory. On the contrary, those challengers who had planned to challenge Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but step back in panic and looked at Chu Zhongshan standing on the challenge arena with an incredible look. I thought Chu Zhongshan was a soft persimmon. Everyone wanted to pinch it, but the soft persimmon finally became a tiger. These challenges are very wise and change the opponents of the challenge. After a full rest for nearly half a day, Chu Zhongshan genius ushered in the 3rd opponent. Compared with Zhu Qiang Hotten Wukin, the opponent of the 3rd challenge was weaker. When Chu Zhongshan deliberately retained 50% of his strength, he was directly photographed by the steel knife. This situation lasted until the morning of the 10th day. With half a day left before the end of the challenge, Chu Zhongshan finally welcomed his biggest opponent since taking part in the challenge, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, like him, is the 2nd highest cultivation achievement in the physical training period. He was born as a disciple of Huashan sword sect, one of the 3 sects. His sword skills are unparalleled and his combat power is extremely strong. The opponent he challenged at the beginning was challenge number 11. He defeated challenge number 11 with a simple and fast sword move. However, after defeating the number 11 champion, he didn't defend the challenge. Instead, he continued to challenge the number 10 champion. It was also a simple and fast sword move to easily defeat the number 10 champion. He then challenged Chu Zhongshan. Because of his arrogant attitude and arrogance, he attracted the attention and discussion of the audience under the challenge arena. Through these discussions, the genius in Chu can understand some basic information of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan boarded the number 9 challenge arena, he ignored the referee and directly challenged Chu Zhongshan with swordsman etiquette. To tell the truth, Chu Zhongshan has never been afraid of opponents in the same realm since he was able to practice again with the help of copy and paste programs, so he also responded with knife etiquette in the face of Lu Yuan's challenge. Autumn is lingering. Intense crystal scorching. Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the game, Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan seemed to understand it, attacked at the same time, and performed powerful primary martial arts moves. Sky in the middle of Chu is the constitution with the attribute of fire. The sword technique contains the characteristics of fire. Lu Yuan is the embodiment of water attribute, which shows the characteristics of water contained in sword technique. Water and fire do not melt, and the two extreme forces meet together, which immediately provokes a chemical reaction. On the number 9 challenge arena, the place where the two weapons met, and the place where the weapons collided aroused bursts of water mist. After the move, they passed by and turned to stare at their opponent at the same time. The original relaxed look suddenly dignified a little, because through the fight just now, Chu Zhongshan found that Lu Yuan's real combat power was not much weaker than him, and the sword technique also contained the power of the qi melting period. Good. Lu Yuan, who passed by, was excited with a relaxed look, and showed a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes when he looked at Chu Zhongshan. Cloud meaning is continuous. Air is burning. The complex thought just passed in an instant. Chu Zhongshan's left leg stepped on the challenge arena and his whole body rushed to Lu Yuan like a flying shell. At the same time, he showed the second move of the primary saber technique, which was burning to the sky. Lu Yuan also didn't stop at all. He changed his sword technique and followed Chu Zhongshan at the same speed. Qiang, dang, after the weapons collided, the two were not testing, but continued to fight for dozens of rounds. More than a dozen moves and sabers in Huang Pin's primary martial arts were used back and forth by Chu Zhongshan. Lu Yuan, like him, is also a dozen moves to show Huang Pin's primary sword technique. Due to the incompatibility of water and fire, a large amount of water mist will be generated during each weapon collision. After the two fight for dozens of rounds, the whole challenge arena number 9 has been shrouded in water mist. In addition to staying in the challenge arena, the referee who pays attention to the two people's competition at any time can see the process of the two fighting, and the observation under the challenge arena can't see the figure of the two people. We can only judge that the two people are fighting fiercely at this time by the sound of weapons colliding constantly from the fog of the challenge arena. The abnormality caused by the fight between Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan not only attracted the attention of other challenge arena experts, but also turned their attention to challenge arena 9 in an attic far away from the challenge arena. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Chu Zhongshan found that the other party's understanding of swordsmanship was not weaker than his understanding of swordsmanship. I'm afraid it was difficult to defeat him through swordsmanship, so Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to keep his strength and directly use all his strength. With the gradual improvement of Chu Zhongshan's strength, Lu Yuan's strength is also gradually improved, resulting in the two are still close rivals, and no one can gain the upper hand. Shua, with Chu Zhongshan exerting his saber technique with all his strength, he forced Lu Yuan back temporarily with a move of medium-level martial arts saber technique. Standing where he was, Chu Zhongshan began to breathe heavily, and Lu Yuan was also breathing heavily. They fight each other for hundreds of rounds. For each attack, the first defense can be described as doing their best. At this time, both physical strength, energy, and spiritual power are consumed greatly. At this time, the spiritual power in the elixir field in the sky in the middle of Chu was less than 30%. If he continues to fight, even if he can win in the end, I'm afraid his spiritual power will be exhausted, and it's not far from the end of the competition. Chu Zhongshan is worried that if he consumes too much and is taken advantage of by others, he wants to make another appointment with Lu Yuan. Seeing that the two sides temporarily stopped fighting, the referee waved a strong wind and began to disperse the water mist on the challenge arena. After the fog completely dissipated, the players and spectators were surprised to find that they were standing in place and panting heavily. "Brother Chu, you and I must have done our best." Before Chu Zhongshan spoke, Lu Yuan took the lead. Nodding, Chu Zhongshan admitted that he had reached the limit and admired Lu Yuan's strength. Lu Yuan is an equal opponent he has met since his debut and is likely to be an opponent for a lifetime in the future. "Brother Chu, I still have a card. If you can resist this card, I will lose the game." With Chu Zhongshan's recognition, Lu Yuan's face had not changed at all, but he was secretly relieved. Just like Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan has become famous in Huashan's sword sect with his excellent cultivation talent, amazing savvy and obsession with kendo since his debut. With his excellent sword technique and the fighting power of Yueji challenge, Lu Yuan has always been the most famous expert of the younger generation of Huashan sword sect and has never met an equal opponent. Chu Zhongshan was the first opponent he met, who made him try his best and still couldn't win, which he admired very much. Seeing Lu Yuan, who still refused to give up, Chu Zhongshan also raised a sense of pride in his heart at this time. After putting aside some thoughts, he said in a forthright tone, "Brother Lu, since he has a card, I can't continue to hide Chu Zhongshan. Then you and I will decide who wins and who loses with the final card." Chu Zhongshan didn't want to use the final card because he is now in a strange environment and may encounter danger at any time. Being able to retain the final card may lead to the final turnover. However, in the face of Lu Yuan's fighting spirit, he put aside his concerns and exerted all his strength. Oh, hearing that Chu Zhongshan also had the final card, Lu Yuan not only didn't feel nervous at all, but his face was more excited. With Lu Yuan's shoulders swinging back and forth, a momentum like Tianwei rose from him. Sword power. It's the sword power of the entry-level realm. This young man named Lu Yuan is a rare sword repair of Huashan sword sect in thousands of years. Yes, I'm afraid that you and I may not be his opponents until his cultivation breaks through the Sea of Qi period. Yes, the swordsman's combat effectiveness has always been very strong. With Lu Yuan's mysterious sword posture, it immediately attracted the attention of experts hidden in the dark outside the challenge arena, and several experts showed envy. The mysterious power of sword power has no cultivation skills at all. Whether you can master it depends on your own luck and opportunity. Seeing the sword rising from Lu Yuan, Chu Zhongshan was stunned at first, and then his face showed a trace of joy. Because Lu Yuan's sword potential is basically the same as that he has mastered. The only difference is that Lu Yuan's potential can perfectly cooperate with the sword to form a more powerful sword potential, while his potential has some defects with the sword, which cannot be perfectly integrated. Brother Chu, my sword is on the 7th floor of the Qi refining period. Because of a difficult situation, I accidentally mastered it. Its power is enough to improve my combat power in a small and half realm. After wielding the sword power, Lu Yuan's momentum has reached the peak of 7 layers during the body training period. Originally, he thought Chu Zhongshan would be nervous and afraid, and even take the initiative to admit defeat, but he accidentally found that Chu Zhongshan didn't look nervous at all, and even showed a trace of excitement in his eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan was surprised and thought, does the other party also master the sword potential? With the as like as 2 peas in the sky of Chu Zhang, he could only describe his mood with speechless words. What, there are people who can master the power of power? What's the origin of this young man named Chu Zhongshan? Go and find out for me. Yes, check whether he is a casual practitioner. Maybe he comes from a small family. Lu Yuan's sword posture attracted the attention of the dark strong. Chu Zhongshan, who also used the sword posture, shocked them even more. Lu Yuan is a very famous young swordsman of Huashan sword sect and one of the future leaders of Huashan sword sect. How can they not be shocked that they are just an unknown little man? Brother Lu, when I was on the 4th floor of the Qi refining period, I made an unexpected breakthrough in the face of the desperate situation of death. Like Brother Lu, the blade can improve my combat power by 1.5 small realms. Lu Yuan hopes to shock his opponent's heart by introducing the power of sword potential. Of course, Chu Zhongshan will not miss this opportunity. After carefully feeling the power of Chu Zhongshan's blade, Lu Yuan showed a trace of bitter smile on his face. Then he took the initiative to disperse his sword posture and said in a respectful tone, "Brother Chu, I've been practicing since I was 16 years old. I don't know how many opponents I met during this period. I've never admired anyone, even the elder of the divine fusion period, and Brother Chu, you're the first person." Chu Zhongshan frowned when he saw Lu Yuan's initiative to disperse the sword posture. Originally, he wanted to know more about his own potential through the fight with Lu Yuan, and try to integrate the saber technique into the potential, and finally form a perfect saber. However, with Lu Yuan's initiative to disperse the sword potential, it means that he has given up the idea of continuing to fight. Chu Zhongshan can only give up this rare opportunity. Brother Lu, you are the same as me. Chu Zhongshan also admired Lu Yuan's excellence. Brother Chu, defending the challenge is only the qualification of this challenge. I think the competition between you and me will be postponed temporarily. When the environment and time allow, you are giving a go. How about it? Chu Zhongshan also mastered the blade, and the blade has entered the state of Xia Cheng. Lu Yuan is not sure to defeat him. His purpose this time is not only to find opponents to improve his strength, but also for this challenge. Because there is an opportunity to improve his cultivation in the place where the qualifying is held. In order to ensure the final entry into the second round, Lu Yuan chose to give up temporarily. Yes. Lu Yuan's proposal was just in his mind, so Chu Zhongshan nodded without hesitation. With Chu Zhongshan's consent, Lu Yuan's eyes turned to the number 8 challenge arena. After seeing Lu Yuan's provocative eyes, the number 8 challenge master's face immediately became gloomy. Through the fight between Lu Yuan and Chu Zhongshan just now, challenge leader number 8 knows that he is definitely not the enemy of Lu Yuan's move. If he takes the initiative to challenge himself, he will certainly be knocked down from the challenge arena, which makes him how willing to give up the position of challenge leader he has held for many days. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's eyes just stared at him for 3 seconds, and then shifted to the number 7 challenge arena. The relaxed look of challenge arena number 7 was like that of challenge leader number 8, and his face was gloomy. Fortunately, Lu Yuan didn't choose him as his opponent. He looked over number 6, number 5, number 4, number 3, and number 2 one by one, and finally threw himself into number 1 challenge arena. Different from the other 7 challengers, in the face of Lu Yuan's provocative eyes, challenger number 1 not only didn't have Silk's timidity, but even had an impulse to try. Finally, Lu Yuan just smiled at him, then took challenger number 9, returned to challenger number 10, and became the challenger of challenger number 10. As Lu Yuan returned to the number 10 challenge arena and became the leader of the number 10 challenge arena, the remaining contestants who had not participated continued to challenge. However, there was no challenger in front of number 1, number 9, and number 10 challenge arena, which made number 1 challenge master, Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuanxian very relaxed. In the war with Lu Yuan just now, Chu Zhongshan consumed a lot, so no one dared to challenge his free time and seize the time to restore his spiritual and physical strength. With the setting of the sun on the 10th day, the challenge held every 5 years in Purgatory City officially ended the initial qualification war. At this time, a voice came from above 99 challenge platforms. The challenge is officially over. 99 successful challenge holders can go back to rest temporarily and gather here again tomorrow morning. As the sound in the sky disappeared, a dazzling light rose from the 99 challenge platforms, and this dazzling light shot into their respective challenge masters one after another. After the light disappeared, the challenge masters of the 98 challenge platforms stood up with a happy face and began to leave the challenge arena one by one. Chu Zhongshan's face was very ugly at this time. Originally, he thought that after the competition, the organizer would immediately arrange the second round of qualifying, but he didn't expect to wait for one night. In order to break through the cultivation of the second floor of the body training period, to enhance the potential to reach the limit, and to ensure their own safety, Chu Zhongshan has consumed all the 8-grade lower-level spirit stones. At this time, there are only 7 middle-level spirit stones in his storage bag. These 7 middle-level spirit stones are intended to break through the 3 layers of the body refining period. That is to say, he is now in the dilemma of being penniless. The cheapest inn in Purgatory City needs at least 1,000 lower-level spirit stones for one night's consumption. That is to say, he can only sleep on the street tonight without money. During the day, the Purgatory City is safe because of the challenge, but when it is late, the whole Purgatory City will enter an uncontrolled environment. At this time, sleeping on the street is very unsafe, but Chu Zhongshan has no way. Unless he took out the 7-grade medium-level spirit stone, he was very unwilling to this. When he wandered around the street aimlessly, he accidentally saw the Blue Maple dressed as a man when he first came to Purgatory City. Chu Zhongshan only paid a little attention to the excellence of Blue Maple. Chu Zhongshan didn't intend to come forward to greet her because he only met her once. When he turned to open and leave, Lan Feng, with sharp eyes, unexpectedly saw Chu Zhongshan. Her originally unhappy look suddenly showed surprise. She ran to Chu Zhongshan in 3 or 2 steps and shouted with joy, "Should I call you Brother Lan or Miss Lan?" By Lan Feng's unexpected call, Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to leave immediately and had to turn around to face her. At the same time, in the face of such an excellent girl, Chu Zhongshan also restored his mentality before crossing and faced Lan Feng with a relaxed attitude. He. For Chu Zhongshan's ridicule, Lan Feng smiled slightly embarrassed and then Ray introduced himself. "Brother Chu, let me introduce again. My name is Lan Linger. I'm a real daughter." "Miss Lan, what can I do for you?" Seeing Lan Linger, who is still naughty after recovering his daughter, Chu Zhongshan wanted to make fun of her to alleviate his depressed mood at this time. However, when he looked up at Lan Linger, he unexpectedly found that not far from her, there were two middle-aged men with ordinary appearance, ordinary clothes, and ordinary temperament, who were staring at themselves with vigilance, and the cold light in their eyes from time to time made Chu Zhongshan feel a chill. He knew that these two seemingly ordinary middle-aged people were not as ordinary as they were. They might even be top experts above the qi melting period, and their task was likely to secretly protect Lan Linger. Therefore, facing this situation, Chu Zhongshan put aside his ridicule and asked coldly, "Brother Chu, you invited me to dinner the other day. It's my turn to invite you today." Without noticing Chu Zhongshan's changing face, Lan Linger was full of expectation. Because there were two masters watching in the dark, Chu Zhongshan wanted to refuse her invitation and leave here immediately. However, seeing the expectation in Lan Linger's eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse and finally failed under her gentle eyes. "All right," nodded, Chu Zhongshan agreed to her request. Because it was Lan Linger's treat, Chu Zhongshan could only let her choose a place, followed her around, and finally came to a quiet but calm tavern. Seeing the doubt on Chu Zhongshan's face, Lan Linger quickly explained, "Brother Chu, although the location of the tavern is remote and the signboard is not loud enough, but the owner here is the best chef in Purgatory City. It's hard for ordinary people to eat the delicious food cooked by her." Nodded, Chu Zhongshan didn't say much. Before crossing, he was not picky about food because of his work. As long as he could satisfy his hunger, it didn't matter whether his taste was good or bad. After following Lan Linger into the tavern, Chu Zhongshan found that the environment in the tavern was fairly clean. The area of the whole hall was not large, only 6 tables. At this time, there is only one guest on one table. There was a pot of wine and a glass in front of the guest. There was no wine or tea. Such a strange situation immediately attracted the attention of Chu Zhongshan. Seeing the only guest in the tavern, Chu Zhongshan found that he couldn't see through the man at all. The so-called inability to see through is not only cultivation, but also his state at this time. At first, Chu Zhongshan saw a white-haired old man, but when he looked away for 3 seconds and looked again, he found that he looked like a middle-aged man in his prime of life. When he looked at him for the 3rd time, Chu Zhongshan found that he looked like a young man in his 20s. Such a strange phenomenon made him quickly turn his eyes away from the guest. At the same time, he also plans to secretly remind Lan Linger and remind her to leave this strange pub. However, just when he was going to remind Lan Ling that he was a child, the curtain behind the tavern was lifted, and a tall, middle-aged woman with a waist like a bucket came out. Looking up at Lan Linger, the middle-aged woman showed a doting smile on her face. Just after the middle-aged woman appeared, Lan Linger darted to the middle-aged woman, causing Chu Zhongshan to want to remind that it was too late. "Aunt Rong, Zio Linger came to see you." Reaching out to embrace the strong arm of the middle-aged woman, Lan Linger greeted her like a spoiled child. "Hee, I think the little greedy insect in your stomach misses me." Stretching out her hand and bouncing Lan Linger's forehead, the middle-aged woman called Aunt Rong said in love. "Aunt Rong, I have friends." When Aunt Rong teased herself, she couldn't help being shy. "Zioling, don't you introduce your friend to me." Lan Linger's shy behavior made Aunt Rong stare, and her complex eyes directly turned to Chu Zhongshan. "Aunt Rong, his name is Chu Zhongshan. He is a friend I met a few days ago." The sense of shyness soon passed away. Lan Linger restored her cheerful character and took Aunt Rong to Chu Zhongshan to introduce her. Chu Zhongshan has seen Elder Rong. Since the appearance of Aunt Rong, Chu Zhongshan accidentally found that the only guest in the tavern paused with his right hand when holding the glass. That is to say, the newly appeared Aunt Rong should not be an ordinary person. However, her strength is too strong, and her breath converges so thoroughly that Chu Zhongshan feels that she is like an ordinary middle-aged woman. "What elder is not elder? Just call me Aunt Rong like Zio Linger." For Chu Zhongshan's respectful attitude, Aunt Rong was a little unhappy, as if she didn't like these red tape. "Yes, Aunt Rong." Chu Zhongshan immediately changed his way. "Since you call me Aunt Rong like Zio Linger, that's my younger generation. Today I hit a hunter and made you a delicious dish. Let you try Aunt Rong's cooking." Stretched out a broad palm, Aunt Rong forcibly pressed Chu Zhongshan on the chair and turned to prepare the meal. However, before she left, she glanced at the only diner in the tavern, then raised the curtain and went to the backyard to prepare meals. Brother Chu, although Aunt Rong's tavern is not big, Aunt Rong's cooking is definitely the best. At least in the whole Purgatory City, no cook can compare with Aunt Rong's cooking. Speaking of this, Lanlinger suddenly covered her mouth, as if she had leaked some important secrets. Chu Zhongshan didn't have to think about it, so he said with a smile, "All right, Lanlinger, as early as the first time we met, you had revealed that you were from Purgatory City." "No, why am I so stupid?" Hearing that he had already revealed his origin, Lanlinger patted his forehead with an expression that I was a fool. "By the way, Lanlinger, where's your maid Xiaoxu?" When he met Lanling, Chu Zhongshan wondered that Xiaoxu was not serving her, but his original attention was transferred by the two masters who followed secretly. He didn't have time to read it. At this time there is free time. Of course, Chu Zhongshan should care about it. Alas! Hearing Chu Zhongshan mention light snow, Lanlinger couldn't help sighing. Then she roared angrily, "It's not that the old man is troublesome. He took Xiaoxu back, told her not to serve me, and forced me to go home by myself." Speaking of this, Lanlinger couldn't help but snort coldly and then continued proudly, "The old man despises me, Lanlinger. Doesn't he just want to force me to go home? I just don't go back. Let's see what he can do with me." For Lanlinger's angry behavior, Chu Zhongshan didn't say much, nor did he persuade her to return to the family. Because through the two secretly protected experts I just saw and her father's Leisa's fair attitude towards her, I know that the forces behind her have extremely strong power in Purgatory City, which can ensure her safety in Purgatory City. Aunt Rong didn't leave long. After only 10 minutes, she returned to the living room. At this time, she held a wooden plate with a bowl of delicious stew and 4 dishes in her hands. "Xiaolinger, this is the delicacy that Aunt Rong just beat a beast during the day and made with a special method. Please taste it quickly." Take out 2 bowls and chopsticks from behind the counter in the living room and put them in front of Lanlinger and Chu Zhongshan, indicating that the two people can taste the delicious food she made. Chu Zhongshan didn't immediately move his chopsticks, but waited until Lanlinger started, and then he picked up a small piece of stew and put it into his mouth. Delicious, the tender and delicious meat, fat but not greasy, stimulated every organ of Chu Zhongshan and plunged him into a wonderful enjoyment. Hey! Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who closed her eyes and enjoyed the delicious food, Aunt Rong smiled strangely and then stared at Lanlinger closely. When the meat was completely swallowed, a strong energy burst from the meat and began to violently impact the flesh, meridians, and danshan of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, the burst energy also began to moisten his bones. Feeling the powerful energy contained in the meat, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help feeling shocked. You should know that with his current cultivation and physical endurance, even the aura of the chi-increasing pill of the lower level of the 8th grade can withstand. The energy contained in a small piece of stew has far exceeded the lower-level pill of the 8th grade. How can Chu Zhongshan not be shocked? However, this is not a time to be shocked. Feeling the huge energy from the meat in the body constantly impacting the body, Chu Zhongshan hurried to run the Taixuan mental method to quickly absorb these 4 kinds of energy. As time went by, Chu Zhongshan, sitting in his chair with his eyes closed, felt a sudden lightness of his body. The energy that had been running around in his body was immediately absorbed by danshan and his bones. He slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he not only successfully broke through the 3rd layer of the body training period, but also directly consolidated his cultivation after the breakthrough with the help of the remaining energy. When he opened his eyes, Chu Zhongshan found that Aunt Rong was pressing her hands on Lanlinger's back. At this time, Lanlinger was trembling, and there was a trace of white fog on her head. The white yarn hanging on her face had been taken off to reveal her peerless face. Curled eyelashes vibrate back and forth due to pain, just like a dancing butterfly, which is very pitiful. The tender pink lips hang slightly upward, making her lively and lovely, giving men a desire to protect her. The mist and water wet her clothes and clothes, highlighting her proud figure, and aroused a constant desire in the belly of the world in Chu. Of course, what Chu Zhongshan noticed was not only Lanlinger's stunning appearance, but also her 3-tier peak cultivation during the physical training period. I don't know whether Lanlinger has practiced the secret method that can hide the realm, or whether she wears a spirit tool that can hide the realm. She always feels like an ordinary girl to Chu Zhongshan. Only at this time, because she couldn't control the surging energy in her body, she finally showed her true state, which was the 3-level peak of the physical training period. Chu Zhongshan could only describe her mood with shock. Judging from her appearance and finger-raising, Lan Linger is younger than herself, but her cultivation has far exceeded herself, which is enough to prove that the powerful power behind her is also related to her excellent cultivation talent. For example, at her age, her cultivation has reached the 3-tier peak of the cultivation period, which is at least the cultivation talent of 6 grades. With the help of Aunt Rong's strong cultivation, Lan Linger's trembling body soon recovered calm, and the peak cultivation of the 3rd floor in the body training period also smoothly broke through to the 4th floor in the body training period. At this time, Aunt Rong took back her arm at ease and looked at Chu Zhongshan with appreciation. Young man, good physical quality. Able to bear the impact of huge energy in the body alone, she not only made no sound without pain, but also broke through the 3 layers of the body training period with the help of this energy. Aunt Rong was very satisfied with Chu Zhongshan's potential, savvy, and perseverance. Thank you, Aunt Rong. In the face of Aunt Rong's appreciation, Chu Zhongshan didn't have arrogance and conceit, but got up to thank her. It was only more than 10 days before he broke through the 2nd floor of the training period. Although after the baptism of the challenge and the increased combat awareness of fighting with different opponents, his perception has reached the 3rd level of the body training period. The spiritual power in the Danshan and the hardness and flexibility of the body bones are still some distance from the breakthrough. Chu Zhongshan originally planned to take part in the challenge and look for opportunities to break through the 3rd layer of the physical training period, but he didn't expect that only a small piece of stew would make him successfully break through the 3rd layer of the physical training period, shortening the time of at least 20 days. How can Chu Zhongshan not be grateful for this? Thank you for your personal efforts. I just cooked a meal. She waved her hand, but Aunt Rong didn't ask for credit. Looking at the few pieces of stew left in the jade bowl on the table, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help adding lips. Why, you still want to eat? Chu Zhongshan showed his greedy appearance, and Aunt Rong couldn't help joking. Want to eat but dare not eat. In the face of the delicious stew, Chu Zhongshan, who has tried delicious, can only resent that his cultivation is too low. Wu Fu continues to enjoy the delicious stew. Hee hee, come to me often when you are free. I will prepare different delicacies for you. You can not only enjoy the delicacy, but also improve your cultivation. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan can control his greed, Aunt Rong appreciated the invitation very much. Yes, for Aunt Rong's invitation, Chu Zhongshan just nodded and didn't say much, because he knows that it will be difficult to come back here in a short time after qualifying. Brother Chu, congratulations, you have also broken through the realm. After consolidating the state after the breakthrough, Lan Linger opened his eyes and saw the Chu Zhongshan who had broken through the 3rd floor of the body training period. He couldn't help but say congratulations with joy. Congratulations! Zai Linger, you barely broke through the 4th floor of the body training period with my help. At this time, your foundation is very unstable, so I hope you can return to peace of mind and practice for a period of time. After Lan Linger and Chu Zhongshan congratulated each other, Aunt Rong, who had observed Lan Linger's breakthrough, specially told him, Aunt Rong, I managed to escape from home. If I go back now, it will be difficult to get out in the future with the old man's character. Hearing that Aunt Rong asked her to return to the family to practice, Lan Linger was not happy at once. In the past few days, she has seen a lot of things outside that she can't see at home and made a lot of friends, so she really doesn't want to go back. No, if you want to make your foundation stronger and not affect the future breakthrough, you must return to the family now and consolidate your foundation with the help of the family's secret place. Of course, if you don't want to go back, I can only take you back myself. Aunt Rong's unquestionable attitude made Lan Linger immediately pull down her face, because she is too familiar with Aunt Rong's character and knows that she is a master of one word. As long as it is what she decides, no one can change her attention. Even her overbearing father can't change Aunt Rong's idea. Depressed Lan Linger turned her head and just saw Chu Zhongshan sitting on the side. She immediately thought about it and begged in a bad tone, Aunt Rong, can I invite Chu Zhongshan to come home? This. Inviting a friend to sit at home, especially this friend, is very excellent. He is likely to be a peerless strong man who will affect the international situation in the future. It would have been a gratifying thing. However, Lan Linger is a girl, a big yellow flower girl who has not been out of the cabinet. It gives people a strange feeling to boldly invite a young man of the same age to come to the door. Miss Lan, I'm afraid I can only live up to your kindness, because I'll still participate in the qualifying tomorrow and can't go home with you. In terms of cultivation, he may not be as good as Aunt Rong and Lan Linger, but he is better at dealing with human accidents. Don't say that he will participate in qualifying tomorrow. Even if he doesn't have anything tomorrow, he can't rashly accept Lan Linger's invitation. Because this matter is neither easy to hear nor easy to say, Chu Zhongshan immediately found a reason to refuse. You are one of the defenders of the 33 challenge arena during the physical training period. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan said he would participate in the qualifying tomorrow, Lan Linger was surprised. You know, her biggest wish to sneak out of the family this time is to participate in the competition of the state of physical training and become the champion of a challenge arena. Unfortunately, when she just delivered the spirit stone and planned to receive the competition token, she was recognized by the staff there, resulting in her failure to participate in the challenge. The champion of number 9 challenge arena in the early stage of physical training. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan affirmed her idea. Oh, what a pity. After being confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, Lan Linger was very sorry about the will. I don't know if she is a pity that she didn't become the champion of a challenge arena. It's a pity that Chu Zhongshan can't return to the family with her. Young man, next I'll take Lan Linger back. If you have nothing to do, you can stay here and help me look at the shop. Seeing Lan Linger's low will, Aunt Rong knew that this was not good for her next consolidation, and she was more eager to send her back. Good. Zhangchu has no place to go. It's in the heart of Chu Zhongshan to stay here for a night. Of course he'd like to. Okay. If there are guests in the store, don't care about anything and don't ask more. Reaching out to catch Lan Linger, Aunt Rong told her before she left. Nodded, Chu Zhongshanmu sent Aunt Rong and Lan Linger, who was unwilling to leave, disappeared into the tavern. Since he can absorb the spiritual cultivation of heaven and earth, sleep is basically replaced by cultivation. Unless he consumes too much physical and mental energy, he will recover through sleep. At this moment, he just broke through the 3rd floor of the physical training period and was in the best state. Chu Zhongshan chose a chair in the corner of the tavern and leaned there to feel the power after the breakthrough. As for the strange man in the tavern, he hasn't said anything since he followed Lan Linger into the tavern, and Aunt Rong hasn't paid attention to him. Maybe there's a special story in it. Chu Zhongshan didn't bother to pay attention to him, as long as he didn't interfere with himself. Boy, as long as you can get Lan Linger, you can travel across the south without fear of anyone. When Chu Zhongshan felt the change of power after the breakthrough, the strange man who had been silent suddenly said. He looked up at the strange man. Chu Zhongshan didn't say much. He bowed his head and continued to feel the power after the breakthrough. Boy, you don't know the origin of Lan Linger, so you're indifferent. If you know her real origin, you'll regret not accepting her invitation today. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan ignored himself, the strange man continued to say in a strange way. Elder, as the saying goes, it's better to rely on oneself than relying on heaven and earth. Chu Zhongshan has suffered a little more in his life. It's up to him to stand up again so Elder doesn't have to tempt me. Hey, boy, you have backbone. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's heroic words, the strange man sneered, and his tone was full of irony. The reason why Chu Zhongshan promised to let his aunt stay in the tavern was that the night in Purgatory City was more dangerous. At this time, he was penniless. If he was alone, he might be in danger at any time. Second, the environment in the tavern is relatively quiet, which is suitable for feeling the power after the breakthrough with the help of the environment here. However, now the tranquility is broken by the strange people in the tavern. Chu Zhongshan frowned at the strange people, then stood up and planned to enter the tavern to avoid the harassment of the strange people for the time being. Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. Mrs. Rong looks forthright and generous. In fact, she is a small-bellied man. If you dare to break into her backyard, you will bear the consequences. Seeing Chu Zhongshan going to the backyard, the strange man quickly reminded him. The reminder of the strange man stopped Chu Zhongshan. The thought of a small piece of stew just now made him break through a small realm. He couldn't help but want to let his aunt's terrible strength, so he had to reluctantly return to the tables and chairs in the corner. Boy, have your elders taught you to respect the elderly outside? Seeing Chu Zhongshan returning to the corner, he still didn't intend to pay attention to him, and the strange man couldn't help criticizing him. Of course, seniors and juniors respect the old man, but the premise is that the old man deserves respect. Seeing the strange butterfly endlessly, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sarcastic way. Hey, of course I'm worth your respect. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's sarcasm, the strange man smiled and then disappeared into the pub. However, from beginning to end, from inside to outside, he carefully checked it 3 or 4 times, and Chu Zhongshan didn't find anything suspicious. Then he completely gave up the idea of finding out what was suspicious. Because he never found out how the strange man left the tavern, Chu Zhongshan knew that the strange man's cultivation was high and frightening. You can't understand the behavior of this peerless strong man. If he deliberately leaves something on you, I'm afraid he can't find it with your current strength. Chu Zhongshan can only give up temporarily. Originally, he wanted to wait for Aunt Rong to come back and ask her to check for herself to see what hidden dangers the strange man left on him, but he didn't see Aunt Rong back until the next morning. At this time, Chu Zhongshan can't wait any longer, because another hour is the start time of qualifying. In desperation, Chu Zhongshan had to leave a note to explain the situation and left the tavern. In the south of Purgatory City, there are 99 challenge platforms. Chu Zhongshan appeared on time on the number 9 challenge arena at the beginning of the physical training period, and Lu Yuan and other 10 challenge masters had already arrived. Brother Chu, the secret place is like an organic fate. Can you and I join hands? After Chu Zhongshan boarded Challenge Arena 9, Lu Yuan, the leader of Challenge Arena 10, took the initiative to invite him. It's my honor to join hands with Brother Lu. Chu Zhongshan didn't hesitate about Lu Yuan's invitation and nodded directly. Because he only learned from Lan Linger that the competition place of qualifying is a secret place. Chu Zhongshan doesn't know what kind of dangers and opportunities there are in the secret place. If we can join hands with Lu Yuan, who has the same strength and extraordinary origin, we will greatly improve our success, whether it is to wander through the secret territory, deal with danger and seize opportunities. What's more, we need to know the specific situation of the secret territory from Lu Yuanku. Hearing Lu Yuan's initiative to invite Chu Zhongshan to join hands, Chu Zhongshan readily agreed. The remaining 9 challenge masters showed envy and jealousy on their faces. In fact, they also want to join hands with Chu Zhongshan and maybe Lu Yuan, but they know very well that swordsmen like Lu Yuan are very arrogant. If they can't win his respect and strength, it's basically a daydream to join hands with him. As for whether we can fight with Chu Zhongshan, if we invite Lu Yuan before he opens his mouth, there may be a possibility of success, but if we open our mouth after Lu Yuan's invitation, we will not succeed and even offend Lu Yuan. With Lu Yuan's strong combat power and deep background, if you offend him at this time, I'm afraid you won't come to a good end if you meet him in the secret land. At 8 o'clock, the voice of the challenge host came over the challenge arena. 99 challengers, first of all, congratulations. After 10 days of continuous challenge, you not only succeeded in becoming the challenger, but also succeeded in defending the challenge. As for the reward of successfully defending the challenge, it will be given to you later. Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the rewards of the competition would be awarded later. At this time, he is short of money and urgently needs a lot of practice resources. Being able to get the competition reward in advance is conducive to his next qualifying. About the challenge held every 5 years in Purgatory City, many challengers have learned more or less in advance, but according to the past practice, I still want to introduce the rules of the ranking competition in detail. The venue of the qualifying match is in a secret place, where 1,000 special black tokens are placed. Your main task is to find these tokens. Finally, the ranking of the qualifying match will be determined by the number of tokens. After the host briefly introduced the rules of qualifying, the scene suddenly quieted down, but the quiet time was not too long. Chu Zhongshan saw wooden boxes falling one after another from the sky. It seems that these wooden boxes falling from the sky are the reward of this challenge. You don't have to reach out to pick it up. Every wooden box in the sky accurately falls on 99 challenge arenas. Without opening it for inspection, Chu Zhongshan directly put the wooden box into the storage bag. At this moment, he is not in Liyan sect, and Chu Zhongshan doesn't have to hide the secret of having a storage bag, because all the 98 challenge masters present belong to storage bags. Just after he put the wooden box into the storage bag, he suddenly felt a slight shaking from the challenge arena under his legs. Then, a strong suction directly acted on him. Before he reacted, he felt dark in front of him, and then appeared in an environment with beautiful scenery and abundant aura. Looking at the environment like a fairyland on earth, Chu Zhongshan felt that his brain was not enough. Is this place like a fairyland in the world, the secret place of this qualifying competition? After waiting in place for about half an hour, Chu Zhongshan didn't find any other players, so he knew that his appearance in the secret place was random. That is, 99 challenge masters appeared in different positions, which made him secretly relieved. You should know that this qualifying competition not only has the challenge masters in the physical training period, but also 33 challenge masters in the 3 stages of Qi transformation period. If you meet these challenge masters in the Qi transformation period at the beginning, let alone whether you can find the token hidden in the secret place, the first thing to consider is security. Although he doesn't know the specific situation of the secret place, he knows that the secret place used for qualifying is completely sealed, and he doesn't know anything outside. If you accidentally die in the secret territory, you will die in vain. Basically, no one will retaliate against you later. Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to find the token, but found an open space with spacious sight, and can find the surrounding conditions at any time, and took out a wooden box from the storage bag. And this wooden box is the reward of this challenge competition. The wooden case is not too big. It is about 80 centimeters high and 1 meter wide. When he opened the wooden box, a pile of spirit stones emitting strong aura came into his eyes. After careful counting, there were 10,000 pieces of lower-level spirit stones of 8 grades. Seeing this 18,000 grade lower-level spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a smile of joy. Although he was often short of lingxi before, he had never been so shy that he couldn't pay the cost of accommodation and almost slept on the street as last night, so he had some unimaginable longing for lingxi at this time. In addition to 10,008 grade lower-level spirit stones in the wooden box, there are 3 Dan bottles with the same style. After opening them one by one, Chu Zhongshan found that the pills in these 3 Dan bottles are the upper-level 9 grade Qi increasing pill, upper-level 9 grade patient pill, and upper-level 9 grade Qi condensing pill that martial artists often use during the body refining period. Chu Zhongshan had all 3 kinds of pills, and there were many items in the storage bag. He was not surprised. In addition to the spirit stone and pill in the wooden box, there's also a yellow high-level martial arts. After opening it, Chu Zhongshan threw it into the wooden box, because this is a high-level martial art of Huang Pin about swordsmanship, which is not suitable for his practice. Put the wooden box back into the storage bag, and then choose a direction to display the primary body method and martial arts. Chu Zhongshan continued to move forward without haste or slow. As for the agreement with Lu Yuan before entering the secret territory, it depends on the next luck and whether we can meet him in a short time. Ow! Because it was a completely strange environment, Chu Zhongshan did not exert all his strength, but maintained a fifth of his usual speed. And in less than half an hour, a roar of an alien animal sounded, so that he had to stop. Looking at the mountain-piercing beast that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chu Zhongshan not only had no fear, but even showed a trace of excitement. The reason why he chose to leave Ligun sect to go out for training was not only to enhance his cultivation, but also to collect the bodies of different animals and inner alchemy. As a result, he can use the corpses of these animals to copy and paste the much-needed pill. Second, the inner alchemy of the beast can exchange sect contribution points, so that he can use these contribution points to use different types of secret places and quickly improve his cultivation. At the same time, you can also use sect contribution points to exchange pills and exotic treasures that can improve your cultivation talent. The lower-level 9-grade mountain-piercing beast is equivalent to the state in the early stage of body refining among human warriors. Although Chu Zhongshan is only the cultivation of the 3rd level in the body refining period, his real combat power has reached the peak of the 6th level in the Qi refining period. If he cooperated with the potential, his combat power reached the peak of 7 layers in the terrible body training period. Therefore, when facing the lower-level 9-grade mountain-piercing beast, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly used the first martial arts saber technique in the scorching sun and cut off the head of the mountain-piercing beast with one move. First, the mountain-piercing beast was opened, and its inner pill was taken out. Chu Zhongshan put his left hand on the body and began to use the body of the mountain-piercing beast to copy the condensate pill and bone-washing pill. Although the corpses of 9 different animals can be exchanged for sect contribution points, Chu Zhongshan has only 10 cubic meters of storage bag space, and there are not many things that can be stored. The corpses of animals below grade 8 are very large. In order to avoid the space occupied by the corpses of animals, he can only use the corpses to copy and paste pills. Since both congealing chi pills and bone-washing pills belong to the top level 9 pills, and the most precious inner pill of the mountain-piercing beast was collected by Chu Zhongshan, the rest of the body contains little energy. Only 3 congealing chi pills and 3 bone-washing pills were copied, and the whole body turned into a pile of powder. Put away the congealing chi pill and bone-washing pill, and Chu Zhongshan continued to move forward. There are strange animals in the secret territory. Chu Zhongshan plans to hunt and kill Jiupin's strange animals and collect enough strange animal bodies and inner alchemy. As for the token that can determine the final ranking, he doesn't expect much. Because there were 55 stronger players than him in this qualifying, he didn't put much pressure on himself when he participated in the qualifying. It's good to be at the top, but it doesn't matter to be at the bottom. Not long after moving forward, Chu Zhongshan found another Scorching Sun Tiger whose strength reached the lower level 9 grades. Looking at the roaring Scorching Sun Tiger, Chu Zhongshan picked up his mouth slightly. I saw him flash slightly, and the whole person disappeared in place. 10 meters away from where he just stood, a figure quickly emerged, and the emerging figure waved a steel knife and directly attacked the head of the Scorching Sun Tiger with a move of burning breath. Roar. Facing the sudden attack of the steel knife, the Scorching Sun Tiger roared. Then, the whole body jumped 3 meters directly in the air and easily avoided the killing blow of Chu Zhongshan. After that, the sharp melon directly grabbed Chu Zhongshan's head. Seeing that the Scorching Sun Tiger not only succeeded in avoiding his inevitable move, but also could take advantage of the situation to fight back, Chu Zhongshan secretly scolded the animal. Outside of being cunning, the whole person leaned back, and the homeopathic steel knife directly attacked the Scorching Sun Tiger's soft abdomen from bottom to top. The Scorching Sun Tiger in mid-air has no leverage point and can't change its body posture. When facing the downward-upward move of Chu Zhongshan, it can't dodge at all and is directly ripped open. Looking at the Scorching Sun Tiger flowing out of all the internal organs, Chu Zhongshan wiped the sweat in front of his forehead. At the same time, he began to reflect on himself. Since he mastered the means of chi transformation period, he was too confident and thought that the opponent with the same level could be solved with one move of knife. It seems that in the future, when facing opponents with the same level, we must be vigilant. We should not only be accurate and ruthless, but also reserve enough defense strength. After self-reflection, Chu Zhongshan inserted a steel knife into his back and began to bend over to collect the internal elixir of the Scorching Sun Tiger. At the same time, he began to copy and paste the elixir with the body of the Scorching Sun Tiger. Although the Scorching Sun Tiger is also an exotic beast of the lower level, because its blood is more noble than the mountain-piercing beast, and the body contains more energy, it turns into powder after copying and pasting 5 condensing chi pills and 4 bone-washing pills. When the body of the burning Sun Tiger was completely turned into powder, Chu Zhongshan planned to get up and leave. At this time, a clear wind blew away the powder turned into by the body of the burning Sun Tiger, revealing a black token the size of a baby's palm under the powder. Looking at the black token on the ground, Chu Zhongshan showed a look of consternation on his face. In the second round of qualifying of Purgatory City Challenge, the final ranking is determined by the number of black tokens collected. Because Chu Zhongshan himself didn't expect the results of this qualifying match, he didn't deliberately look for these black tokens, but what he didn't think of was, if he deliberately carried the tree, he didn't succeed, and inadvertently inserted Liu Chengmeng. Not expecting the final ranking does not mean that Chu Zhongshan gave up completely, so he bent over and picked up the black token on the ground. After a careful look, he found that the black token was the token that decided this qualifying match. He just wondered how the black token appeared in the body of the Scorching Sun Tiger. I really can't figure out why. Chu Zhongshan gave up the act of wasting brain cells and planned to put the black token into the storage bag. However, when he wanted to put the token into the storage bag, he was surprised to find that the token could not be put into the storage bag, so he couldn't help feeling very depressed. Needless to think, this must be set by the organizer at all times in order to cause competition among the players. To be more cruel, the high-level officials behind Purgatory City deliberately let 99 challenge masters kill each other. Although Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to cause trouble, he is not afraid of things. If he is asked to take the initiative to compete for the token in other people's hands, he may hesitate, But if others want to take the token originally belonging to him from him, I'm sorry, he will fight back desperately. Unless the cultivation gap between them is too large. There is a blue silk thread on the black token, which is very tough. It seems that this is specially made by the organizer to facilitate the contestants to carry the token. Hang the token around your waist, and Chu Zhongshan moves on. With the combat effectiveness of the 6 layers peak during his physical training period, the number of inner pills in the storage bag has reached nearly 20, and the number of condensate pills and bone washing pills has reached an amazing 100. 100 pieces of condensed chi pills are enough to compress the spiritual power in his elixir field 5 times, and 100 bone washing pills can make him break through the 4th layer of the body training period. In addition to the internal alchemy and elixir of exotic animals, Chu Zhongshan also found several precious medicinal materials of grade 9, which enriched the collection in his storage bag. The only thing that annoyed him was that he didn't meet any contestants, even the challenger in the chi transformation period, during the day and night journey. At this time, he looked at the boundless sky in the distance and began to think about the scope of the secret land in his mind. Tens of kilometers before the trip, I didn't meet any contestants. How big is the scope of this secret place? Kill. When Chu Zhongshan thought about how big the secret place was, so that he didn't meet any player in the secret place all day and night, there was a sudden sound of tearing and killing in his ear, and the sound of tearing and killing was getting closer and closer. Chu Zhongshan was stunned by the unexpected sound of tearing and killing. Then he hurried to find a hiding place to hide temporarily. After only 30 seconds, Chu Zhongshan, hiding in the dark, found that the 2 figures quickly approached the position where he had just stood. A stringent breath, a just breathing, through the gap in the dark, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the 2 sides who were fighting. Later, he was surprised to find that he knew both of the 2 people who were fighting, because the 2 sides who are fighting are the 7th and 8th of the 11 players in the early stage of the physical training period. The strength of the 2 challengers is similar, and the quality of the weapons they use is also the same. As a result, they are on a par with each other. It is difficult to tell the winner in a short time. Chu Zhongshan felt very excited when he suddenly met number 7 and number 8 challengers. To be honest, at this time, he not only tried to find the lower level and 9th level monsters to enrich his collection, but also was eager to find familiar people, hoping to know the specific situation of the secret place through familiar people. If he knew about the secret place before entering it, he wouldn't be like an ant on a hot pot and can't touch his head at all. Chu Zhongshan just stood on a very broad platform, which is very suitable for fighting. Therefore, after the number 7 Challenge Master and number 8 Challenge Master arrived at the platform, they did not immediately transfer the battlefield but fought in situ. Because both of them have the combat power of 2 small realms that surpass their self-knowledge, and their combat power is similar to each other, it is difficult to distinguish the victory and defeat in a short time. Chu Zhongshan is not worried about this, because the qualifying time is 20 days. Now it's only 1 day past. There's still plenty of time left. He has to wait patiently. Wang Suguang, there is not much difference between you and me. If you continue to fight, you will definitely lose too and fear injury. Why don't you and I stop now? After fighting each other for hundreds of rounds, the 2 people's spiritual and physical strength consumed a lot. At this time, the number 8 challenge leader said, "Zhu Lei, you can stop if you want, but you must give me 3 tokens and a black dragon fruit. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to fight twice and be afraid of hurting me." In the face of the intention of challenge leader number 8, challenge leader number 7, Wang Suguang did not give up, and even showed a desperate spirit. Originally, I wanted to wait until number 7 and number 8 challenger came out, but when I heard number 7 challenger Wang Suguang shouting Xuanlongguo, Chu Zhongshan, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't stay. Xuanlong fruit, the spiritual fruit of the top 9 grades, has the attribute of yang and contains the qi of Xuanyang. It is a kind of spiritual fruit that can continuously improve cultivation. For example, if Chu Zhongshan takes Xuanlong fruit, his speed of breaking through the realm will increase by at least 3 times at this stage of the body training period, and will remain until the 10 layers of perfection in the body training period. At the same time, the qi of Xuanyang is a very strange aura. It can not only help the martial arts to accelerate the breakthrough of the realm, but also improve the probability of the martial arts to break through the qi transformation period, which is similar to the effect of the lower level 8 grade Kaiyang fruit. It can be said that although the grade of Xuanlong fruit is only the top 9, its efficacy has reached the rank of 8. For fear that number 8 challenge leader Zhu Lei jumped over the wall and destroyed Xuanlongyuo, Chu Zhongshan had to come out of the dark. "How are you two brothers?" Chu Zhongshan, who came out of the dark, greeted Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei with a smile. Although he kept a smile on his face and tried to be very kind in the eyes of Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei, the smile on Chu Zhongshan's face seemed like a curse, and his face changed greatly one after another. You, why are you here?" Pointing to Chu Zhongshan, who came out of the dark, Zhu Lei was frightened and couldn't even speak neatly. Although Wang Suguang didn't speak, he looked as gloomy as Zhu Lei. If there are other challenge masters at this time, even the middle-level challenge masters in the training period, Wang Bing and Zhu Lei will not be afraid to this extent. Because in the competition, they refused to see Chu Zhongshan's combat power at once, but also saw Chu Zhongshan's amazing speed. They knew that with their strength, they were not Chu Zhongshan's opponents at all, and it was impossible to escape from Chu Zhongshan's men with their speed, so they didn't consider too much time and directly chose to admit their fate. Alas! Faced with Zhu Lei's problem, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing. If he knows the details of the secret place in advance, he may not be here at this time, or he may be looking for treasure in other places. However, after sighing, Chu Zhongshan quickly adjusted his mood. He exposed himself because he had more important things to do. "Brother Zhu, I just heard from Brother Wang that you have Xuanlong fruit in your hand. I don't know if you can give up your love and lend one to my younger brother," Chu Zhongshan said in a deliberative tone. At the same time, for fear that Zhu Lei might disagree, he patted his chest and promised. "Brother Zhu, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who borrows money and doesn't pay it back. I'm sure I'll double return Xuanlongyuo in the future." Chu Zhongshan's guarantee is not empty words but the truth. As long as he gets Xuanyang fruit, he is sure to improve his cultivation to a higher level in the body refining period within half a year. If opportunities continue, it may even be promoted to the peak of the training period. At that time, with his cultivation, it will not be very difficult to copy Xuanlongyuo. Brother Chu joked. How can a small martial arts player like Xuanlongyuo have such top spiritual fruit? Although Chu Zhongshan promised to return it, how could Zhu Lei believe it? And how could Xuanlongyuo be easily sent out because of Chu Zhongshan's words? Really? Seeing Zhu Lei's denial that he owned Xuanlongyuo, Chu Zhongshan, who had kept a smiling face, immediately pulled down his face and asked in a sneer. Hey. Chu Zhongshan sneered with a gloomy face when Zhu Lei denied that he had the superior 9-grade Xuanlongyuo. Brother Chu, Xuanlongyuo is still the top-level Jiupin Lingguo, which contains the mysterious gas of Xuanyang, and its living environment is very harsh. How can I get this kind of anti-heaven Lingguo? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's face darkening, Zhu Lei quickly explained with a smile. Brother Zhu, since you don't propose a toast and have to eat a fine wine, don't blame me for being cruel. Chu Zhongshan is not the villain who forcibly seizes luxury, nor is he a good man who resolutely gives up when he sees the benefits. In order to quickly improve his strength and realize his wishes, if he is soft, he should be hard. With a fierce threat, Chu Zhongshan directly lifted the steel knife, took the lead in casting his startling legs, rushed directly in front of Zhu Lei in a lightning-fast manner, and then took his head in the scorching sun. Chu Zhongshan's sword technique is really powerful. Zhu Lei, who has witnessed the fight between him and Lu Yuan, knows very well that it can't be his opponent by fighting hard with his own strength. So Zhu Lei speeds up and retreats, tries his best to avoid the knife style, and asks Wang Suguang for help. Brother Wang, if you can save me once, I will not only give you 3 tokens afterwards, but also give you 30,000 pieces of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones and 300 pieces of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones, as well as the elixir to improve your cultivation behavior. Chu Zhongshan just used the saber technique to frighten Zhu Lei and make him surrender Xuanlongyuo obediently. He didn't mean to hurt him, so the saber technique only contained 50% of his accomplishments, and the attack speed was not very fast, leaving him enough time to consider. However, after hearing all the benefits he gave to Wang Suguang, he was immediately shocked by these wealth. 30,000 8-grade lower-level spirit stones and 307 grade middle-level spirit stones. Such a huge amount of spirit stones attracted Chu Zhongshan's greedy heart and forced him to hurt. Moreover, since we have planned to rob Xuanlongyuo, that is to say, we have offended Zhu Qiang. Since we have offended him, we might as well offend him completely and plunder his wealth directly. directly increase the power of the scorching sun to 80% and start to accelerate the attack speed. The powerful knife directly cuts Zhu Qiang's head. Standing aside, Wang Suguang couldn't help but want to help after hearing the benefits promised by Zhu Qiang. However, seeing that Chu Zhongshan suddenly increased the power of the saber technique, he was immediately startled by the burning breath contained in the steel knife. At this time, he not only didn't help Zhu Qiang, but deliberately distanced himself, a gesture that I would never do. Originally, he was not Chu Zhongshan's opponent. Wang Suguang, who could help him, showed his hands and watched. Zhu Qiang knew he was not Chu Zhongshan's opponent. Moreover, after feeling that Chu Zhongshan deliberately improved the power of the saber technique, he was scared and hurried to beg for mercy. "Brother Chu, I'm willing to hand over Xuanlong fruit. Please show mercy." It's late. Now that he has decided to rob Zhu Qiang of all his wealth, the best way is to force him to be desperate and take the initiative to offer all his wealth. "Brother Chu, everything on me is yours except Xuanlong Guo." Seeing the steel knife emitting a scorching smell getting closer and closer to his head, Zhu Qiang shouted with a pale face. Zhu Qiang is not a fool, but very smart. Chu Zhongshan's originally weak blade instantly increased its power, and the attack speed soared. He must have heard the benefits he promised Wang Suguang, which caused his greed. At this time, he regretted it. If you knew you would hand over the Xuanlong fruit at the beginning, you would only lose a spiritual fruit, and most of the wealth in the storage bag can still be retained. All wealth. The steel knife stayed directly on Zhu Qiang's head. Chu Zhongshan asked coldly. "Yes, all the wealth." Feeling the chill from the sharp steel knife, Zhu Qiang nodded and admitted while taking out the storage bag. "If you knew what to do, why did you have to do it?" Reaching for the storage bag handed by Zhu Qiang, Chu Zhongshan's cold look eased up immediately. "Brother Chu, since you have taken the storage bag, I wonder if I can leave." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's cold face ease down, Zhu Lei asks carefully. "No hurry," he shook his head. Chu Zhongshan didn't agree to let Zhu Lei leave. Chu Zhongshan wanted to know the details of the secret place through him and Wang Suguang. Mayan ran around like a headless fly when he first entered the secret place. "Brother Chu, I don't know what else you want." Seeing Chu Zhongshan still refuses to let him go, Zhu Lei's face is very ugly. "Brother Wang, the play is over. Should you come here?" Ignoring Zhu Lei, Chu Zhongshan's eyes turned to Wang Suguang standing not far away. "Hee, Brother Chu is joking." Hearing Chu Zhongshan's sarcastic remarks, Wang Suguang smiled and immediately went to Chu Zhongshan. "Two brothers, next, I have one thing I need you to solve, so I hope you can answer truthfully." While patting the steel knife in his hand, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be kind and said, "If Brother Chu has any doubts, just say that as long as he knows, he will tell the truth." Just now Chu Zhongshan said that he would turn his face. Wang Suguang saw Chu Zhongshan's sinister and changeable character. In order to avoid irritating Chu Zhongshan, he quickly flattered him. "My younger brother originally went to Purgatory City to practice with his elders and temporarily participated in the challenge and qualifying, so I'm not sure about the rules here and the specific situation of this secret place. I hope the two brothers can explain it to me in detail." Robbing Zhu Lei of all his wealth has completely offended him, and from Zhu Lei's ability to have such a large amount of wealth, we know that he is definitely not an ordinary person, and the power behind him must be stronger than the Chu family. In order to avoid retaliation in the future, Chu Zhongshan wants to cut down the roots. But before cutting down the roots, he must ensure that things are done cleanly, which is why he needs to know the situation of the secret place. Because only after we really understand the details of the secret place can we finally decide whether to do it or not. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan just wanted to know about the secret place, Wang Suguang and Zhu Leidan were relieved. Because Zhu Lei was robbed by Chu Zhongshan, he resented Chu Zhongshan at this time and didn't want to face Chu Zhongshan too much. So Wang Suguang took over the topic and explained the situation of the secret place to him in detail. In fact, Wang Suguang doesn't know much about the specific origin of this secret place, because the power behind him is only a Liupin aristocratic family, which belongs to a medium-sized family in the southern region. According to Wang Suguang, the secret place owned by Purgatory City has existed for a long time. Since the challenge was held in Purgatory City, the second round of qualifying was held in the secret place. Because the high-level people behind the scenes of Purgatory City want to completely master this secret place, and then use this secret place to improve the overall strength of Purgatory City and make Purgatory City the 10th largest force in the southern region. However, After dozens of experiments, the high-level people behind Purgatory City found that there was a powerful restriction in the secret territory, which only allowed martial artists below the Qi transformation period to enter. If the cultivation goes beyond the Qi transformation period and enters the secret realm, there is only one consequence, that is, it is inexplicably smashed by lightning. For this reason, Purgatory City has lost at least dozens of top experts above the Qi C period, and even 2 peerless strongmen in the spirit period. Although the martial arts practitioners with the cultivation level below the gas period can enter the secret territory safely, there are many crises in the secret territory. They not only have a large number of powerful monsters, but also have some natural forbidden areas, resulting in heavy losses for the martial arts practitioners who enter the secret territory. Although the strength of the high level behind the scenes of Purgatory City is very strong, Purgatory City is only a city after all, and the population is very rare compared with the whole southern region. In order to avoid excessive loss of Purgatory City's strength, this is why they hold a challenge to the whole southern region every 5 years. Although there are many crises in the secret territory, there are countless opportunities inside. Because the secret place not only has countless natural materials and treasures, but also has many opportunities against the sky. That's why many talents are willing to participate in qualifying even though they know that the secret place is full of dangers. At the same time, through Wang Suguang's explanation, Chu Zhongshan knew that the secret place was completely closed. It was impossible for the outside to know anything that happened inside. At this time, he had made up his mind. "Brother Wang, do you have a detailed map of this secret place?" Now that he knows the details of the secret place, Chu Zhongshan also wants to know the detailed road map of 30% of the excavated land. If he has this detailed circuit diagram, then he can find opportunities according to the circuit diagram and avoid those masters in the Qi transformation period and high-level monsters in the secret territory in advance. "Brother Chu, there must be a detailed circuit diagram in Brother Zhu's storage bag, so you don't have to ask me for it at all." Pointing to the storage bag in Chu Zhongshan's hand, Wang Suguang said with a smile. Really? The consciousness connected with the storage bag, and Chu Zhongshan soon saw the space in the storage bag and the things in the space. Then he was startled by the wealth placed in the storage bag. Fortunately, he knew that this was not the time to check wealth and forcibly suppress his inner ecstasy. Chu Zhongshan began to look for items related to the circuit diagram. At this time, Wang Suguang suddenly winked at Zhu Lei. Then they retreated quietly. After retreating for 3 meters, they exercised their martial arts skills at the same time and tried their best to flee to different aspects. Looking at Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei who were about to flee, Chu Zhongshan showed a sneer on his face. Now that he has decided to kill people, how can Chu Zhongshan not prevent them from escaping in advance? Although his consciousness communicated with the storage bag, he still kept most of his attention on the 2 people, so when they quietly stepped back, Chu Zhongshan found out and prepared in advance. Seeing that Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei were more than 5 meters away from him, Chu Zhongshan did not delay at all. A momentum like heavenly power rose directly from him and quickly shrouded the area of 15 meters. Since breaking through the physical training period, the strength of Chu Zhongshan has soared. Even there has been no progress, and its power has been nearly doubled. Originally, it can only cover the range of 10 meters, but now it has been extended to 15 meters. It was supposed to improve the speed to use the body method and martial arts, but under the shadow of the potential, Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei felt like they were suddenly trapped in the swamp and couldn't move a step. Seeing Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei covered by the potential cage, Chu Zhongshan didn't hesitate. He held a steel knife and didn't show any martial arts skills. He directly used the cutting and cutting methods of the basic knife method to split Wang Suguang in half and cut off Zhu Lei's head at the same time. Bending over, he picked up Wang Suguang's storage bag and 3 black tokens hanging around Zhu Lei's waist. Chu Zhongshan took back the momentum and observed the situation around him. When he found no one around, he took Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei's bodies and ran directly to the dense forest ahead. After finding a Shippen medium-level beast, Chu Zhongshan quietly put down the bodies of the 2 people and made a sound to disturb the Shippen medium-level beast. When the Shippen medium-level beast began to swallow the bodies of the 2 people, Chu Zhongshan quietly left. Although the secret territory is completely closed, there are more than 90 other challengers in the secret territory after all. He is worried that in case someone suspects him through the wound of the body, which will lead to unnecessary revenge, so he must clean up all traces. After finding a relatively hidden place, Chu Zhongshan took out the storage bags of Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei. Looking at the two storage bags in his hand, Chu Zhongshan secretly congratulated himself that he had not listened to Jiao and Zhen's words and used precious sect contribution points to exchange for storage bags. Otherwise, he must have wasted 5 sectarian contributions. Just now, because Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei were present, he just checked Zhu Lei's storage bag in general, but didn't check the contents carefully. At this time, he has free time. How can he not check it carefully? After reconnecting with the storage bag, and conscious of entering the storage bag, he was shocked by the space and wealth inside. The storage bag used by Zhu Lei has a space of more than 30 cubic meters, which is at least 3 times larger than the storage bag he currently uses. In the storage bag, there are 5 large boxes about 1.5 meters long and 1 meter high. Use consciousness to take out one box in the storage bag. After opening, a thick aura of heaven and earth came to his face, and a box full of spirit stones came into his eyes. Without careful observation, Chu Zhang can see at a glance that the spirit stone in the box is the lower-level spirit stone of the 8th grade, and the number reaches 10,000. Quickly took out the remaining 4 boxes in the storage bag and opened them all. I found that each box was full of 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones. There are 10,000 pieces of 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones in one box, and 50,000 pieces of 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones in 5 boxes. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, because he has never seen such a large number of spirit stones since he crossed. Forced to suppress his inner ecstasy, Chu Zhongshan put away 5 boxes and continued to check the treasures in the storage bag. In addition to 5 boxes, there are 3 smaller boxes in the storage bag. Thinking of the 307-grade medium-level spirit stones that Zhu Lei promised Wang Suguang, Chu Zhongshan opened 3 boxes with great expectation. Then a strong aura of heaven and earth washed his body and consciousness, giving him a sudden boost of spirit. After careful counting, it was found that the number of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones in each box was 1,000, that is to say, the number of 7-grade spirit stones in 3 boxes reached an amazing 3,000. Chu Zhongshan forced himself to withdraw his consciousness from the storage bag and quickly took a few deep breaths to calm his boiling heart. 70,000 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones and 3,007-grade middle-level spirit stones are the first time Chu Zhongshan has seen such a large number of spirit stones since he began to practice again, and these spirit stones belong to him. It's strange that he's not excited at this time. Of course, Chu Zhongshan didn't care about his gaffe. Because when he was working as a programmer before crossing, a colleague who had a good relationship accidentally won a $5 million lottery ticket and fainted at that time. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't helped, I'm afraid the colleague who has just become a millionaire would have gone to see the King of Hell. When his mood was a little more stable, Chu Zhongshan secretly calculated that with such a large number of spirit stones, he didn't have to worry about the cultivation resources in a short time. At the same time, there is also sufficient energy to copy and paste the medium-level Kippen tubeless pill to complete the promise when leaving the family. When the mood was completely stable, Chu Zhongshan first put 8 boxes into his storage bag, and then realized that he reconnected Zhu Lei's storage bag and began to continue to check the items in the storage bag. More than a dozen pill bottles containing pills were opened one by one. It was found that most of these pills were 9 grades, and the types were pills to improve cultivation and potential, such as Zenki pill, Patient pill, Ninki pill, and bone washing pill. Most of the remaining pills were healing pills. However, there are 2 pills that surprised Chu Zhongshan. One of the pills is called Kainti pill, which is a kind of pill for strengthening the body and enhancing the strength of the body. The second pill is called soft pill, which is also a top-level 9-grade pill. It is a pill used to improve the flexibility of the body. The first 3 layers act on the bones in the body, and the middle 3 layers act on the body. And Kainti pill and soft pill are the best pills suitable for this realm, and their efficacy is similar to Zieg pill. Chu Zhongshan was worried about the next practice after he had broken through the 3rd floor of the physical training period. Because if you want to continue to maintain the speed of breaking through the realm quickly, in addition to sufficient heaven and earth aura and the perception of the realm, You also need the assistance of a large number of pills. But he didn't have any pills that could assist him in the middle stage of physical training. At this time, he accidentally found strong body pill and soft pill, which immediately dissipated his worries and filled him with confidence in the next practice. Pour out the pills in the 2 pills bottles, count them, and find that there are 18 pills in the 2 pills bottles. Although the 18 strong body pills and soft pill are not enough to support him to break through the realm, for Chu Zhongshan, only 1 pill means that he has countless pills. Classify the strong body pill and soft pill together, place them in a conspicuous place in their storage bag, and then continue to check the treasures in Zhu Qiang's storage bag. When his consciousness swept to the corner of the storage bag, a wooden box with a strange smell caught his attention. Connect the wooden box and take it out of the storage bag. After opening the lid of the wooden box, a strong fragrance came to my face, accompanied by a burning smell. Top-grade Jiupin Xuanlong fruit. Looking at a mango-shaped fruit in the wooden box, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help muttering. Although he finally decided to rob Zhu Lei, because he heard Wang Suguang say that Zhu Lei had Xuanlong fruit, he always had doubts that the spiritual fruit in Zhu Lei's hand was probably not Xuanlong fruit, but a spiritual fruit of the same type as Xuanlong fruit. Although the level of Xuanlong fruit is only the upper level 9 grades, its effect is not weaker than the 8 grades of Lingguo at all, just because its effect is only effective for martial artists in the body refining period, so it is listed in the 9 grades. At the same time, the conditions for the growth of Xuanlong fruit are very harsh. Only around the corpse of a real dragon blood beast, with a grade of more than 8, and containing fire attribute in the body can Xuanlongguo grow. Moreover, Xuanlongguo has grown for 100 years, and its maturity period is only 5 minutes. If it cannot be picked within 5 minutes of maturity and placed in a special wooden box, the Xuanlong fruit will turn into a mass of Xuanyang qi and dissipate in the air. Reach out and take out the Xuanlong fruit in the wooden box. Chu Zhongshan didn't take it immediately, but took out hundreds of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, and then started the replication program. The reason why Chu Zhongshan copied Xuanlong fruit was not that he wanted to take more Xuanlong fruit. Because Xuanlong fruit is different from other spiritual fruits, only taking the first Xuanlong fruit can have an effect. If taking the second Xuanlong fruit, it will not have the slightest effect. Even the gas of Xuanyang contained in the second Xuanlong fruit will conflict with the gas of Xuanyang in the first Xuanlong fruit, resulting in its effect not only weakening, but even damaging the foundation. The reason why he started the copy program is that he is only in the cultivation period. Most of his brothers and sisters are in the cultivation period. Chu Zhongshan plans to paste Xuanlong fruit when he has time and sufficient energy, and then find a chance to return it to his family. More importantly, he wanted to give the first Xuanlong fruit to someone, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Should he give it to her? After copying the procedure of Xuanlongguo, Chu Zhongshan not only ignored the remaining 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, but took another 1008-grade lower-level spirit stones from the storage bag and placed them around his body. Meditate and concentrate. When the mood is completely quiet, Chu Zhongshan takes Xuanlongguo. There is no need to chew at all. The Xuanlong fruit in his mouth directly turns into a cloud of Xuanyang qi and enters his body along the esophagus. Then, the Xuanyang qi burst open, and the scattered Xuanyang qi began to integrate into every part of his body. After the Xuanyang qi completely exploded, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly ran the Taixuan Heart Sutra skill to absorb the Xuanyang qi flying around the body and the aura in the spirit stones placed around him. Although the efficacy of Xuanlong fruit has reached the level of 8 grades, its real level is only 9 grades. The gas of Xuanyang contained in the fruit is not too much. In only 5 minutes, the gas of Xuanyang flying around in the body was completely absorbed by Chu Zhongshan. After the Xuanyang qi was completely absorbed, Chu Zhongshan's momentum suddenly increased, and then disappeared. With the help of the Xuanyang qi in the Xuanlong fruit and hundreds of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, Chu Zhongshan not only improved his physical quality, but also improved his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level in the body training period, which is not far from breaking through the 4th level in the body training period. Taking back the suddenly increased momentum, Chu Zhongshan felt the strength of the breakthrough and showed a surprised expression on his face. Originally, because he mastered a trace of means in the qi transformation period in advance, his combat power reached the peak of 6 layers in the body training period, and even fought with ordinary 7 layers in the body training period. If you cooperate with the potential, you can defeat the opponent at the top of the 7 layers in the body training period. At this time, with the help of the Qi of Xunyang in Xunlongguo, his cultivation was not only promoted to the 3-level peak of the body training period, but also his combat power was fully improved to a small level. In other words, even if he doesn't match the power of the potential, he can defeat the opponent at the top of the 7 layers in the body training period only by his own strength. Of course, this comparison is only aimed at ordinary martial artists. For example, 96 challenge masters in the secret territory are all talents who can challenge higher levels. Compared with them, the combat power of Chu Zhongshan should be reduced by at least 2 to 3 small realms. Because it was only a small promotion, it didn't take Chu Zhongshan long to consolidate the cultivation after the breakthrough. After consolidating his accomplishments, Chu Zhongshan didn't get up and leave immediately, but continued to check the items in Zhu Lei's storage bag. Because Zhu Lei's cultivation is also a primary martial artist in the physical training period, except that Xunlongguo is more precious, most of the rest in the storage bag are resources suitable for this stage. Chu Zhongshan didn't find any treasure that surprised him. In addition to Zhu Lei's storage bag, Wang Suguang, who has the same cultivation as him, also has a storage bag. However, compared with the huge space and wealth in Zhu Lei's storage bag, the items in Wang Suguang's storage bag are much worse in both quantity and quality. There are only more than 17,000 lower-level spirit stones of the 8th grade, and only a pitiful more than 100 middle-level spirit stones of the 7th grade. The rest are Zengqi pill and Papin pill for improving cultivation, as well as condensate pill for improving potential. Fortunately, there is a circuit diagram about the secret place in Wang Suguang's storage bag, which eases his originally lost state of mind. Comparing the circuit diagrams found in Zhu Lei's storage bag, Chu Zhongshan found that the 2 circuit diagrams were basically the same. The only difference is that Zhu Lei's circuit diagram is more detailed and accurate. Chu Zhongshan didn't know much about the storage bag, which is a kind of spiritual tool in space. Chu Zhongshan was worried about the special beauty in their storage bag, so in order not to cause necessary trouble, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to give up and lose these 2 precious storage bags. He reluctantly gave up his love and threw away his storage bag. Chu Zhongshan began to move towards the depths of the secret territory. At the same time, according to the instructions of the circuit diagram, he tried to choose the range of the next level 9 exotic animals. For one thing, he can continue to hunt and kill the 9 lower-level monsters, accelerate the mastery of power after the breakthrough, copy and paste pills with the corpses of monsters, and collect internal pills in exchange for sect contribution points. Second, the range of the lower-level 9-grade exotic animals basically does not appear as a challenge leader in the body refining period, high-level and chi melting period, which can ensure his own safety. As he continued to go deep into the secret realm, Chu Zhongshan gradually found the figure of other contestants, and even once he saw a champion whose cultivation reached the realm of chi melting period. In order to avoid meeting with these masters whose accomplishments exceed his, it is helpless to choose the scope of the lower-level 9-grade exotic animals. Cut. After cutting off the beast's head with a move of Huang Pin's medium-level knife technique, Chu Zhongshan held a steel knife. The tip of the knife touched the ground and gasped heavily. Although he moves forward according to the signs on the circuit diagram, as he goes deep into the secret territory, the lower-level 9-level monsters appear less and less, while the probability of medium-level and high-level 9-level monsters appears higher and higher. The blustery wolf he just killed has reached the peak of the medium-level 9-grade exotic beast. Its strength is almost equivalent to the cultivation of the 7-level peak of the human warrior during the body training period. Except for the final card, he has almost used all his strength. Looking at the fallen wolf, Chu Zhongshan quickly took out his inner pill. However, he did not copy and paste the pill with the body of the Gale wolf for the time being, but chose a very strong tree, rushed to the top of the tree, and began to recover his consumed spiritual and physical strength. After spending half an hour, Chu Zhong Genius recovered the consumed spiritual power, but his physical strength was not so easy to recover. At this time, he was only 80% of his peak period. After finishing his work, Chu Zhongshan had planned to go down the tree and copy the hardware pill and software pill with the body of the winged wolf. However, just as he got up, he squatted back immediately. Because the super sixth sense gave him a glimmer of vigilance, as if danger was approaching. In order to avoid being discovered, Chu Zhongshan not only squatted down again, but also covered his figure with prosperous leaves around. Before long, a young man dressed in light yellow clothes, handsome and extraordinary temperament, aged about 18 or 19, appeared next to the body of the Gale wolf. The young man who suddenly appeared looked around warily. When he found that there was no one around, he bent over to check the wound on the body of the fast-winged wolf. Chu Zhongshan, hiding in the leaves, took back the sword breath more and tried to ensure that he didn't leak a trace of breath. Because this young man just appeared, his cultivation has reached the 10 levels of perfection in the physical training period. At the same time, his spirit is restrained. It is obvious that he is also an expert who can challenge higher levels. It seems that there is a young master with a knife in this qualifying match. Through the wound on the wolf's body, the young man said solemnly. But when he saw the wound cut on the wolf's lower abdomen, he couldn't help but burst into foul language. Shit, this boy is so cruel that he doesn't leave me the inner pill of the wind wolf. If I find out who took the inner pill of the wind wolf, I'll let him enjoy my means. Looking at the wound of the wolf's lower abdomen, the young man gnashed his teeth and cursed. Chu Zhongshan, hiding in the leaves, saw that the young man was very concerned about the inner alchemy of the wind wolf, and a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Compared with the large number and race of exotic animals, the wind wolf is only a very common exotic animal. If it can't have the characteristics of wind, I'm afraid it will have a lower position in the alien herd. Such a monster is very common, and the price in the market is not too high. How can this young master care so much about the inner alchemy of the wind wolf? What's more, Chu Zhongshan is not the first time to hunt and kill the Gale wolf. Years later, in the endless forest refining, he killed at least 3 10-grade Gale wolves. Needon and the corpse were used to copy and paste pills. Seeing that Needon of the wind wolf was taken away, the young man didn't stay in place but scolded and left. However, Chu Zhongshan, who was hiding in the leaves, did not go down immediately. Instead, he hid in the leaves for nearly half an hour. After making sure that the young master would not return, he quietly left the leaves. Chu Zhongshan didn't copy and paste the pill with the body of Gale wolf after he got down the tree, but hurried to leave the scene. Because the corpse of Gale wolf has been placed for such a long time, the strong bloody smell has absorbed many exotic animals. Such an environment is not suitable for him to copy and paste pills. In particular, the spotted cat he just killed, although the grade is only medium level 9, but its strength has reached the peak of 7 levels in the body refining period. With its super speed and abnormal recovery ability, Chu Zhongshan had to use the final card to cut off its head. After collecting his inner pill and using his body, Chu Zhongshan took out the route map again. According to the signs on the route map, he began to gradually stay away from the range of exotic animals and try to choose the route with contestants. Since entering the line where the contestants haunt, Chu Zhongshan placed 4 black tokens in his underwear in order to avoid attracting the attention of those experts. Brother Chu. Just as Chu Zhongshan continued to go deep into the secret realm, the slightly familiar voice in the surprise made him look back and see. Brother Lu. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan found that Lu Yuan, who was almost as strong as him, and invited him to join hands when entering the secret territory, shouted to him. Brother Chu, congratulations. When he came to Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan accidentally found that Chu Zhongshan was already the peak cultivation of the 3rd level during the physical training period. He immediately hugged his fist and congratulated him. Brother Lu, Tongxi. Facing Lu Yuan's congratulations, Chu Zhongshan also congratulated him, because he found that Lu Yuan was also the cultivation of the 3-tier peak during the physical training period. Although his mouth was full of warm congratulations, and his face was full of smiles, Chu Zhongshan's heart fluctuated like a startling wave. You know, the reason why he can improve his cultivation to the 3-level peak in the training period in a short time depends on the second chance. Without Aunt Rong's elaborate stew, he could not break through the 3rd layer of the body refining period in just a few days. Without the assistance of the 9-grade Xuanlong fruit of the upper level, it is impossible for him to improve his cultivation to the 3-level peak in the body training period in a short time. But Lu Yuan, Chu Zhongshan clearly remembered that before entering the secret realm, he was still the cultivation of the second-level peak in the period of physical training. At this time, he only entered the secret realm for 3 days. He not only broke through the 3 levels of physical training period, but also improved his cultivation to the peak. From this point alone, it can be seen that Lu Yuan obtained unimaginable opportunities in the secret territory. Chu Zhongshan's heart is like a surging wave, and Lu Yuan's heart is actually the same. The reason why he was able to get such an amazing promotion in just 3 days is that before entering the secret territory, he learned from the strong man of Huashan's sword sect that there was a spiritual fruit in the secret territory that could improve his cultivation. It was with this spiritual fruit that he reached the top 9 grades, that he could raise his cultivation to the 3-level peak in the body training period in a short time. Chu Zhongshan. I'm afraid he, like himself, is also a disciple from one of the 9 forces. Otherwise, he can't improve his cultivation to the 3-level peak in the physical training period in such a short time. By the way, Brother Lu, I have a question in my heart. Can Brother Lu solve my doubts? Although Lu Yuan is arrogant, as long as he wins his respect and strength, he can gain the treatment of his friends. Brother Chu, if you have anything to say, as long as I know, I will tell you the truth. Lu Yuan nodded directly without any delay. Talk while walking. With a swing of his right hand, Chu Zhongshan motioned to talk while walking. Okay. Lu Yuan and Chu Zhongshan continued to move forward side by side. Brother Lu, this time I came to Purgatory City to practice with my family elders. I didn't know about the challenge in advance and didn't know the specific situation of the secret place, so I hope Brother Lu can explain it for me. Although he learned some basic information about the secret place from Wang Suguang, Chu Zhongshan was worried that Wang Suguang would deceive himself and hoped to enter from Lu Yuan for confirmation. Brother Chu doesn't know the details of the secret place. Lu Yuan opened his eyes in surprise and showed an incredible expression on his face. Originally, he thought that Chu Zhongshan, like himself, was also an elite disciple of the Chu family, one of the 9 forces. He must have received the guidance of his elders in advance, so that he could improve his cultivation to the 3-tier peak of the physical training period in just 3 days. Now it seems that things are not what they think. Chu Zhongshan may have another unique opportunity, and his appreciation of Chu Zhongshan is one more point, so Lu Yuan didn't hide anything and told him the details of the secret place he knew. Through Lu Yuan's introduction and comparison with Wang Suguang, Chu Zhongshan found that Wang Suguang did not deceive himself, and most of the content is true. However, compared with Lu Yuan, who was born in Huashan sword sect, Wang Suguang knows less information. It is true that less than 30% of the secret places owned by Purgatory City have been excavated, and there are indeed fatal restrictions on the strong ones above the gas sea period. However, after tens of thousands of years of reconnaissance and thousands of challenges, the senior management of Purgatory City have a certain understanding of the secret places and know how to make better use of and develop the secret places. At the same time, after Lu Yuan's explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why the black token appeared in the corpse of an alien animal. It turned out that on the day before qualifying, the masters of Purgatory City would capture 1,000 animals with uncertain grades outside, place the black token in the beast, and then send 1,000 animals with uncertain grades to the secret territory through special means. Among the 1,000 exotic animals, the lowest level has 10 lower-level products, and the highest level has reached 8 upper-level products. These strange animals sent to the secret place will find suitable territory in a short time by virtue of their special instinct. The 99 challenge masters who participated in the qualifying competition obtained the black token by hunting and killing these monsters, and developed the secret territory by looking for monsters. Because of this, Chu Zhongshan found that the strength of animals with black tokens was ordinary and powerful, while the strength of animals without black tokens was ordinary. Brother Lu, all monsters have a sense of their own territory, that is to say, 10 kinds of monsters will only stay outside the secret territory, while 8 kinds of monsters will continue to go deep into the secret territory. In that case, junior martial artists like you and me should stay in the scope of the lower-level 9 kinds of monsters, rather than rush in like this. Why? In fact, this is also Chu Zhongshan's biggest doubt in his heart recently. Because according to his cautious and suspicious character, he will never venture into a dangerous place, but he doesn't know what's going on. His heart seems to be out of the control of thought, so he has to continue to go deep into the secret realm. Lu Yuan didn't immediately explain Chu Zhongshan's question. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. When he felt that someone was not far behind, he signaled Chu Zhongshan to speed up. When he got rid of the players behind him, Lu Yuan whispered to Chu Zhongshan why all the challengers would continue to go deep into the secret territory. At the same time, he also explained why he took the initiative to invite Chu Zhongshan to join hands. This special change appears in the upper level 8 different animals and the lower level 7 different circles of the secret territory, and will attract the contestants to approach involuntarily. It is precisely for this reason that the consciousness of the world in the middle of Chu goes deep into the secret territory. The special changes in the secret place are not only a crisis of life and death, but also contain opportunities against the sky. If we can seize this opportunity and finally reap the opportunity, there will be a reborn change for ourselves in the future and even completely change our life. As for the special changes in the secret territory, Lu Yuan did not explain, and Chu Zhongshan did not continue to interrogate. Because with the friendship they had just known, it was rare for Lu Yuan to tell him everything just now. It was impossible to tell him all the secrets. Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan are both extremely talented people who can surpass their 4 small realms. At the same time, they both master the mysterious power potential. Therefore, in the next journey, the two compete with and cooperate with each other. If you encounter a 9-grade monster that you can deal with, the two will consciously compete for who can kill the monster in the shortest time. If they encounter 9 different animals that cannot be dealt with, they will choose to join hands and fight the enemy together. Although they have just begun to cooperate with each other, they seem to be partners who have experienced many times of cooperation, and they cooperate very closely with each other. It is with the cooperation of this kind of heart and soul that ordinary upper-level 9-grade monsters are not the enemy of 2 people. However, after entering the scope of the lower-level 8-grade monsters, Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan began to deliberately avoid the territory of the 8-grade monsters. Although they are geniuses who can challenge beyond the level, their current cultivation is only the early stage of physical training after all. The 8th-grade strange beast is equivalent to the cultivation of the human warrior in the Qi melting period. There is an essential difference between the Qi melting period and the body refining period. Even if they work together, they can't defeat the most common lower-grade 8th-grade strange beast. Fortunately, Lu Yuan has a very wonderful spirit tool in his hand. This spirit tool can predict the specific location of the 8th-grade beast in advance. It is with the help of this spirit tool that they did not encounter any attack from any 8th-grade beast in the next day and night. After successfully stepping out of the range of the upper-level 8th-grade exotic animals, what comes into the eyes of Chu Zhongshan is a not-too-high mountain peak. Pointing to the mountain peak in front of him, Lu Yuan said, "Brother Chu, the mountain in front is the place where the upper-level 8 different animals and the lower-level 7 different boundary are, and it is also the place of this special change. According to the calculation of the elders of the sect, the time of the special change should be noon on the 5th day of the secret territory. It should be 11 o'clock in the morning, 1 hour from noon. What do you think we should do next?" Although Chu Zhongshan is not able to determine the specific time by watch or mobile phone as before crossing, the Eternal Continent also has a way to determine the time. It is through this method that Chu Zhongshan knows the exact time at this time. "Brother Chu, as the saying goes, look at the mountain and run to death. Although the mountain in front of you is not far from you and me, in fact, the real distance is quite far. When you compete in the challenge arena, there is no winner or loser. It's better to compete for speed and see who reaches the mountain in front first." In the face of Lu Yuan's challenge, Chu Zhongshan was a little hesitant. Hesitation is not afraid that the speed cannot compare with Lu Yuan. The middle-level body method and martial arts of Jingfeng Leg have reached a great success. Chu Zhongshan believes that with the speed of Jingfeng Leg and his understanding of wind attributes, the speed will certainly far exceed Lu Yuan. The only hesitation is whether we will encounter 8 exotic animals during the journey to the peak. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's next words reassured Chu Zhongshan. "Brother Chu, don't worry. Not only will there be no 8th-grade strange animals, but even 10th-grade strange animals in the distance from the mountain. Since Brother Lu wants to have a competition, I'm certainly willing to accompany him. There are no strange animals on the way to the mountain, so Chu Zhongshan has nothing to worry about." At the same time, Lu Yuan's active challenge also aroused Chu Zhongshan's competitive heart. Go! As Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan said to go at the same time, they suddenly turned into a remnant and disappeared in situ. Chu Zhongshan didn't try his best at first because he didn't know the power and speed of Lu Yuan's body method and martial arts. Because of the special changes in the secret realm, Lu Yuan's guidance and cooperation are likely to be needed. In order to avoid Lu Yuan's ugly loss and affect the next cooperation, Chu Zhongshan only increased the speed of Jingfeng's leg to Xia Cheng. However, after the two rushed out for several kilometers, Chu Zhongshan found that Lu Yuan's speed was not weaker than himself. Even when they rushed forward in a straight line, his speed was slightly better. Since Lu Yuan's speed is not weaker than himself, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to retain his strength and directly increased the power of Jingfeng leg to Dasheng. The wind leg of Xia Cheng's state has made him as fast as the wind. At this time, the wind raised to Dasheng's state has made his speed indistinguishable with the naked eye. Lu Yuan, who was running fast, subconsciously turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongshan. When he found that Chu Zhongshan was much faster than the high wind, his face changed. At the same time, he also began to improve the speed with all his strength, and was in a tie with Chu Zhongshan for the time being. Although the distance from the mountain was a little far, they rushed to the foot of the mountain after 30 minutes when they fully displayed their body skills. Brother Chu, I have to say that you are the first opponent I met who is equal to me in all aspects. At the same time, after reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuan said with great admiration. Lu Yuan has done his best in the competition just now. Even if it is, there is still a tie between him and Chu Zhongshan. However, Chu Zhongshan ignored Lu Yuan's exclamation, because he was stunned by the current situation. At this time, more than 80 of the 99 contestants who participated in the qualifying competition appeared at the foot of the mountain. These contestants were either surrounded by 3 or 5 people or sitting on the ground alone to regulate their breath. On the flat ground nearest to the mountain legs, 3 young challenge masters attracted the attention of Chu Zhongshan, because the 3 young challenge masters are dressed in Ligun sect costumes. Brother Chu, those 3 are elite disciples of Ligun sect, one of the 9 forces. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't pay attention to himself, Lu Yuan looked up and found that his eyes looked to the front. When Lu Yuan saw the 3 people's clothes clearly, he immediately enthusiastically introduced them. "Ooh, do you know them?" Hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, Chu Zhongshan hurried back for interrogation. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan said, "I don't know, but I know their clothes." Hearing that Lu Yuan said he didn't know the 3 people, Chu Zhongshan was slightly disappointed. The 99 challenge masters who can participate in the qualifying match, except for those who have an accident, have basically arrived at this time. There are as many as 30 challenge masters in the Qi transformation period alone. No matter what chance comes next, I'm afraid it's very difficult to take advantage of the challenge leader's men in the Qi melting period. If you want to take advantage of the upcoming changes, you must make friends with one of the challengers in the gasification period. With the recognition of the challenger in the gasification period, it will be of great help to compete for opportunities in the future. What's more, Chu Zhongshan himself is a disciple of Ligun sect, and the 3 challenge masters in the Qi transformation period are his fellow martial brothers. Logically speaking, he also wants to come forward to greet him. Brother Chu, you also know that I was born in Huashan sword sect. There are senior brothers of Huashan sword sect ahead. I must be with them in love and reason. Lu Yuan said quietly, "Brother Chu, after the special changes, you must have a chance to work together." At that time, I hope Brother Chu can do his best to help. Yes, nodded. Chu Zhongshan said he agreed with Lu Yuan's proposal. At the same time, in order to close the relationship with Lu Yuan and facilitate the next competition for opportunities, he also introduced his origin. "Brother Lu, you've known each other for some time. I've never introduced myself." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan stretched out his right hand and said sincerely, "My name is Chu Zhongshan. I'm 17 years old. I'm from the Chu family of the 8th-grade aristocratic family in the state of Qi. I've been an official disciple of Ligun sect for less than a month." In the face of Chu Zhongnai's detailed introduction, Lu Yuan was completely stunned. In his understanding, such outstanding young disciples as Chu Zhongshan must come from the Chu family, one of the 9 forces. Only the Chu family of Sampan aristocratic family can cultivate such excellent young disciples as Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan is indeed from the Chu family, but he is not from the Chu family, one of the 9 forces, but from the Chu family, which he has never heard of the Bapin aristocratic family. Lu Yuan deeply admired Chu Zhongshan for his talent, savvy, and perseverance. At the same time, for the first time, I had the idea that I was not as good as Chu Zhongshan. Brother Lu, seeing Lu Yuan in deep thought, Chu Zhongshan gently reminded him. Ah. Chu Zhongshan's reminder made Lu Yuan wake up from his meditation. Later, he also formally stretched out his right hand, held Chu Zhongshan's right hand tightly, and said sincerely, "My name is Lu Yuan, I'm also 17 years old. Huashan sect, one of the 9 forces, is the son of the inner sect elder of Huashan sword sect. Brother Lu, see you later." Chu Zhongshan probably guessed part of Lu Yuan's origin. Because his sword skills and rich experience show that he is definitely not an ordinary sect disciple, Lu Yuan's introduction did not shock Chu Zhongshan too much. "Brother Chu, see you later." Then, the 2 men turned around and walked towards their own team. Chu Zhongshan, a new disciple, has seen 3 senior brothers go to the place where the disciples of Lian's sect gather, and Chu Zhongshan respectfully respects the etiquette of younger martial brother Xing, Zinpu disciple. In fact, when Chu Zhongshan was walking towards them, the 3 masters of Lian's sect had noticed. But what made them more confused was that although Chu Zhongshan was wearing the clothes of Lian's sect disciples, his cultivation was obviously only in the period of physical training. According to the Lian sect's regulations on disciples, the disciples of the external sect can only wear blue clothes. Why does the disciple of the Lian sect wear something different in front of him? "Are you a new disciple this year?" Seeing the unique etiquette of Lian sect, one of the disciples in the Qi transformation period asked in a questioning tone. "If you return to Elder Martial Brother Zhao Enjun passed the 3 rounds of sect tests half a month ago and officially became a sect disciple. Now he lives in number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. Elder Zhao Enjun is responsible for his cultivation." Facing the questioning of senior brother Huakiki, Chu Zhongshan introduced himself in more detail to avoid misunderstanding. "Qianlong Peak, Zhao Changlao." Chu Zhongshan's answer widened the eyes of the disciple in the Qi transformation period with the highest cultivation, and his tone was full of shock. The other 2 disciples in the Qi period were also shocked and looked at Chu Zhongshan, and even one of them muttered to himself. Did the sect restart that plan again? 3 minutes later, the 3 disciples in the Qi transformation period were relieved. The elder martial brother who just spoke came to Chu Zhongshan and put his hand on Chu Zhongshan's shoulder. "It's junior brother Chu. My surname is Zhang and my name is Yanan. I have the highest cultivation achievement on the 3rd floor during the Qi transformation period." Zhang Yanan introduced herself warmly. Then, pointing to the elder martial brother who had just muttered to himself, he said, "This elder martial brother, who is honest in appearance and coquettish in heart, is called Yue Zhangzong. He is a 6-layer peak cultivation during the Qi transformation period. As for this cold-faced and inhumane elder martial brother, he is Dongfang Yongping from the Tianlong imperial dynasty. His accomplishments are already the top 10 levels of the Qi melting period. He may break through the Qi C period at any time and become the top expert of the young generation." Chu Zhongshan met senior brother Zhang, senior brother Yue, and senior brother Dongfeng. With a gentle swing of his shoulders, he broke away from Zhang Yanan's shoulder and saluted respectfully. However, in the face of East Yongping, Chu Zhongshan was a little restrained. "Because the elder martial brother in front of us is from the Tianlong imperial dynasty, and his surname is Dongfeng, so he may be Dongfeng Yun'er's elder brother and his eldest brother in the future. How can Chu Zhongshan face it calmly? You are a disciple at the beginning of the physical training period. How can you take part in such a dangerous competition?" When Chu Zhongshan finished the ceremony, it was always cold Dongfeng Yongping, and asked with a frown. Because of the rules of Lian sect, disciples whose accomplishments are below the Qi transformation period are generally not allowed to leave the sect unless for special reasons. Because the accomplishments in Qi refining period and body refining period are not enough to wander the Jianghu. Only by breaking through the Qi transforming period can you have the ability to protect yourself when wandering the Jianghu. If you go back to Elder Martial Brother, it was arranged by Elder Zhao. If Chu Zhongshan complained that Zhao Enjun arranged himself to experience in the crisis-ridden purgatory city at the beginning, he was very glad to arrange himself. If he hadn't come to the purgatory city for training, he couldn't have raised his cultivation to the 3-level peak of the body training period in just a few days, and harvested xuanlong fruit that can improve his physique and assist his cultivation speed, which fully shortened his time to break through the body training period in the future by 3 times. Zhao Changlao arranged it. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's answer, Dongfeng Yongping nodded, and his originally locked eyebrows stretched out. Dongfeng Yongping, who has a deep background, knows that Zhao Enjun is not an ordinary deacon elder of the inner door. Dongfeng Yongping must have deep meaning for his arrangement. At the same time, it is not something you can intervene in. Chu Zhongshan didn't hide anything about it. Because his origin is very simple, there is no secret to hide. Younger martial brother Chu, since you are the elder martial brother Jiao who personally arranged the training, did elder martial brother Jiao mention the situation about this opportunity in the secret realm? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan was arranged by Zhao Changlao himself, Zhang Yanan looked forward to seeing Chu Zhongshan. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan was very helpless, and truthfully explained how he came to Purgatory City, and only through others did he know the specific situation of the secret place. Younger martial brother Chu, according to what you just said, that is to say, you don't know what will happen next. Yue Zhongzong, who had never spoken, suddenly asked. Nodded. Chu Zhongshan admitted that he didn't know anything. Who? The commander-in-chief of Yue Zhongzong took a long breath and looked directly at Dongfeng Yongping. After Dongfeng Yongping nodded, Yue Zhongzong continued to say, Younger martial brother Chu, since you and I are from the same sect, it's right to help each other. Next, I'll tell you about this change in the secret territory. Speaking of this, Yue Zhongzong pointed to the not-too-high mountain in front of him and said, The mountain in front of us is the cave before a peerless strong man sat down, which contains the wealth of the peerless strong man's life. However, the peerless strong man closed the cave with his lifelong cultivation before sitting down. After thousands of years of washing, the power left by the peerless strong man has almost dissipated, so what we need to do next is to enter the cave and compete for the wealth left by the peerless strong man after the power dissipates. Speaking of this, Yue Zhongzong said solemnly, Younger martial brother Chu, you are just a 3-tier cultivation during the training period. There are many experts who surpass you in on-site cultivation and strength. After entering the cave, the 3 of us can't take care of you specially, so I hope you don't go into the cave rashly. Just look for opportunities suitable for you outside the cave. Yes, elder martial brother Yue. Although Yue Zhongzong's words sounded inhumane, Chu Zhongshan didn't resent it. In addition to the reward of the final ranking competition, the biggest expectation of Dongfeng Yongping and others is likely to be this opportunity. In the face of the treasures left by the peerless strong in the divine soul period, who won't fight for them with all his strength? How can they waste their chance to compete for treasures for an outsider who is not related to relatives or friends? What's more, he just explained in detail to himself that since the opportunity appeared, Chu Zhongshan was already very grateful for it. How could he be dissatisfied? After explaining the opportunity, Yue Zhongzong turned around and looked at the mountain in front of him like Dongfeng Yongping. Only Zhang Yanan talked to Chu Zhongshan from time to time. When the time reached noon, there was a sudden slight vibration around the originally quiet peak. It was this slight vibration that made the originally idle people nervous immediately. Those who chat stop chatting, those who regulate their breath stop regulating their breath, and everyone's eyes turn to the mountain in front of them. The first slight vibration is like a signal. After less than 30 seconds, the second vibration is obviously much stronger than the first one. At the same time, the mountain in front of us began to drop stones continuously. After the third shock, Chu Zhongshan found that the mountain in front of him began to shake gradually. With the strong shaking, the boulders and trees on the mountain began to fall off and fall down one after another. The people in front of the mountain had to step back for a distance. Although their strength, these boulders falling from the mountain can't hurt them, they can't avoid being embarrassed. After the third shock stopped, Chu Zhongshan found that the original beautiful peaks had been completely changed. Down the hillside and up the bottom of the mountain, a hole about 3 meters high and 5 meters wide is exposed. After the cave was completely formed, more than 80 challenge masters from different realms showed their martial arts skills and rushed to the cave one by one. Younger martial brother Chu, don't advance rashly, be more careful. When rushing to the hole, Zhang Yanan warned with concern. 3 senior brothers, be more careful. Nodded. Chu Zhongshan also cared. Chu Zhongshan didn't rush to the cave like other challengers but walked to the cave at a slow speed. Cultivation can only be called a peerless strong man if it breaks through the divine soul period. Chu Zhongshan's previous life was shocked by the aftershock of the battle between the two peerless strong men, resulting in failure of cultivation, and finally died of depression. Chu Zhongshan, who accepted the memory of his previous life, can more and more clearly feel the power of the two peerless strong men with the improvement of cultivation. The cave in front of us is left by the peerless strong man in the divine soul period. Although thousands of years have passed, many remaining means have failed, but with the means of the peerless strong man, many deadly mechanisms will be hidden in the cave. Rushing in ahead of time represents not only more harvest, but also greater danger. Chu Zhongshan is now only the three-tier peak of the body refining period. Facing the means left by the peerless strong man in the soul period, he has no ability to escape at all, so he doesn't hurry or slow down. Boy, it's good to keep calm in the face of temptation. When Chu Zhongshan came to the cave, more than 80 challenge masters had already rushed into the cave. Seeing that there was no hidden mechanism in the hole, Chu Zhongshan planned to step into the hole. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly came from my mind. Without too many memories, Chu Zhongshan soon remembered who the owner of the voice was, but how could this person be in his mind? Who on earth are you? Why are you in my mind? When did you appear in my mind? Chu Zhongshan asked in a trembling voice. In addition to being afraid of this person hurting himself, Chu Zhongshan has used the ability of copying and pasting more than once since entering the secret place. The person in your mind has been watching yourself, then your biggest secret has been exposed in this person's eyes. Thinking of this, how can Chu Zhongshan not be afraid? How can he not be afraid? Hey boy, can't you remember who I am? Without answering Chu Zhongshan's 3 questions, the man in his mind sneered. Senior, I know you are a guest in Aunt Rong's tavern, but I don't know your real origin and why did you appear in my mind? Now that things have happened, he can't solve the problem in a hurry. Chu Zhongshan forced himself to calm down and his brain began to rotate quickly to consider how to solve the current dilemma. My real origin. For Chu Zhongshan's question, the self in his mind asked a rhetorical question, and then he was silent. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to ask questions, but continued to think about how to solve the current dilemma. The man in my mind was silent for nearly a minute. With a long sigh, he began the essence of his chatter. Boy, I can't tell you my real origin for the time being. I can answer your other 2 questions. It's just that before you answer the question, can you go into the cave? You know, the owner of this cave is a powerful man who was famous in the southern region tens of thousands of years ago. There are many peerless treasures in the cave. Senior, I'm just a small person in the 3rd level of physical training period. I don't dare to be greedy. It's said that those who have a chance get it, and those who have no chance lose it, so I'm not in a hurry. In the face of the urge of the person who occupied his mind, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry. According to Chu Zhongshan, the most precious treasure in the world is the copy and paste program he has. If the person in your mind doesn't see his ability to copy and paste, he will immediately enter the cave for treasure hunting. If the person in his mind discovers his secret, Chu Zhongshan must find a way to solve the hidden danger before he can safely enter the cave to search for treasure. Otherwise, he would rather give up this opportunity. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's firm attitude, the man in his mind sighed once, and then began to explain the 2 problems behind Chu Zhongshan. Boy, I entered your mind in Lao Rong's tavern. Unfortunately, I just have the body of God and soul. It's very difficult to stay in a person's sea knowledge, so I've been sleeping since I entered your sea knowledge. At this point, the man in my mind smiled again and said with envy, Hey, I didn't expect that you had a good chance. You got the top level 9 grade Xuanlong fruit at the beginning of the body refining period. I just borrowed the Xuanyang Qi in the Xuanlong fruit to wake up when the cave was opened. Hearing the man's explanation in his mind, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. Since he woke up before the opening of the cave, that is to say, he didn't notice that he used the copy and paste program. Of course, Chu Zhongshan didn't fully believe what he said, but continued to ask him a few questions. Through these questions, Chu Zhongshan finally determined that the person in his mind had just awakened and did not know his copy and paste ability. Until then, he was secretly relieved. Originally, I put down half of my heart, and the remaining half is to consider how to expel the person in my mind. After all, having another person in mind will not only affect his life safety, but also make use of his subsequent practice. Boy, I have explained your problem. Can you enter the cave next? Seeing Chu Zhongshan suddenly calm down, the man in his mind hurriedly urged. Yes, nodded. Chu Zhongshan stepped into the cave. The spacious passage is illuminated by countless night pearls on the wall, so that the sky in Chu can clearly see the passage in front of him. Many statues are carved on the walls around the passage, and each statue has a handsome young man. Young people either practice alone, or they are fighting with monsters, or they are fighting with human warriors. The statue on the wall seemed to praise the young strong man. Chu Zhongshan was not interested in it, so he planned to speed up his legs and rush through the passage. At this time, the person in my mind was not urgent to urge Chu Zhongshan just now, and reminded Chu Zhongshan to watch the statues. Boy, don't worry about entering the cave. You can watch these statues carefully. It may be of unimaginable benefit to you. From the heart, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to pay attention to the person in his mind, but considering that he just mentioned the spirit body he has, that is to say, the person in his mind is likely to be an expert in the spirit period, Chu Zhongshan doesn't dare to provoke him too much, so as not to hurt his fragile consciousness by playing tricks in his mind. According to the reminder of the person in his mind, Chu Zhongshan returned to the cave and watched carefully from the first statue. As he looked at each statue, Chu Zhongshan was gradually attracted by the events described by the statue. At the same time, through the statues, a vivid story emerged in his mind. A side-branch child born in Jiupin family, a waste who was not valued by the people since childhood, with his own efforts and hard work, he embarked on the road of the peak of the strong step by step. Among these statues are the helplessness in the eyes of the young man when facing the irony and ridicule of his people, as well as the joy of the young man when he broke through the period of qi refining and became a real practitioner. There was the anger of the young man when he was forcibly deprived of his own opportunities by the high level of the family, and the excitement of the young man when he killed and forcibly robbed his chance people. There is the young man's high spirit when he grew up to be a young man and became the first strong man in the family, and there is also the helplessness when he is pressed by stronger forces. There is the shyness on the young man's face when facing the woman he likes, and there is also the sadness that his lover finally leaves him. After this young man became a real strong man, he was in high spirits when people worshipped him, as well as his arrogance and lawlessness. It can be said that the statues around the passage are a process of counter-attack and growth. Chu Zhongshan deeply admires the growth experience of teenagers in the statues. Although he has been ridiculed and satirized by the people of the clan because of the damage of his meridians, since he was able to practice again, the family not only did not deprive him of the opportunity, but even the top leaders of the clan gave him more help. Compared with the experience of young people in the statue, Chu Zhongshan feels much lucky. Boy, how do you feel after seeing these portraits? Just after Chu Zhongshan saw the last statue, which was also the picture of the young man finally roaring up to the sky, the man in his mind asked, "First admiration, then contempt." Chu Zhongshan tells the truth. What are you talking about? After hearing Chu Zhongshan's answer, the man in his mind suddenly became angry, and the spirit stirred Chu Zhongshan's consciousness, making him feel dizzy and great pain. Fortunately, the man in his mind soon found the situation of Chu Zhongshan and immediately calmed down. At this time, Chu Zhongshan felt as if he had been punched hard on his head. The unbearable pain made him kneel on his knees and hold his head in his hands. With a light breath moistening his mind, the unbearable pain gradually disappeared. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan felt that his consciousness seemed to be much stronger. Boy, you can eat at random, but you can't talk at random. Explain to me the answer just now. After Chu Zhongshan returned to normal, the man in his mind asked coldly. Elder, the experience of the elder in the statue when he was young is somewhat similar to that of the younger generation, because the younger generation suffered damage to his meridians due to an accident. After the terrible pain just now, Chu Zhongshan knew the horror of the man in his mind. At this time, he did not dare to provoke him easily, and tried to describe the people in the statue in more praise. Oh, I didn't expect that your experience is also full of hardships. No wonder you said that it's better to rely on your own words in the pub. Chu Zhongshan used his own experience to highlight the excellence of the characters in the statue, which made the person in his mind sigh unceasingly. Elder, as for the latter half of the elder in the statue, I can't give an accurate evaluation because I wasn't born in that era. However, the elder in the statue was arrogant and did not listen to the opinions of the people around him. As a result, he was eventually besieged and seriously injured. I'm afraid he also had a big problem. Hearing the man's sigh in his mind, Chu Zhongshan was not relaxed, but very nervous about the next evaluation. Chu Zhongshan is neither a gentleman nor a person who tells lies against his conscience, so he tries to use more objective words to evaluate the later life of the man in the statue. Really? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's more objective evaluation, the man in his mind just answered faintly and then fell into silence. The person in the mind doesn't speak, and Chu Zhongshan doesn't dare to move forward rashly. He can only stay in place and wait. After more than 10 minutes, the talent in his mind ended his silence and spoke, and Chu Zhongshan was confused by what he said. "My last name is Huang. You'll call me Huang Lao in the future." "Yes, old Huang," Chu Zhongshan respectfully replied, but his heart was full of doubts. "You will call me Huang Lao from now on." Listening to his tone just now, it seems that he won't leave his sea of knowledge in a short time. If this is the case, then he will not be able to use the ability of copy and paste, and his cultivation speed will slow down. Because the number of strong body pills and software pills he copied and pasted now can only help him break through the 5th layer of the physical training period. Although he was very depressed, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to say more, so he could only suppress this depression at the bottom of his heart for the time being. Now move on. I don't know whether it's because the evaluation just now is too realistic, or because of some special reason, the chattering old Huang suddenly calmed down, and even his words began to be concise. "Yes, old Huang." At the beginning, he deliberately fell behind and spent a long time watching the statues on the wall. Chu Zhongshan thought that other challenge masters had already rushed into the cave of the peerless strong and had collected most of the treasures. However, when he crossed the long passage and came to a wide blue gate, he found that more than 80 challenge masters were attacking the blue gate together. "Elder Martial Brother Zhang, what's going on?" After searching for Su, Chu Zhongshan soon found Zhang Yanan, Yue Zhangzong and Dongfeng Yangping in the crowd. Because Zhang Yanan's character is warm and approachable, Chu Zhongshan crowded around him and asked softly, "Alas, I thought the opening outside was the main gate of the cave, but I didn't expect that the real gate was here, and the gate was blocked by an array. If you want to open the gate, you must break the array in front of you." Zhang Yanan glanced at Chu Zhongshan and said helplessly, pointing to the blue gate in front of her. "Array." Hearing Zhang Yanan say that the cyan gate in front of him was blocked by an array, Chu Zhongshan immediately came to the spirit and paid attention to putting it on the cyan gate. Before participating in the first round of Ligue 1 Sect test, Chu Zhengxuan once said that the whole Luoyang city was blocked by a peerless array, resulting in no leakage of heaven and earth aura in the whole Luoyang city. At that time, he had a strong interest in the array, because the array of Luoyang city is very similar to the situation he mastered. However, Luoyang city is the imperial capital of the Ming dynasty. It is impossible for him to feel the structure of the array in person. At this time, if you can observe the array closely, how can Chu Zhongshan give up this opportunity? However, no matter how you look at it, Chu Zhongshan feels that the cyan gate in front of him is very ordinary, and there is no trace of the existence of any array at all. Thinking of the blue gate that had not been opened after being attacked by the public for more than an hour, Chu Zhongshan continued to stare at the blue gate. At this time, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly said sarcastically, "Boy, you haven't learned the basic array. It's daydreaming to see through the array in front of you." Later, seeing Chu Zhongshan's desire to stop talking, Huang knew that he was worried that his self-talk would arouse the suspicion of others, so he said kindly, "Boy, next I'll teach you a little spell. As long as you learn this little spell and want to say anything to me, you just need to meditate in your heart. Magic can only be practiced with accomplishments above the Sea of Qi period. I can learn it as a rookie in the body training period." Of course, this sentence is just what Chu Zhongshan thinks in his heart, and it is impossible to say it. Remember, the mouth of magic is to read the meaning of God, expand your ears and eyes. Huang Lao's dictation was never long, only more than 20 words, but it was these simple more than 20 words that made Chu Zhongshan fall into deep thought. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was eager to master this little spell, old Huang in his mind quickly persuaded him, "Boy, you must not underestimate this spell. Although the spell I taught you just now is very simple, and you can practice the cultivation during qi refining, it must be explained by me, otherwise, you can't master it in a short time." "Huang Lao, did you just cast the spell like this?" After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongshan felt that this little spell was like a spell that can manipulate thought through the first and last words of each paragraph. It was through this understanding that Chu Zhongshan was familiar with and mastered this little magic in less than 5 minutes. "You, Although Chu Zhongshan didn't speak just now, his voice really came into his ears. Huang was completely shocked by Chu Zhongshan's amazing understanding at this time. The spell he dictated just now is actually a simplification of sound transmission. At the beginning, he practiced this little spell at the peak of the 10th floor of the physical training period, and it took him nearly half a day to really master it with the explanation of his elders. But Chu Zhongshan, with his own perception, he mastered this little magic in just 5 minutes. He was shocked by Chu Zhongshan's amazing understanding, and a glimmer of hope quietly rose in his heart. Huang Lao, is the little spell I just cast right? Old Huang just said you, and still pulled a long tone. Chu Zhongshan didn't know whether he had mastered this spell, so he asked with an urgent message in his heart. Careless, I didn't think too much at first, so I learned it directly. In order not to show timidity in front of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang lied without changing his color. Of course, even if he blushed because of shyness, Chu Zhongshan could not see it. Because he is only the body of God and soul now, and he stays in his sea of knowledge, and he can't see his appearance at all. Really, I really mastered this spell. Although Huang Lao's evaluation is full of contempt and disdain, Chu Zhongshan doesn't care. Because he has mastered the magic that can only be mastered by Qihai cultivation, this alone is enough for him to be excited. Cut, ignorant buns. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's excited appearance, Huang Lao in his mind couldn't help but continue to despise him. Lao, just now you said that if you are not familiar with and master the basic array, you can't see through the profundity of the array in front of you. Can you say that Huang Lao you are an array master? After being excited for several minutes, the genius in Chu calmed down. Then he suddenly remembered that when Huang Lao evaluated himself just now, his tone showed his pride and confidence in the array, which made Chu Zhongshan doubt that Huang Lao in his mind was likely to be a master of array. You're right. I'm really proficient in arrays. Without denying Chu Zhongshan's guess, Huang admitted that he was proficient in array. Boy, in fact, the array is the same as Master Dan. The level is also 10 grades. Before I became like this, the cultivation of the array has reached the peak of 5 grades. Huang Lao said proudly. Huang Lao, what kind of array is the one to block the blue gate? Are you sure to break it? Hearing Huang Lao's arrogant tone, Chu Zhongshan asked in surprise. Under the continuous attack of more than 80 challenge masters for more than 40 minutes, the Cyan Gate has not changed for a long time. In Chu Zhongshan's view, it is unrealistic for everyone to open the Cyan Gate with brute force. What's more, there are 20 days in qualifying, and now 5 days have passed. If people waste their time here and don't look for the black token to determine the ranking, this qualifying is probably the most failed one in Purgatory City in 10,000 years. The failure of qualifying, and whether the people have gained anything, have nothing to do with Chu Zhongshan. However, Chu Zhongshan is not willing to give up in the face of the cave that may change his fate. Therefore, he will be excited after hearing Huang Lao say that he is a master of the 5-rank array. Hee, it's just a piece of cake to break the array in front of me, but I don't want so many people to enter the cave, so I won't help for the time being. After a period of recovery, Huang Lao's character returned to his original habit of chattering and angry. Chu Zhongshan was speechless. Old Huang, it doesn't matter to me whether others can enter, but with the relationship between you and me, you must find a way to let me in, right? Hearing that old Huang had a way to go in, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. Among the 99 people who entered the secret place, except Xiang, who had died, although his cultivation was not the lowest, he must be behind. Moreover, before entering the cave, Yue Zhangzong's despised words stimulated Chu Zhongshan. At first, he had no choice but to accept the helpless reality. Now that he has a way, he certainly wants to swallow all the treasures in the cave. Yes, I can let you in, but not alone. Huang Lao's answer made Chu Zhongshan stable and puzzled. Unwilling to help or let himself go in alone, Huang Laogenkai's words seemed to be self-contradictory. As for whether to swallow the treasures left by the peerless force in the cave, Chu Zhongshan temporarily forgot the horror of Huang Lao and continued to ask, Huang Lao, what does this mean? Boy, if I have the body now, it's not difficult for you to enter the cave quietly, but I just have the body of the spirit and have no ability to do it at all, so I can't send you in alone. You must use the help of others to enter the cave. Huang Lao's explanation not only solved Chu Zhongshan's doubts just now, but also made him secretly have an idea of self-help. As for whether it can succeed or not, it takes some time to consider. Huang Lao, what should I do next? Hearing that there was a way to enter the cave, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly asked. No hurry, wait a minute. Faced with the urgency of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao in his mind said he was not in a hurry, indicating that he could continue to observe the Cyan Gate. The crowd then made every effort to attack the Cyan Gate for an hour, and the Cyan Gate remained unchanged for a long time. At this time, they not only consumed a lot of spiritual power, but also consumed a lot of physical strength. Huang, who remained silent for nearly an hour, suddenly asked, "Boy, do you know anyone in this group?" "Yes, there are 3 fellow senior brothers and a good friend." I don't know what Huang Lao meant, but Chu Zhongshan still answered truthfully. "How many people?" Chu Zhongshan pointed out Zhang Yanan, Yue Zhangzong, Dongfeng Yangping and Lu Yuan one by one. "Okay, there's a man living in the town." After Chu Zhongshan pointed to Yangping in the east, Old Huang praised. Then Old Huang said, "Boy, look carefully at the Cyan Gate in front of you and see what's special about the Cyan Gate." After a period of contact, Chu Zhongshan also knows something about Huang's character. He knows that he won't directly point out some things. He likes to guide you to find problems in some roundabout ways. Huang Lao, there is no difference between the blue gate and the ordinary gate. If there is any difference, it is the round buttons used for decoration on the stone gate, which seems to be redundant. Chu Zhongshan looked at the blue gate 5 times from top to bottom to top, from left to right, and from right to left. He didn't find any abnormalities. He just felt that the round buckle used for decoration was special, but he couldn't find out the difference. Unique vision. Seeing Chu Zhongshan pay attention to the round button on the door leaf, Old Huang praised. Later, he specially told, "Boy, there are 18 round buckles on each door, which add up to a total of 36. These 36 round buckles are the key to opening the array. Boy, now go to your senior brother with the strongest cultivation, and let him believe that you have the ability to open the blue door, and let him fully cooperate with your instructions." "Old Huang, I believe you just said to start the array, but I'm afraid it's difficult to make senior brother believe me just by my 3 words and 2 words. So I hope you can explain it in more detail, and even tell me how to start the array, so that I can be sure to talk to senior brother." Just explaining that the round button is the key to open the array, Old Huang asked him to find his senior brother. Of course, Chu Zhongshan would not act rashly. Moreover, through the simple communication just now, Chu Zhongshan knows that Dongfeng Yangping is a very arrogant person like Lu Yuan. If you don't come up with a convincing reason and want him to fully cooperate with you, it's basically a daydream. "Okay, boy, next I'll tell you how to start the array, and what to pay attention to after the array is started." Then, Old Huang told him in detail how to open the array and how to enter the cave. Chu Zhongshan confidently went to Yangping in the east. Dongfeng Yangping is the number 2 challenge leader of the 11 high-level challenge arena during the gasification period. Its combat effectiveness is the 2nd strongest among the more than 80 challenge leaders on the scene. Dongfeng Yangping did his best to attack the blue gate just now, but with his profound cultivation, the consumption was not as serious as expected. At this time, he made a picture of excessive consumption and trying to adjust his breath, mainly for others to see. At the same time, he is also considering how to open the blue door in front of him. After hearing that the god of Chu had a secret discussion with him, Dongfeng Yangping stood up with a frown and avoided the people around him. "Say it." After avoiding the crowd, Dongfeng Yangping said indifferently, "Elder martial brother Dongfeng, younger martial brother has a way to open the blue door for a short time, so that some people can enter the cave." Chu Zhongshan knew that the arrogant people like Dongfeng Yangping didn't like beating around the bush, so he told the truth directly from the beginning. "Oh." Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that he has a way to briefly open the cyan door and allow himself and others to enter the cave, the original indifferent look trembled slightly. But after seeing Chu Zhongshan's immature face and the cultivation of the 3rd floor during the body training period, the trembling look instantly returned to coldness. "I know, elder martial brother may not believe that younger martial brother has a way to open the blue door, but please be patient and listen to the younger martial brother's detailed explanation." Seeing Dongfeng Yangping's cold look restored in an instant, Chu Zhongshan knew that it was impossible to persuade Dongfeng Yangping with just 1 or 2 words, and let him take the initiative to cooperate with himself to open the array, so he was not in a hurry. "Go on." Dongfeng Yangping, who recovered his indifferent look, said in a tone without a trace of color, "I wonder if elder martial brother noticed the 36 round buttons on the door leaf." Instead of explaining immediately, Chu Zhongshan pointed to the blue gate and asked. Nodded, Dongfeng Yangping did not respond to Chu Zhongshan's interrogation. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this. He continued, Elder Marshal brother, these 36 round buckles are not the ornament of the Cyan Gate, but the array eye of the array. Only attacking these 36 round buckles can briefly open the Cyan Gate. Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that only attacking 36 round buckles can finally open the blue door, Dongfeng Yangping showed a trace of displeasure on his face and said in an unusually cold tone, "Younger Marshal brother, these challenge masters at the scene are far better than you in both cultivation and knowledge. Don't you think we haven't done that?" As early as 10 minutes after attacking the Cyan Gate, several 10-layer round challengers in Dongfeng Yangping had noticed the round buckle on the door leaf and tried their best to attack the round buckle. In the end, there was no effect. Elder Marshal brother Dongfeng, don't worry, please listen to me slowly. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Dongfeng Yangping's tone, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry and said calmly, "Elder Marshal brother Dongfeng, when you attacked the round button on the door leaf just now, you attacked at will regardless of order, right?" Nodded. Dongfeng Yangping's face did not ease at all. "That's no wonder. Elder Marshal brother Dongfeng, although he is not an array master, he once experienced this array when he went out to practice. He knows how to attack the round button on the door leaf." Oh. Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that he had seen this array before, Dongfeng Yangping's cold face eased. At the same time, he was also interested in continuing to listen. "Elder Marshal brother Dongfeng, this array is called 36 Ground Gang Array. It is an array arranged with 36 top-grade spirit tools as array eyes. It is difficult for a master to break the array beyond the divine soul period, but younger Marshal brother has a way to temporarily stop the array for 30 seconds. The array just described was told to Chu Zhongshan by Huang Lao in his mind word by word. He just repeated it as it was. As for what is the 36 Ground Gang Array and what is the array eye, he doesn't know at all. "How sure are you?" Chu Zhongshan not only said the name of the array, but also knew how the array was formed. Dongfeng Yangping believed that he could break the array temporarily. "If you can follow my instructions, you will be sure." Chu Zhongshan bowed his head and thought for a while, and finally said that he was 80% sure. In fact, according to Huang Lao in his mind, as long as Dongfeng Yangping and others can act according to his instructions, the success rate will reach 100%. But Chu Zhongshan left a little room for himself. Because people are separated from each other, and they don't know what to do, it's impossible for everyone to be willing to obey your command. What's more, there are too many people on the scene who have more accomplishments and strength than Chu Zhongshan. They can 100% believe in the genius monster in Chu. What do you need me to do? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan said he had 8 levels of assurance, Dongfeng Yangping nodded. He wanted to believe that Chu Zhongshan could temporarily break the blue door in front of him, so his tone was kind at this time. There are 36 round buckles on the door leaf of the blue gate. The order of attacking the round buckles is different each time, and it takes at least 2 people to attack the round buckles each time, so I hope Elder Marshal brother can convince other challengers to join hands with us. Okay, you wait for me. It takes 2 people to attack 1 round buckle, and 72 people to attack 36 round buckles. That is to say, almost most challenge masters on the scene must participate in the attack. Dongfeng Yangping feels a little pressure at this time. There are more than 80 challengers on the scene, and everyone has an extraordinary background. It is not easy for them to obey the command of Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, Dongfeng Yangping must first join hands with several challengers with the strongest strength, and then rely on their strength and prestige to finally persuade other challengers to agree. The way is out. Whether those challenge masters can finally agree or not depends on the means of Dongfeng Yangping. At this time, Chu Zhongshan listened to Huang Lao's statement on how to attack next while observing the round button on the blue door leaf in front of him. "Dongfeng Yangping, it's not a brother. I don't believe you, but you've gone too far. Just now when we tried our best to attack the Cyan Gate, you didn't say that you have a way to open the gate. Now we have too much spiritual and physical consumption, and you suddenly said that you have a way to open the gate. Are you teasing us?" Just after Dongfeng Yangping contacted several well-connected challenge masters, he finally expressed his attitude to the opponent who was the most powerful on the scene and had enemies with him. The result was an unreasonable provocation by the opponent. "Wolf Cloud, don't mislead people. I didn't mean that at all. When I attacked the green gate just now, I tried my best. I think everyone at the scene must see it." Facing the slander of Wolf Cloud, Dongfeng Yangping was neither angry nor nervous. He just used facts to show his innocence. Facing the unwarranted slander of Wolf Cloud, Dongfeng Yangping was not angry and anxious. He just made a calm and truthful statement, which made the people who misunderstood him nod. I believe he didn't deliberately hide the people. Dongfeng Yongping, I'm afraid only you know whether you've done your best, but you haven't explained why you didn't explain that you have a way to open the blue door at the beginning. You have to wait until our real yuan and physical exertion are clean to show that you have a way. Aren't you a wolf's ambition? Dongfeng Yongping used facts to prove his innocence and didn't let Lang Yan give up. He still bit the biggest flaw of Dongfeng Yongping, a situation that he had to force Dongfeng Yongping into a villain. You, pointing to the wolf cloud, the east was speechless. He didn't mean to hide the way to open the blue door, but because he really didn't know how to open it. However, the person who can open the blue door is his fellow apprentice, and he can't explain specifically. It's for this reason that he doesn't know how to refute the slander of Wolf Cloud at this time. Elder Martial Brother Zhang, what happened? Under the careful statement of Old Huang, with the amazing understanding of Chu Zhongshan, it didn't take much time to basically master the method of how to open the stone gate for a short time. At this time, he saw the conflict between Dongfeng Yongping and the other party, but he didn't know why the other party deliberately targeted Dongfeng Yongping. After all, being able to open the cyan door is good for everyone on the scene. Alas, younger Martial Brother Chu, the man who fought head-on with elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, is called Lang Yun. He comes from the state of Sirius. He is the crown prince of the state of Sirius, the strongest of the young generation of the state of Sirius, and the top 10 of the young generation of the Yuan dynasty. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Zhang Yanan explained to him in detail. Junior Brother Chu, Sirius belongs to the Daiyuan dynasty. It's a 1,000-year-old feud with the Ming dynasty behind Senior Brother Dongfeng. Therefore, no matter what Senior Brother Dongfeng does, Wolf Cloud will give tit for tat. Oh. Hearing Zhang Yanan's explanation, Chu Zhongshan suddenly understood. Originally, Lang Yan didn't believe that Dongfeng Yongping had a way to open the door, but wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to provoke people's dissatisfaction with Dongfeng Yongping, and even wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Dongfeng Yongping. For the sinister intentions of Wolf Cloud, how can Chu Zhongshan let him succeed? What's more, he also needs to enter the cave with the help of the power of Oriental Yongping. How can Wolf Cloud destroy his good deeds? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan came out of the crowd, directly faced Lang Yun and others, hugged his fist and said in a high voice, "Senior brothers, I don't know if I can listen to my younger brother." "Who are you?" Looking at Chu Zhongshan coming out from behind Dongfeng Yongping, Wolf Cloud asked in a gloomy tone. Little brother Chu Zhongshan from Ligan sect is the younger martial brother of senior brother Dongfeng. Facing the gloomy and cold tone of Wolf Cloud, Chu Zhongshan Silk responded without fear. You're a martial arts player in the period of training. You're not qualified to intervene in this matter at all. Don't step back quickly. Fearing that Chu Zhongshan would destroy him, he finally formed a hatred for Dongfeng Yongping. Lang Yun directly refused Chu Zhongshan's intervention. The elder martial brother is right. In terms of strength, I am a little person in the training period. I am not qualified to intervene in your personal hatred with elder martial brother Dongfeng, but if I want to open the blue door of the cave, I must come forward. Because, speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan straightened up, looked around for a week, looked directly at Wolf Cloud, and said proudly, because only I know how to open the blue door of the cave. Cut. More than 30 of our experts in the Qi transformation period can't open the blue door. It's up to you, a rookie in the body refining period. An early-stage challenge leader in the Qi transformation period who followed Lang Yun couldn't bear Chu Zhongshan's confident appearance and took the initiative to stand up and satirize. Ha ha, yes, my cultivation is not as good as you, but it doesn't mean I can't open the blue door. Because I know the array of this cave, how to open the array and how to enter the cave. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan picked up his mouth slightly and said sarcastically, of course, you can choose not to believe it or not to help, but after we open the cyan door, I hope you don't get jealous and do villains that damage your identity. Chu Zhongshan is confident because he believes that most of the challengers on the scene want to enter the cave left by the peerless strong to find their own opportunities. Little brother, are you a matrix mage? Not all of the more than 80 challenge masters on the scene are the subordinates of Lang Yun and Dongfeng Yongping. Although the strength behind many people is not as strong as the 9 forces, it is not something that ordinary people can provoke. This is not true. A Qi-changing expert from Wupin aristocratic family is looking forward to Chu Zhongshan. As like as 2 peas, I am not a real wizard, but fortunately I have seen a similar pattern. Although I cannot really break the way of the Dong Fu, I can open the green door for a short time, so that everyone can have access to the cave. In order to convince everyone of himself and follow his command in the next action, Chu Zhongshan can only continue to circle the lie. Fortunately, Huang is always a real array master in his mind. Chu Zhongshan is not worried about being seen through. Oh, I don't know where my little brother has seen this array. I heard as 2 peas of heaven, who had seen a similar pattern before, and asked the anxious master of the 5-generation family. Chu Zhongshan gave a sneer at the eager interrogation of the master in the Qi transformation period. Through the influence of countless film and television dramas and books before, he can see the real purpose of the master in the Qi transformation period at a glance. The cave house as 2 peas in front of the body were left behind by the strong men. So, if the place with the same pattern is possessed of a cave house left by the strong, if he can get the exact location of the cave, he can lead the family experts to compete after the qualifying. I wonder if you believe what I just said. Ignoring the greedy Qi-changing expert, Chu Zhongshan looked around the crowd for a week and asked, I believe Brother Chu. After leaving Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan, who has been staying with senior brother Huish and Jianzong, finally stood up and resolutely chose to support Chu Zhongshan after a fierce debate with several senior brothers. If anyone at the scene knows Chu Zhongshan best, it's probably Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongshan won the respect of Lu Yuan in terms of cultivation, savvy, potential, luck, combat power, and dealing with people. He believed in Chu Zhongshan's words. He nodded to Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything to thank him, but continued to wait for the response of others. I choose to trust this little brother, and believe that he can open the blue door. Although Lu Yuan's accomplishments are not the highest at the scene, his fame is not weaker than those high-level challengers in the gasification period, because he is a rare swordsman of Huishan's sword sect for thousands of years. He lived and died for the sword and is one of the important figures leading the real rise of Huishan's sword sect in the future. He took the initiative to stand up and support Chu Zhongshan and immediately won the support of some people. I also believe in this little brother. Since we can't open the blue door, it's better to be a living horse doctor and believe the words of this disciple of Li Yun's sect for the time being. That's right. Even if the door can't be opened, there will be no loss for you and me. What if it can be opened? As Lu Yuan took the initiative to stand up, more and more people chose to trust Chu Zhongshan for the time being. Finally, out of the more than 80 challengers on the scene, a full 75 people chose to trust Chu Zhongshan, which made Chu Zhongshan secretly relieved. If you want to open the array briefly, you must attack a round button at the same time by 2 people in a group. Attacking 36 round buckles requires 75 people. If the number is not enough, the array cannot be opened. At this time, the number of people involved in the attack was not only enough, but even exceeded, which made Chu Zhongshan relax but also secretly happy. The number of more than 72 people means that he doesn't have to do it together, even one of his 3 senior brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to open the blue door, you must obey my command and carefully abide by every instruction of me. Otherwise, even a little mistake may lead to the failure of opening the door. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan looked serious and said in a dignified tone, There's only one chance to open the blue door. If it fails due to some unnecessary mistakes, I'm afraid you won't have the chance in this cave in this life. In fact, Chu Zhongshan said it on purpose. According to Huang Lao in his mind, even if he failed to open the array, he also had a way to send Chu Zhongshan into the cave. However, to enter the cave alone, Chu Zhongshan needs to pay a very high price, so in order to ensure a success, he said too cruelly, Don't worry, younger martial brother Chu, we will strictly implement every instruction you give us. As a fellow disciple, Dongfeng Yangping will certainly take the initiative to support Chu Zhongshan at this time. Brother Chu, don't worry, I believe in you. As Lu Yuan, who most respected Chu Zhongshan, also took the initiative to support him at this time. At the same time, the elder martial brothers behind him also spoke in support of him. Okay, then I'll arrange the task. Seeing that the people at the scene agreed to carry out their orders, Chu Zhongshan was not vague. According to Huang's tips, he arranged the target, sequence and time of the people's next attack. After arranging to attack the challenge leader of the 36 round buckles, Chu Zhongshan ordered the remaining people, Gentlemen, next we will try our best to attack the round buckles. We can't worry about the outside situation for the time being, so I hope you can protect everyone's safety and avoid being disturbed. Until Chu Zhongshan arranged all the instructions, Lang Yun and others stood in the distance and watched coldly, without any intention of coming forward to help. The heart of harming others cannot exist, and the heart of preventing others cannot be absent. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't want to believe that Wolf Cloud and others dared to take risks to attack themselves and others, he still had to take necessary precautions. Moreover, after the attack round buckle came to an end, something strange would happen before the blue door was opened. At that time, if Lang Yun and others want to win, Chu Zhongshan must also guard against his move. Therefore, after arranging the attack instruction, he specially left several experts in the Qi transformation period to guard against Lang Yun and others. Don't worry, younger martial brother Chu. It's not so easy for Lang Yun and others to do bad things. Among the fellow senior brothers, Yue Zhongzong was deliberately left by Chu Zhongshan, because Yue Zhongzong is the peak of the 6 layers during the gasification period. Although its strength is not the strongest at the scene, it is also the top part. It should be able to drag Lang Yun and others in a short time. When everyone was ready, Chu Zhongtian went straight to Shaiman before moving the spirit in the field to his fingers. Then he jumped up in the air, and his fingers were regularly placed on 36 buckles. When the 36 round buttons were finished, Chu Zhongshan showed his startling legs, quickly retreated back, and shouted. The first group attacked the first round button above the right side. 3 seconds after the end of the first group's attack, Chu Zhongshan quickly shouted. The second group attacked the first round button above the left side. 5 seconds after the end of the second group of attacks, Chu Zhongshan continued to shout. The third group attacked the last round button at the bottom of the right side. With the end of the third group of attacks, the original motionless cyan gate made a slight shaking sound. Although the shaking sound was very slight, the people on the scene were not ordinary people. Everyone heard the relaxed shaking sound. At this time, the people had begun to believe that Chu Zhongshan had a way to open the blue door. Chu Zhongshan was relieved to see that the challengers in Group 4 and Group 5 did not need his orders and seriously attacked different round buckles at the time he ordered in advance. In order to ensure that people believe in themselves and finally seriously implement their own instructions, it is painstaking to arrange attackers. The first group of attackers was Dongfeng Yangping. The reason why he chose Dongfeng Yangping is that he is not only his fellow senior brother, but also the first person to believe that he has a way to open the blue door. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan also hoped that Dongfeng Yangping could restore the spiritual power just consumed before the cyan door was opened. Because after the cyan gate was opened, he still needed Dongfeng Yangping to take him into the cave. The second group of attackers was Lu Yuan. The reason why Lu Yuan is in the second group is that Chu Zhongshan believes in Lu Yuan's personality and that he can seriously implement his instructions. The third group of attackers was also his fellow senior brother Zhang Yanan. After the 18th group attack, the shaking of the stone gate was not only more and more severe, but also a gap gradually appeared in the originally closed gate, which made people more believe in Chu Zhongshan and look forward to the next attack. Lang Yun and others, who had been watching not far away, had noticed after the third attack and the Shaiman shook easily, but they did not act rashly for the time being but waited patiently. At this time I saw a gap in the cyan gate, a trace of surprise on my face, and began to greet the people around me, gradually approaching Chu Zhongshan and others. Elder Martial Brother Yue. Since the fourth group of attackers could accurately execute his instructions, Chu Zhongshan took back most of his attention. That's why he noticed the approaching wolf cloud and others. Among the more than 30 people who had finished the attack, in addition to a few who were trying their best to adjust their breath, the rest also got up and surrounded. Only Dongfeng Yangping didn't come forward to stop the wolf cloud. Instead, he went straight to Chu Zhongshan, a gesture of ready to protect him. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, don't worry. Lang Yun and others dare not and won't provoke me. Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping took the initiative to protect himself, Chu Zhongshan flashed a trace of gratitude. However, Chu Zhongshan was quite confident that Wolf Cloud and others would attack him. He knew he didn't dare to provoke himself. Although the gap of the cyan gate is getting larger and larger, it is still a long way from being fully opened, so it is most important for everyone to know how to open the Chu Zhongshan of the cyan gate at this time. Whoever makes a move to Chu Zhongshan will offend most of the people on the scene, which is why he believes that Lang Yun and others dare not make a move to him. Lang Yun and others, who were intercepted by Yue Zhongzong and others, were worried when they saw that the stone gate was gradually opened. His hatred with Dongfeng Yangping is only hatred between countries. As for individuals, he has little intersection with Dongfeng Yangping. In the face of the cave left by the peerless strong man, Lang Yun has no regard for family hatred and national hatred, and is anxious to soften the way to the east Yangping. Brother Dongfeng, it was my brother's fault just now. I'm here to make an apology. I hope you don't remember me. Let's go too. Facing the wolf cloud's active obedience, Dongfeng Yangping just hugged him with a cold hum and ignored it. Just now, Lang Yun deliberately provoked people's misunderstanding of him, which made him almost fall into the dilemma of being attacked by people. At this time, how can he let him go because of Lang Yun's soft words? Brother Lin, you and I have a good relationship. Can you give my little brother a face and let him pass? Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping ignored himself, Lang Yun was not too disappointed, because he knew he had just offended Dongfeng Yangping. It was unrealistic for him to agree with him with a few words. The reason why he first softened to Dongfeng Yangping is that he hopes he will not continue to embarrass himself next, because the object he is looking for next is Lin Aoquen, who is the strongest in this qualifying and comes from Huashan Sword Sect, one of the 9 forces. Unlike Dongfeng Yangping and Lang Yun, they are very hostile to each other because of national hatred and family hatred. There is not only no hatred between him and Lang Yun, but even when he went out to practice 2 years ago, he fought with him. The relationship between them is fairly good. It is reasonable to agree with Lang Yun in the past. However, it is not Lin Aoquen who can decide now, but the people of Li Yun's sect. To be clear, it is Chu Zhongshan, so Lin Aoquen's interrogation focus on Chu Zhongshan. The treasures left in the immortal strongman's cave are limited. One more person will mean less harvest. Chu Zhongshan is certainly unwilling to let Lang Yun and others in. What's more, Lang Yun was obviously targeting Dongfeng Yangping just now, and Dongfeng Yangping is likely to be his future uncle. How could he annoy Dongfeng Yangping because of Lin Aoquen's words? Follow the arrangement of senior brother Dongfeng. After flattering Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan handed over the decision to Dongfeng Yangping. Younger martial brother Dongfeng, you and I don't know what the research competition in the cave left by the peerless strong man is like. Maybe there are many dangers in it. The help of one more expert is also conducive to our exploration of the cave, don't you think? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan handed over the decision to Dongfeng Yangping, Lin Aoquen knew that Chu Zhongshan also didn't want Wolf Cloud to enter the cave. Originally, he had given up persuasion, but just now the Wolf Cloud whispered secretly, and the benefits promised to him made him heart-pounding. Greed defeated reason, so that he finally decided to come forward for Wolf Cloud. Brother Lin, I'm embarrassed by what you did. Seeing Lin Aoquen supporting Langchao, Dongfeng Yangping's face was very ugly. Lin Aoquen is different from ordinary people. He doesn't mention that the power behind him is not weaker than that of the Tianlong Emperor. As far as his cultivation and strength are concerned, Dongfeng Yangping has some scruples. At this time, his support makes Dongfeng Yangping don't know how to answer. Seeing that Lin Aoquen supports the wolves, not only Dongfeng Yangping's face is ugly, but Chu Zhongshan's heart is also uncomfortable. As Lin Aoquen is Lu Yuan's fellow senior brother, when arranging the order of attack just now, he has deliberately taken care of Lin Aoquen and put him in the position of the 5th group of attack, so that he has enough time to rest and prepare. Unexpectedly, his kindness was regarded as a donkey's liver and lung. Lin Aoquen didn't give himself face, or his younger martial brother Lu Yuan face. In fact, Lu Yuan's face was not good-looking, and he didn't expect that his respected senior brother would do such a treacherous thing. Lin Aoquen was the strongest among the people on the scene. His support not only made it difficult for Dongfeng Yangping to refuse, but also for Chu Zhongshan. At this time, in addition to the roar of continuing attacks in front of the Cyan Gate, the scene suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere. At this time, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly gave a voice to remind Chu Zhongshan to agree to let Lang Yun enter the cave, and repeatedly assured him that not only will Lang Yun come to a bad end after entering the cave, but also Lin Aoquen will not have good fruit to eat. It is precisely because of Huang Lao's guarantee that Genius in Chu specially reminded Dongfeng Yangping to agree with Lin Aoquen's proposal and let Lang Yun in to offend Lin Aoquen. All right. Chu Zhongshan secretly reminded Dongfeng Yangping that although he didn't know what it meant, he agreed with Yilin Aoquen's proposal when he thought that he had a way to open the blue door and maybe he still had a means to deal with Wolf Cloud in the cave. Thank you for your accomplishment. younger martial brother Dongfeng. Seeing that Dongfeng Yongping and Chu Zhongshan agreed, Lin Aoqun thanked happily. By the end of the 36th group's attack, a finger-thick gap had been listed in the whole stone gate. At this time, except for Chu Zhongtian, all the people secretly mobilized power, ready to rush into the cave. However, the Cyan Gate was not fully opened. They didn't know whether there was any danger next, so they were waiting for the order of Chu Zhongshan. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of a word. He motioned Dongfeng Yongping and other 3 fellow senior brothers to follow him to the Cyan Gate. Chu Zhongshan didn't make any moves for the time being, but turned and said to the people at the scene, "Next, I will completely open the door, but the door is only opened for 30 seconds. I hope you who have grievances with each other can enter the grievances temporarily and solve them after entering the cave." Chu Zhongshan's seemingly kind reminder is actually deliberately provoking people's inner hatred. The Cyan Gate opened for only 30 seconds, and the number of people on the scene was as many as 80. It was a little reluctant to pass all in just 30 seconds. In order to ensure that you finally pass and harvest more treasures in the cave, you will definitely fight secretly. After reminding everyone of the matters needing attention, Chu Zhongshan turned around and nodded to Dongfeng Yongping and other 3 people. Then he stretched out 10 fingers and mobilized nearly 60% of the spiritual power in the Danshan to point on the 36 round buttons for the second time. This time, every time his finger points on a round buckle, the round buckle on the gate will completely sink in. When a round buckle falls into the gate, the gap of the Cyan Gate will be expanded by 1 point. When all 36 round buckles fall into the gate, the whole Cyan Stone Gate has been fully opened. At the moment when the blue door was opened, Dongfeng Yongping directly grabbed Chu Zhongshan's shoulder and rushed into the cave before the people had fully reacted. Yue Zhongzong and Zhang Yanan rushed into the cave. Seeing that the 4 people of Lian's sect, Chu Zhongshan and others rushed into the cave without hesitation, the rest of the scene immediately reacted. More than 20 challenge masters whose accomplishments were in the Qi melting period directly burst into Zhenyuan, which was already ready. One by one, it was like firing shells, and rushed into the cave in an instant. More than 50 challenge masters in the body refining period and Qi refining period also burst into spiritual power. They will rush into the blue gate after the challenge masters in the Qi melting period. At this time, the wolf cloud and others who rushed in front suddenly turned around and turned their attributes into shapes that can only be exercised by cultivating accomplishments in the Qi refining period, turning into giant palms, to prevent the challenge masters of cultivating accomplishments in the body refining period and the Qi refining period from entering the cave. When they finished performing the palm technique, they ignored the power and effect of the palm technique and rushed directly into the cave. Damn it! Seeing that the giant palm blocked him from entering the cave, more than 50 challenge masters in the body refining period and Qi refining period cursed, and then used their most powerful means to attack the giant palm that will be photographed. When facing the palm power, the challenge leader of the middle and high-level realm in the period of physical training easily broke through and smoothly rushed into the cave. Most of the players in the early stage of body refining and Qi refining were padded by giant palms. When these photographed challengers returned to the Cyan Gate once, they were angry to find that the Cyan Gate had been closed and scolded one after another. Dongfeng Yongping is a perfect cultivation achievement on the 10th floor in the period of transforming Qi. He has the combat power in the period of Qi Si. Under the leadership of his strong cultivation achievement, Chu Zhongshan felt like blinking his eyes and appeared in the cave. In the cognition of Chu Zhongshan, the cultivation in the divine soul period can be called the peerless strong man, and the cave left by the peerless strong man must be magnificent. The spirit in the cave is compelling and a fairyland on earth. However, when he really entered the cave, he found that reality was far worse than imagination. Because the cave left by the peerless strong man is full of rags, without any trace of grandeur, and the aura of heaven and earth is rare and pitiful, it's not as good as his aura in the quiet pavilion of the Chu family. This is the cave left by the peerless strong. Looking at the shabby scene in front of him, Zhang Yanan said with great disappointment, "Don't be disappointed. There must have been fierce battles here before, which led to the serious damage of the whole cave. Next, we'll look for Shuge, Dan Ji, Weapon Ji, Medicine Field, and the most important inheritance Ji." Dongfeng Yangping was only stunned by the current situation, woke up and made arrangements for rapid preparation. Younger martial brother, follow me next. Taking a person will certainly affect his speed and harvest, but Dongfeng Yangping thanked Chu Zhongshan for opening the cyan door and allowing himself and others to take the lead, so he finally decided to take Chu Zhongshan. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan refused. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, you hurry to find your own machine comparison. Younger martial brother, I have a way to protect myself, you don't have to worry about me. Really not? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's clear refusal, Dongfeng Yangping asked again. It's really not necessary, hurry up. Glancing at the passage behind him, Chu Zhongshan urged. Okay, younger martial brother, take care of yourself. Since Chu Zhongshan had a way to open the blue door, perhaps he really had a means to protect himself in the cave, Dongfeng Yangping didn't continue to stick to it. After telling him to be careful, he flew away from where he was. Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong also told them to seize the time to find their own opportunities. Old Huang, what you just said is true. After the three of Dongfeng Yangping left, Chu Zhongshan directly opened his mouth for interrogation. Originally, after entering the cave, Chu Zhongshan initially planned to follow Dongfeng Yangping, because this cave is a cave left by the peerless strong man in the Soul period. Who knows if there are any hidden mechanisms in the cave, although Dongfeng Yangping is a perfect cultivation on the 10th floor during the Qi transformation period. His real combat power has reached the Qi C period. With his strength, he can walk in the cave without scruples. Following Dongfeng Yangping behind, although the chance to get opportunities is less, at least the safety can be guaranteed. But just when Dongfeng Yangping decided to take him with him, the old Huang in his mind asked him to refuse and told him that there are treasures to improve his cultivation talent in the cave. Say while walking. Without answering Chu Zhongshan's question, old Huang motioned Chu Zhongshan to leave the scene quickly. Boy, I don't know if you've heard of the three Lingjin. After leaving the scene, Chu Zhongtianan went deep into the cave according to the line instructed by old Huang. At the same time, Huang Lao also began to explain why he was allowed to act alone. I haven't heard of it. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said he had never heard of the three Lingjin. Although his knowledge storage is abundant, the Chu family he came from is only a family of 8 grades. The information collected in the family is limited, and many things are not accessible to the Chu family. Anyway, there is still a distance from that place. I'll explain to you what is the three great Lingjin. With Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan's heart changed from surprise to ecstasy. According to Huang Lao, there are 3 spiritual roots that can change a person's cultivation talent in the eternal continent. These 3 spiritual roots are rated as heaven, earth, and man, according to their respective promotion effects. Character Spirit Root can increase the cultivation talent of martial arts under 6 grades by 1 level. For example, Chu Zhongshan is now the cultivation talent of the lower level 7 grades. If you take the spiritual root of character, the cultivation talent can be directly promoted to the lower level 6 grades. The ground level spirit root can increase the cultivation talent of martial arts below the 3rd level by 1 level. As for Tianlingjin, it is a cultivation talent that can improve the 1st grade. At the same time, according to Huang Lao, the cultivation talent is not what the world knows. There are only 10 grades and 30 grades. In addition to the 1st class cultivation talent, there is another cultivation talent, which is called Holy Product. However, there has never been such an evil spirit in the eternal continent, so this rumor has gradually been forgotten by the world. There are 3 kinds of spiritual roots of heaven, earth, and man. The spiritual root of human character can be found, and the spiritual root of earth needs the opportunity against the sky. As for the spiritual root of heaven, it is basically a legendary treasure like the talent of holy cultivation. According to Huang Lao, there is a human spirit root in the depths of the cave, left by the peerless strong man, which is why he made Chu Zhongshan avoid Yangping in the east. Although the cultivation talent of Dongfeng Yangping must exceed 6 grades, and the human spirit root has no effect on improving his cultivation talent. As the only 3 spiritual roots in the world, the role of human spirit root is not only to improve the cultivation talent, but also to improve his cultivation, potential, and understanding. With the 10 layers of great perfection in the East Yangping gasification period, there are 9 layers of assurance after taking the human spirit pole, which can break through the gas C period. It is necessary to avoid eternal peace in the East if you want to gain the spiritual root of people alone. When the ecstatic mood calmed down, Chu Zhongshan had another doubt in his heart. This cave has existed in the secret place for at least tens of thousands of years. How does Huang always know that there will be one of the 3 spiritual roots in the cave left by the peerless strong? However, he pressed this question to the bottom of his heart and did not ask for thorough questioning. After Huang Lao explained the 3 spiritual roots, the whole person fell into silence. When Chu Zhongshan came to a place with sufficient aura and still kept the original medicine field, Huang Lao in his mind ended his silence and said, "Boy, here's the place." "Huang Lao, where is the root of human spirit?" Hearing that Huang Lao said in his mind that the place had arrived, Chu Zhongshan quickly stopped and looked around to see where the human spirit root was. However, after seeing the whole medicine field 3 times, he didn't find the human spirit root described by Huang Lao. Alas! Without returning to the problem of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang looked at the undamaged medicine field and sighed. After 5 minutes of silence, Huang finally spoke. "Boy, the human spirit root is in the medicine field right in front of you." No. Although the current medicine field has not suffered much damage, most of the medicinal materials in the medicine field are ordinary medicinal materials of 9 grades and 10 grades, and there are no medicinal materials of human spirit root, described by Huang Lao. "Boy, do you have a spirit stone above the 7th grade middle level?" Old Huang didn't say the specific location of human spirit root, but asked if there was a spirit stone above the middle level of 7 grades in Chu Zhongshan. "Yes, I have 3007 grade medium level spirit stones in my hand." In order to get the spiritual root of people who can improve their cultivation talent, Chu Zhongshan did not hide the grade and quantity of spiritual stones he owned in order to achieve his goal sooner or later. "I didn't expect you to be rich." Hearing that Chu Zhongshan had 3000 pieces of 7 grade medium level spirit stones in his hand, Huang Lao in his mind was very surprised. You should know that the 7 grade medium level spirit stones are basically used by masters of cultivation in the period of transforming qi. For example, the cultivation in the 3rd floor of the body refining period in the middle of Chu has so many 7 grade medium level spirit stones. Or the power behind him is strong enough to provide a sufficient number of 7 grade medium level spirit stones. Or Chu Zhongshan is not a good man or woman, but a booty forcibly taken from others. "Huang Lao, what do you want to do with the 7 grade medium level spirit stone?" Do not want to let Huang Lao investigate how he got such a number of 7 grade medium level lingxi. Chu Zhongshan changed the topic and began to interrogate the use of lingxi. "Boy, the medicine field you see in front of you is actually covered up by an array. The real medicine field is not like this. The reason why I let you take out the 7 grade medium level spirit stone is to help you break the eye-blocking array and reveal the real face of the medicine field." Without concealing his intention, old Huang told Chu Zhongshan lingxi exactly how to use it. "Huang Lao, how to break the array in front of you." Chu Zhongshan, who was disappointed by the ordinary medicine field in front of him, was immediately excited after hearing Huang Lao's statement. "Boy, next you take out 107 grade medium level spirit stones and then put them in different positions according to my instructions." Huang Lao didn't let Chu Zhongshan wait, but directly said how to break the array in front of him. 10 steps on the right, put down 3 spirit stones. 7 years to the left, put down 5 spirit stones. 11 steps forward, put down a spirit stone. Step back 6 steps and put down 4 spirit stones. According to the instructions of old Huang, Chu Zhongshan put 100 pieces of 7 grade medium level spirit stones in different positions in the medicine field. After placing all the 100 pieces of 7 grade medium level spirit stones, Chu Zhongshan returned to the position where he had just stood. "Boy, take out 6 7 grade medium grade spirit stones and 38 grade lower grade spirit stones." After Chu Zhongshan stood up, Huang Lao in his mind continued to instruct him to take out the spirit stone. Put 38 grade lower level spirit stones into a circle with a diameter of 0.5 meter, and then put 6 7 grade middle level spirit stones into the circle. When the spirit stone came from the sky in Chu, old Huang continued to arrange the way. "Well, next, use your most powerful move to smash 6 7 grade medium level spirit stones in the circle." After Chu Zhongshan finished all the preparations according to his instructions, Huang shouted in a slightly excited tone. Although Chu Zhongshan mastered the medium-level martial arts saber techniques, he basically didn't really fight the enemy, and the degree of mastery was not proficient. Among the primary martial arts sabers he mastered, the only one is the Scorching Sun. He is not only familiar with it, but also has obtained the essence of it. It is the most powerful saber skill he has mastered at present. The blade tip, emitting a burning smell, directly points on the 6-7 spirit stones and smashes the extremely hard spirit stones into pieces. The huge aura contained in the spirit stone was immediately stimulated with the breaking of the stone. The aura contained in the 7-grade medium-level spirit stone is almost similar to that of a stream. The spirit power formed by the fusion of 6 streams is like a tornado, which directly stirs up 38-grade spirit stones placed in a circle. Looking at the spiritual stones one after another, they were crushed by the tornado formed by the aura. The void above the original common medicine field was gradually distorted and broken. 5 minutes later, when the last Kippenling stone was crushed, the original ordinary medicine field was directly destroyed by the tornado, leaving a lot of willows and flowers. Huang Lao, what's going on? After the tornado formed by Reiki completely destroyed the medicine field, there was no imagined picture full of countless medicinal materials, and there was no medicinal materials with human Lingjun. Chu Zhongshan asked in confusion. Don't worry, wait 30 seconds. Huang Lao in his mind said in a slow tone. 30 seconds later, the tornado shaped by hundreds of spirit stones completely disappeared into the void. The originally damaged medicine field had completely disappeared. A small tree about 30 cm high and shaped like a baby appeared at the scene. At the top of the baby tree, there are 2 green leaves. Huang Lao, is this the root of human spirit? Pointing to the little tree like a baby in front of him, Chu Zhongshan asked with a trembling tone. The only thing that he couldn't solve, and what he was most worried about so far, was the talent of cultivation. Because the talent of cultivation determines the final achievement, which is the iron rule of the eternal continent, and cannot be changed by hard cultivation. The little tree in front of him looks like a baby. It is likely to be known as the 3 great spiritual roots in the world. It is an opportunity for him to be reborn and finally climb the peak of martial arts. Boy, you're right. The little tree like a baby in front of you is one of the 3 spiritual roots in the world. The 2 green leaves at the top of the little tree are the anti-heaven treasures to improve the cultivation talent and accomplishments, as well as the potential and understanding. Facing the human spirit root that can make people reborn, Huang Lao's tone is very indifferent, without any surprise and surprise. Boy, the 3 spiritual roots belong to the foreign body of heaven and earth, which is incompatible with heaven and earth. There is no object in the world to hold this treasure, so you can only take it immediately after picking it. Because the 2 leaves separated from the mother will return to nothingness in 36 seconds, and it will grow again at random in the eternal continent in 1,000 years. What should I do? Hearing that old Huang said that the human spirit root must be taken immediately after being taken off, Chu Zhongshan was immediately in a dilemma. Because he opened the blue door and was led in by Dongfeng Yangping, he took the lead to seize the opportunity, and finally found the human spirit root under the guidance of Huang Lao. At this time, half an hour has passed. The challenge masters have not only entered the cave, but I'm afraid a few people are coming in this direction. According to Huang Lao, human spirit root can not only improve the cultivation talent and accomplishments, but also improve the potential and understanding. If he takes the human spirit root, it must take some time to refine it. If someone comes at this time, it will certainly affect him to refine the human spirit root. If it's more serious, those challengers are likely to snatch his chance. Boy, since I let you pick human spiritual roots, there must be a way to give you enough time and energy to refine. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's hesitation, old Huang knew what his concerns were without guessing. Huang Lao, what can I do? Chu Zhongshan asked in surprise. Boy, do you think you have completely broken the human spirit root array just now? Instead of answering Chu Zhongshan's question, Huang asked, Is this unknown? Pointing to the human spirit root in front of him, Chu Zhongshan said with a clear look, Cut, you underestimate the means left by the strong in the realm of great power. Facing Chu Zhongshan's clear attitude at a glance, old Huang said sarcastically, Boy, if you don't have my advice next, you can't go to the human spirit root, let alone pick the human spirit root. Old Huang, please give me some advice. Huang Lao's satire of Chu Zhongshan not only didn't care, but pretended to be respectful. Next, follow my instructions and don't make mistakes in one step. Otherwise, you won't get human spiritual roots, and your life may even be in danger. Yes, life is in danger. Of course, Chu Zhongshan doesn't dare to be careless. He carefully listens to every instruction of Huang Lao and takes every step carefully. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan appeared in front of Renlingjin. At this time, he could not only see the detailed appearance of Renlingjin, but also smell the fragrance from the leaves of Renlingjin. Boy, you are safe now. The next step is to take the human spirit root and improve your cultivation talent, accomplishments, potential, and understanding. Seeing the sky in Chu staring at the human spirit root without turning its eyes, especially the two green leaves at the end of the tree, old Huang reminded. Huang Lao, thank you. Although Huang Lao occupied his mind and made him have many secrets that could not be exposed, Huang Lao didn't hurt him and brought him a lot of opportunities. Chu Zhongshan thanked him from the bottom of his heart at this time. Boy, what bothers me most is your hypocrite appearance now. If you really want to repay me, improve your strength and I will be useful to you in the future. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's sincere thanks, old Huang refused with great disgust. No problem. As long as Chu Zhongshan can do it, I will go all out. Although I don't know what old Huang wants him to do in the future, with the help of human spiritual roots, he will go all out in the future. This is Chu Zhongshan's character. Boy, I remember you once said that you used to take medium level 7 product tubeless pill. Chu Zhongshan's commitment made Huang Lao in his mind very happy. At the same time, it also made him consciously start to help Chu Zhongshan improve his strength. Yes. Chu Zhongshan nodded. The human spirit root is like the 7 product birth pill. When you improve your cultivation talent, your consciousness will be in a state of emptiness and brightness. You can use this state to break through the 4 layers of the cultivation period. Really? Hearing that old Huang said that the human spirit root is like a birth pill, which can improve a small realm, Chu Zhongshan asked in surprise. The 4th level of the body refining period has entered the middle level of the body refining period, and it acts on the flesh. It's not so easy to break through this level. After all, the flesh is different from the bones. The bones of the adult warrior are very hard and can withstand the impact of violent aura. Compared with the hard bones, the flesh is relatively fragile and cannot directly bear the violent aura. Before breaking through the realm, the flesh needs to be tempered. Chu Zhongshan originally planned to break through the 4th layer of the body refining period after the strength of the flesh reached a certain level with the help of Kainti pill and soft pill. If Renlingjin really has the effect of medium-level Kippen tubeless pill, there will be a lot of time left in Chu Zhongshan. What's more, after qualifying in Purgatory City, he must follow Zai Jun back to Liyun's sect. At that time, he must face Huang Puqi's overbearing oppression. If his cultivation can break through the 4th level of the physical training period and raise his potential to the limit with the help of the time of returning to the sect, his real combat power is enough to reach the 8th level of the physical training period. If he cooperates with the situation, his real combat power will reach the 9th floor of the physical training period. At that time, he will not be afraid of Huang Puqi's oppression, and even suppress him in turn to let him obey his orders. Boy, there is array protection here. You don't have to worry about someone affecting your refining human spirit root. Then you stay here to practice. I have something to leave for a while. After Chu Zhongshan woke up from the surprise, Huang told him to leave for a while. Huang Lao, is it not dangerous for you to go out in this state? Chu Zhongshan is worried about. Old Huang's sincere help has made Chu Zhongshan unconsciously agree with him. He gradually regarded him as an elder who can rely on, so he began to care about his safety. Don't worry, boy, I'm just looking for something, I won't fight with anyone. After Huang explained briefly, the whole person was completely calm. Huang Lao, Huang Lao, Huang Lao. After waiting for a minute, Chu Zhongshan began to call for 3 times, and there was no old Huang's voice in his mind. Chu Zhongshan thought, it seems that old Huang has completely left. Who? After confirming that Huang Lao had left, Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out 3,008 grade lower-level spirit stones and hundreds of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones from the storage bag. One hand is inserted into the middle-level spirit stone pile of Kippen, the other hand is pasted on the human spirit root, and the copy program is started in my mind. There are 9 forces in the southern region of the Eternal Continent. Although these 9 forces do not have accurate and detailed ranking, it is recognized that the only empire in the southern region is the state of Qin. 5 of the 9 forces are 4 noble families. Although Chu Zhongshan has no ambition to unify the southern region, he also wants to develop the Chu family into a super family, no weaker than the 5 great families. If the Chu family replaces the Qi family and becomes the real ruler of the state of Qi, Chu Zhongshan also wants to take the state of Qi to become the second empire in the southern region. To achieve this goal, In addition to continuously improving his cultivation and expanding his influence, he also needs to gradually improve the overall strength of the Chu family. Under the influence of this psychology, Chu Zhongshan's first idea is to copy it after encountering treasures that can improve his cultivation talent and cultivation. Human spirit root can improve a large level of cultivation talent. If he can copy and paste a sufficient number of human spirit roots, many young people of the Chu family and the younger generation will not be restricted by cultivation talent. Everyone is likely to become an expert in the realm of Qi transformation, the top expert in the realm of Qi Si, and even the peerless strongman in the realm of spirit. At this time, without Huang Lao watching, Chu Zhongshan will certainly not miss the opportunity in front of him. 3 great spiritual roots belong to heaven and earth treasures. Although they are not included in the grade, according to Huang's estimation, the grade of human spiritual roots should be at least 6 grades, or even higher. In order to avoid the lack of energy in the process of copying the program, Chu Zhongshan ruthlessly used hundreds of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. It was precisely because of his sufficient preparation in advance that there was no fatal mistake in the following replication. Although the grade of human spirit root has reached 6 grades, it is a unique treasure of heaven and earth. The energy required to copy its program is too huge. Hundreds of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones barely copy its program. Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of dignity when he looked at hundreds of pieces of white powder petrified into a pile of 7-grade medium-level spirits. According to the comparison of copy and paste energy, if you want to paste a copied program, the energy consumption is more than 10 times that of the copied program. That is to say, his program of copying human spirit root consumes hundreds of 7-mouth medium-level spirit stones. So if you want to paste human spirit root, you need to consume at least thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. Thousands of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones are almost equivalent to more than 100,000 8-grade lower-level spirit stones. Such a huge amount of spirit stones makes Chu Zhongshan feel extremely heavy pressure. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan adjusted his mentality in time and knew that this was not the time to think too much about this issue. Take a deep breath. Chu Zhongshan put 3,000 8-grade spirit stones around his body, regulate his breath, and calm his mind. When his mind was stable, he reached out and took off the 2 tender leaves on the top of the human spirit root without any hesitation. 2 green leaves were put into his mouth. Before he chewed them, the leaves instantly turned into 2 strange energy and entered the body along the esophagus. When the energy enters the body, it explodes instantly. Part of the energy integrates into his body and begins to improve his body. The other part of the energy enters the brain along his nervous system to expand his consciousness and enhance his potential and understanding. Chu Zhongshan, who was able to consciously run the Taixuan Heart Sutra at the beginning, felt that the whole body was getting lighter and lighter, and his consciousness was gradually emptied under the energy nourishment of human spirit roots and leaves. In this state of empty consciousness, thousands of spirit stones placed around his body actively emit aura under the independent operation of Taixuan Heart Sutra. With a large number of heaven and earth auras entering his body, his cultivation began to improve gradually. Shit! What cave left by the peerless strong man? Why don't you even have a hair? Just when Chu Zhongshan made every effort to improve his cultivation, and improved his cultivation talent with the help of human spirit root, the challenge masters who had already entered the cave, or 3 or 5 people, or alone, began to wander around the cave and look for their own opportunities. However, after searching many places, these challengers found that the whole cave was basically destroyed by the previous fierce battle, and there were no useful treasures left at all, which made dozens of challengers who were looking for opportunities unwilling. One of them had a hot temper and reached the middle level of Qi melting period. He couldn't help but start cursing. Yes, I knew the situation in the cave was like this. It's better to hunt those monsters with tokens. At least the reward of qualifying is very rich. Another challenge leader nodded and agreed. Okay, don't complain. Since there are no treasures in the cave, we have to find a way to get out of here. One of the accomplishments reached the peak of the 9th level during the Qi transformation period, and the challenge leader who handled things calmly reminded him. Forget it, there's no exit at all. The passage when we came in has completely disappeared, and now we can't find a way out. At the beginning, the middle-level challenge leader of the Qi melting period who complained said in a very depressed tone, "Come on, let's go find the disciple of Liyun's sect during the training period. Since he has a way to open the blue door, he must also have a way to leave the cave." The challenge leader who reached the peak of the 9th floor in the Qi melting period suggested, "Yes, that boy must know how to get out." Chu Zhongshan, who worked hard to cultivate himself, didn't know that the challengers who entered the cave at this time had begun to look for him because they couldn't find any treasures. With the help of the peculiar energy of human spirit root and the assistance of more than 3,000 Bapan lower-level spirit stones, the bottle strength of the realm did not become an obstacle for him to break through. Just 3 minutes later, he successfully broke through the 4th floor of the training period. At this time, he is still in an empty and bright state. In this state, his cultivation continues to improve rapidly, his potential and understanding are also gradually improving, and even his body has been reborn and improved with the help of the special energy of human spirit root. After waking up, Chu Zhongshan first stabilized the strength after the breakthrough, and then felt the changes of his cultivation and talent after the breakthrough. At the same time, he checked the changes of human spirit root to his physique and consciousness. Then there was a look of ecstasy on his face. First of all, with the improvement of the strange energy of human spirit root, his cultivation talent has indeed been improved. Chu Zhongshan doesn't know what step to go to. At this time, he had no items to test his cultivation talent, but he obviously felt that his cultivation talent had been promoted to less than 1 or 2 levels. Because when he used to take the medium-level Kippen tubeless pill, he was very clear about the feeling that his cultivation talent was promoted to a minor level. Secondly, it is the change of self-cultivation. After taking Renlingjian, he not only successfully broke through the level of level 4 in the body training period, but also in the state of emptiness and brightness. His cultivation was directly promoted to the peak of level 4 in the body training period, and he may break through level 5 in the body training period at any time. The 4-level peak in the training period means that he has the combat power of the 8-level peak in the training period at this time. If he is in coordination with the situation, his real combat power will reach the peak of 9 levels in the training period. At this time, he had an impulse to return to Qianlong Peak immediately and teach Huangfuki a lesson. Finally, it is the improvement of potential and understanding. The improvement of potential can only be seen through continuous fighting, but the improvement of understanding is very obvious. Because Chu Zhongshan found many things and feelings he didn't understand before, it seems very simple at this time. Old Huang still didn't return, and Chu Zhongshan couldn't leave here, so he took out Kianti pill, soft pill and bone washing pill from the storage bag, and began to improve his potential and strive to raise his potential to the limit in a short time. When Chu Zhongshan tried his best to improve his potential with the help of pills, Dongfeng Yangping and other 3 people who entered the cave ahead of time were surrounded by more than 10 people such as Lang Yun. "Wolf Cloud, what do you mean?" Looking at the bad-looking Wolf Cloud and others, Dongfeng Yangping roared fiercely. If they fight each other alone, Dongfeng Yangping is not afraid of the Wolf Cloud. He is even sure to defeat him within 100 moves and take his life within 1,000 moves. However, at this time, there were not only Wolf Clouds on the scene, but also 2 challengers whose cultivation reached the peak of the 9th floor in the Qi transformation period, as well as 6 or 7 challengers in different realms. In the face of a large number of Lang Yan and others, Dongfeng Yangping, who has always been very calm, is gradually worried at this time. "What do you mean, hi?" Facing the fierce roar of Dongfeng Yangping, Lang Yun sneered. Then he put his hands around his shoulders and threatened fiercely, "Dongfeng Yangping, give me the treasure you got from the cave." In order to compete for the treasures in the cave, when entering the cave, Lang Yun and his men used the cultivation of Qi melting period to block many challengers in Qi refining period and body refining period from entering the cave. Forcibly depriving others of opportunities, the degree of hatred is equivalent to the hatred of killing their father and seizing their wife, which is deeply hated by martial artists and provokes fierce retaliation. If Lang Yun can harvest enough treasures in the cave and improve his cultivation with these treasures, he will offend. He is not a timid person. However, when he entered the cave, not to mention what treasure it was, he didn't even find a 10-grade lower-level spirit stone or a 10-grade spirit grass. He offended many people without any gain. How can he not make Lang Yun angry? so when he met Dongfeng Yongping and others, he vented his anger on them. Wolf Cloud, you can see the specific situation in the cave. We just entered the cave more than 10 seconds earlier than you. How can we find the treasure in such a short time? Dongfeng Yongping knew that the Wolf Cloud asked him to hand over the treasure was only a signal before he started, but Dongfeng Yongping still spent more time explaining in order to avoid being besieged by more people. Dongfeng Yongping, you and I are the top accomplishments during the Qi transformation period. It doesn't take long to collect and find treasures. How can I know if you use this more than 10 seconds to collect the treasures in the cave? For the reason given by Dongfeng Yongping, Lang Yun soon found the reason to fight back. What do you mean? Seeing that the Wolf Cloud refused to let go of himself for a long time and continued to encourage others to misunderstand him, Dongfeng Yongping asked coldly. Hey, it's easy for us to believe it. As long as you hand over the storage bag, we'll check it. If there are no treasures in the cave in the storage bag, then we'll believe you and won't fight with you, okay? Wolf Cloud sneered insidiously. Wolf Cloud's move is sinister and vicious. You know, martial arts practitioners have their own secrets and opportunities in their practice. Everyone has his own biggest secret in his storage bag. If you want to check a person's storage bag, it is no different from severe punishment. This is forcing Dongfeng Yongping and others to fight back. Two younger martial brothers, after a while, break through each other. Whether they can save their lives depends on your and my luck. Dongfeng Yongping doesn't even have to think about the request put forward by Lang Yun. It's impossible to agree. At the same time, he is ready to do it. However, Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong are his biggest concerns at this time. He must arrange 2 people before he can make full efforts. While Dongfeng Yongping and other 3 were planning to break through, Lu Yuan and his sect elder martial brother Lin Aoqun were waiting in a hidden place not far from them. Looking at the coming battle between Lang Yun and Dongfeng Yongping, Lu Yuan eagerly asked Lin Aoqun, "Elder martial brother, we can enter the cave earlier than others. It is the secret help of Chu Zhongshan. At this time, his elder martial brothers are in danger. We should all help each other." Younger martial brother, I know you have a good personal relationship with Chu Zhongshan, but don't forget that you are a member of Huashan Sword sect first, and everything should be based on the interests of the sect. Speaking of this, Lin Aoqun pointed to Lang Yun and others and said, "Younger martial brother, the power behind Lang Yun and others is very strong. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to you, me and the sword sect, I order you not to do anything." Facing Lu Yuan's request, Lin Aoqun directly refused without worry and strictly ordered Lu Yuan not to intervene. Chu Zhongshan helped Lin Aoqun secretly, which not only failed to win Lin Aoqun's gratitude, but also made the narrow-minded man resent. Because at the moment when Chu Zhongshan opened the blue door, Dongfeng Yongping and others entered the cave ahead of him, which made him very dissatisfied. In Lin Aoqun's view, Chu Zhongshan should have let him enter the cave together at that time, not more than 10 seconds late. It was in this kind of resentment that, in the face of Dongfeng Yongping being besieged, he not only did not help, but even prevented others from helping. With the help of all kinds of Jiupin pills and a large number of Bapin spirit stones, Chu Zhongshan not only consolidated his cultivation after the breakthrough in just 3 hours, but also raised various potentials by nearly 3 levels. Although there is still a distance from the real limit, Chu Zhongshan is not worried. Because now he wants pills and pills, spirit stones and spirit stones, talents and savvy. As long as there is enough time, the promotion of potential is only a matter of time. Yes, in less than half a day, cultivation not only broke through the 4 peaks of the body training period, but even the realm was completely stable. It seems that the human spirit root has improved you more than I imagined. When Chu Zhongshan planned to continue to improve his potential, he suddenly heard the voice of Old Huang's approval in his mind. "Old Huang, you are back." Hearing the voice of Old Huang's approval in his mind, Chu Zhongshan asked in surprise. As one of the 3 spiritual roots in the world, the powerful effect of human spiritual root has been deeply experienced by Chu Zhongshan at this time. Without Huang Lao's help, he can't enter the cave, let alone get human spiritual roots. At this moment, Huang Lao has gradually become a little dependent in his heart, but he hasn't found it yet. "Boy, when I came back just now, I saw your 3 senior brothers being besieged. The situation was very dangerous." Ignoring Chu Zhongshan's greetings, Old Huang told him a severe situation. "What? Where is it?" Hearing that Old Huang said that Dongfeng Yongping 3 people were being besieged, Chu Zhongshan stood up in surprise. Maybe Dongfeng Yangping didn't treat him very well or even too cold at first, but later his attitude changed, and his inadvertent care made Chu Zhongshan agree with them. It was from them that Chu Zhong genius learned the specific situation of this special change and made preparations in advance. More importantly, Dongfeng Yangping is likely to be Dongfeng Yun'er's brother. Chu Zhongshan must help both in terms of personal feelings and friendship with his family. Boy, your senior brother is besieged by more than a dozen experts in the Qi transformation period. With your 4-tier peak cultivation during the body training period, it's not enough for others to have a finger. What role can you play in the past? Seeing Chu Zhongshan filled with righteous indignation, he immediately went to help. Although the tone of Huang Lao in his mind was full of irony, his face showed a satisfied expression. Yes, maybe my current cultivation is not someone else's opponent, but some things can't come out unless my cultivation is not enough. Huang Lao's sarcasm is not to dispel Chu Zhongshan's intention. It is a gesture that the volcano will go up. You boy, seeing the fearless attitude of Tianxi and Chu, old Huang sighed helplessly. Then he said in a relieved tone, "Forget it, I'll help you once." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel any action of Huang Lao. A purple token suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Boy, the token in front of you is the cornerstone of this cave. As long as you master the token, you can control all the arrays of the whole cave and use the array to give full play to the power of the cave. Speaking of this, Huang Lao in his mind couldn't help sighing and said with a trace of regret in his tone, "Alas, your boy's cultivation is too low." If your current cultivation reaches the spirit stage, you can use the spirit to collude with the token, thoroughly refine the token, and really master the cave. However, although your current cultivation can't completely control the token, with my help, you can barely mobilize 1,000th of the power of the cave. Boy, you must firmly remember that the origin and power of this cave are far beyond your imagination, because it is by no means the cave left by the peerless strong man, so you must keep this token well and never lose it, otherwise there will be endless trouble in the future. Huang Lao, how to control this token? In a hurry to rescue Dongfeng Yangping and others, Chu Zhongshan didn't care what Huang Laogenkai said at all. After reaching out to take the token, he anxiously questioned the use method. Force a drop of blood essence on the token, and then I'll teach you a set of fingerprints. With the help of fingerprints and blood essence, you can master the token temporarily. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't care about his advice just now, old Huang was dissatisfied, but he didn't care much, because he knew that Chu Zhongshan had not really seen the power of the cave and did not understand the treasures of the cave. After he really understood the mystery and power of the cave, Chu Zhongshan would automatically treasure the token without his advice. Hearing Huang's instructions, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly forced a drop of blood essence to drop on the token. After the blood essence was fully integrated into the token, Chu Zhongshan vaguely felt that there was a connection between himself and the token. However, the connection with the token is very weak, as if it could be disconnected at any time. Blood essence only reluctantly allows you to establish a connection with the token. If you want to deepen the connection between each other, you must use the fingerprint I teach you next. Speaking of this, Huang Lao's 10 fingers in his mind swung up and down, and a special energy was emitted from his fingers, and then integrated into Chu Zhongshan's mind. After that special energy was integrated into his mind, Chu Zhongshan came up with 3 images. These 3 images were all images of a thin middle-aged man in his 40s, with different fingerprints on his hands. Boy, carefully experience the different fingerprints of the 3 moves in the portrait, which is the most critical thing to control the token. Chu Zhongshan originally wanted to carefully observe the appearance of the middle-aged man in the image, because he felt that the middle-aged man in the image was likely to be the real face of Huang Lao. But at this time, the voice of Huang Lao's urgent reminder came from his mind. Yes, this was the first time he had heard Huang Lao's urgent tone since he knew Huang Lao. He immediately knew that the fingerprints just passed on were not trivial. He quickly observed the fingerprints of 3 images without paying attention to the appearance of middle-aged people. The fingerprints in the 3 images seem simple, as if you can learn by comparing with your fingers, but when you really feel it, you always feel something wrong, as if there is always a trace of defect. Meditate and concentrate, and experience the feeling of energy fusion when taking human spiritual root. Feeling the annoyance rising in Chu Zhongshan's heart, old Huang in his mind immediately made a sound to remind him. The feeling of energy fusion when taking human spirit root. Old Huang specially reminded Chu Zhongshan to calm down on the horse, and carefully experienced the feeling of energy changing the body and improving the cultivation talent and understanding when taking human spirit root just now. With the deepening of feeling, the fingerprints pinched by Chu Zhongshan's fingers are closer and closer to the fingerprints in the image. After Chu Zhongshan thoroughly understood the special energy feeling of human spiritual root, the fingerprints pinched by his fingers had been completely integrated with the fingerprints in the image. Congealing. When Chu Zhongshan thoroughly understood the three types of fingerprints, the middle-aged man in the image suddenly shouted Ning, and Chu Zhongshan also subconsciously shouted Ning. The intermittent connection between the original token and the two words suddenly became much clearer. At the same time, some information came intermittently from the token. After Chu Zhongshan completely accepted the information from the token, he immediately understood why Old Huang said that mastering the token could save Dongfang Yangping and others. Because after you can control the token with blood essence and fingerprint, you can mobilize all the arrays in the cave. There are 3650 arrays in the cave left by the Peerless Strong. Each array can be formed separately or integrated with each other to form a more powerful array. At the same time, among the 3650 arrays, there are defensive arrays, offensive arrays, surveillance arrays, and transmission arrays, which are all inclusive. Because Dongfang Yangping and others were in danger, they could die at any time. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel the mystery of the token and the cave too much. He immediately waved his fingers up and down, pinched the first type of handprint to connect the token, and mobilized the surveillance array in the cave through the token. Chu Zhongshan soon saw Dongfang Yangping under siege. At this time, Lang Yun is leading 6 or 7 experts in the Qi transformation period to besiege Dongfang Yangping. 30 meters away, 3 experts at the peak of the initial stage of Qi transformation period are besieging Zhang Yanan. 80 meters away, 4 experts at the peak of the middle level in the Qi transformation period are besieging Yue Zhangzong. Seeing that the 3 attacked were already scarred, Chu Zhongshan immediately raised uncontrollable anger. What makes Chu Zhongshan feel angry and unbearable is that 7 or 8 people, including Lin Aijun, are watching coldly at a distance of 100 meters from the siege of Dongfang Yangping. Only Lu Yuan glared at Lin Aoqun, looking very angry. Before entering the cave, Lang Yun deliberately targeted Dongfang Yangping. Chu Zhongshan was very disgusted with this man and didn't want him to enter the cave. Later, the reason why he agreed to let Lang Yun in was not only that Old Huang said he had a way to deal with him, but also because of Lin Aoqun's face. Of course, there is also Lu Yuan's relationship. In order to get closer to Lin Aoqun, Chu Zhongshan secretly took special care of them when arranging the attack array. The reason why Lin Aoqun is secretly taken care of is not to get his gratitude, but to help Lin Aoqun if he encounters danger in the cave. If Lin Aoqun could do so, it would be worth the effort. However, now I see that the original efforts are in vain. Lin Aoqun is simply an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. Huang Lao, how to launch the transmitting array. Seeing that Dongfang Yangping gradually fell downwind and his injury gradually aggravated, Chu Zhongtianma wanted to catch up, but it was a little far away from their fight at this time. It will take at least 20 minutes to catch up with the body method and martial arts. In the state of Dongfang Yangping at this time, it can't last until that time, so Chu Zhongshan plans to use the transmitting array in the cave. Lingxi, a huge number of Lingxi. Because Huang Lao is in Chu Zhongshan's mind, and the token controlling the cave has a deep connection with him, he can see everything Chu Zhongshan sees through the array, and he also understands Chu Zhongshan's desire to use the teleportation array. How many spirit stones do you need? It's more important to rescue Dongfang Yangping and others. Chu Zhongshan doesn't care about the distressed Lingxi for the time being, so he only asks how many Lingxi he needs. According to the length of the transmission distance, at least 3,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones or 30,000 pieces of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones are required. By calculation, Old Huang gave the approximate figure of Lingxi. So much. Although it is said that he can't consider the consumption of the spirit stone for the time being, in Chu Zhongshan's view, he needs thousands of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones at most, but he didn't expect to need 30,000 8-grade lower-level spirit stones for one transmission, which makes him have to worry. After all, the number of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones in his storage bag is only more than 60,000, which will consume half at once. Anyone will seriously consider it. However, after seeing that Dongfeng Yangping was slapped by Wolf Cloud from behind and spit out a mouthful of blood through the surveillance array, he also ignored the distressed spirit stone and asked, "How to use it?" "Send the spirit stone directly into the token, and the consciousness will cooperate with the fingerprint to start the transmission array." Huang Lao also saw the picture of Dongfeng Yangping being injured clearly, so he didn't dare to delay at all, and directly said the method of use. "Take out 3 large boxes from the storage bag, open them one by one, and directly throw the spirit stone inside to the token floating in mid-air. 30,000 pieces of Bapan lower-level spirit stone, if piled together, will be at least several square meters. But when the spirit stone is thrown in front of the token is like a strange beast, swallowing all of it." After the token swallowed 30,000 pieces of spirit stones, Chu Zhongshan quickly displayed his fingerprints and realized to get through the token. He silently recited in his heart to start the transmission array. When the handprint was finished, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt a strong suction from the token. When he didn't respond, the strong suction directly sucked him in. Facing the siege of several people such as Lang Yun, Dongfeng Yangping had prepared well in advance, but what he didn't expect was that the people around Lang Yun knew the art of joint attack, and the combined combat power was not weaker than him, which made his plan to break through the siege failed at the beginning, so he had to stay in place and work hard. Although his cultivation and strength surpassed that of Lang Yun is not fighting alone. He is assisted by several people whose strength and cultivation are second only to him, which makes Dongfeng Yangping at a disadvantage at the beginning of the fight. After fighting with each other for some time, Dongfeng Yangping knew that his situation was bad. 9 times out of 10 he would be buried here today, so he immediately tried his best and planned to fight with his life. Even if he was finally killed, he had to pull several cushions before he died. In particular, Wolf Yun is the most wanted target of Dongfeng Yangping at this moment. However, what he didn't expect was that Lang Yun was a very smart and cunning opponent. When Dongfeng Yangping took the initiative to give up defense and began to attack with all his strength, he knew Dongfeng Yangping's plan, so he asked his men to use joint attack to surround Dongfeng Yangping. He used speed to find Dongfeng Yangping's flaws and began to attack Dongfeng Yangping. It was in the use of this tactic that he not only didn't get half a point from Dongfeng Yangping's desperate attack, but also used this tactic to hurt Dongfeng Yangping, and even nearly killed Dongfeng Yangping in several attacks. Looking at Dongfeng Yangping with more and more serious injuries and more chaotic breath, Wolf Yun gradually showed a proud smile on his face. Dongfeng Yangping, who consumes too much genuine, can't last long. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes for him to completely kill Dongfeng Yangping. Just as he enjoyed the joy of killing Dongfeng Yangping, the void above suddenly opened a gap, and a figure that he hated emerged from the gap. 100 meters away from the siege, Lin Aoqun and others who are watching the war see that Dongfeng Yangping's injury is getting worse and worse. The consumption of genuine is getting bigger and bigger, and the breath is getting more and more chaotic. Lin Aoqun's face shows inhuman indifference. Lu Yuan, who was in anger, showed a trace of despair and chagrin on his face. Although in Huashan sword sect, his identity and status are higher than Lin Aoqun, but at this time, in the cave of the peerless strong in the secret realm, his identity and status have lost their role. Lin Aoqun, who has the highest cultivation, can ignore his opinions and even order him. Lu Yuan, who was already desperate, thought that Dongfeng Yangping would be killed by Wolf Cloud in 3 or 5 minutes at most. But at this time, a gap opened in the void above the belligerents, and a figure that made him very familiar and expected emerged from the gap. After seeing the figure in the void, Lin Aoqun, who looked indifferent, flashed surprise and a cold, murderous spirit in his eyes. The attraction from the token was so strong that Chu Zhongshan was absorbed without any reaction. When he fully woke up, he found himself in the besieged sky of Dongfeng Yangping. "Stop!" When he landed on the ground slowly, he saw Dongfeng Yangping, covered with blood and chaotic breath, and drank loudly. At the same time, used the fingerprint to mobilize the defense array in the token to form a protective cover on Dongfeng Yangping. Ignoring Chu Zhongshan's rebuke, Lang Yun and his men continued to attack and kill Dongfeng Yangping with all their strength. Dongfeng Yangping, who was seriously injured, knew that he could not escape this attack. Knowing that he would die, he had closed his eyes and accepted the coming of death. Death is not terrible for Dongfeng Yangping, because since he embarked on the path of practice, he has been ready to die at any time. The only thing he regretted was that his sister and father did not know whether she had passed the sect test and became an official disciple of Li Yun's sect. I don't know if she has her own sweetheart now. I had already closed my eyes and accepted the coming of death, but I waited for more than 10 seconds, and the imaginary attack did not fall on me. After opening his eyes, Dongfeng Yangping accidentally found that he had a transparent protective cover on his body. Wolf Cloud and others are desperately attacking the protective cover, but no matter how hard they attack, they can't break the protective cover on themselves. Wolf Cloud, I advise you not to waste your strength. With your strength, you want to break the protective shield I put on senior brother Dongfeng, even daydreaming, unless you are a peerless strong man in the spirit period. Seeing that Lang Yun and others continue to attack Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but remind him with heartache. You know, although the defense array doesn't consume spirit stones as much as the transmission array, Chu Zhongshan secretly inputs at least thousands of lower-level spirit stones to the token every time Lang Yun and others attack. In fact, it is not necessary to take out the spirit stone from the storage bag to input the token. As long as the consciousness connects the storage bag, the token will automatically absorb the spirit stone in the storage bag. After the wolf cloud attacked them for more than 10 seconds, a box of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones in Chu Zhongshan's storage bag had basically been consumed. Looking at the shrinking wealth in the storage bag, he couldn't help but remind him with heartache. Perhaps it is because the continuous attacks have no effect, or perhaps it is because of Chu Zhongshan's reminder that Lang Yun and others stop attacking and stare at Chu Zhongshan with ferocious eyes. If it weren't for the way Chu Zhongshan just appeared that was too shocking, and the means he used were too powerful, I'm afraid Lang Yun would have slapped him in the face. After Lang Yun and others stopped attacking, Chu Zhongshan walked to Dongfeng Yangping step by step. As for the fierce eyes of Wolf Cloud and others, Chu Zhongshan didn't take it to heart. Because when he cast the defensive array on Dongfeng Yangping, he also cast the same powerful defensive array on himself. Picked up Dongfeng Yangping, who fell to the ground, and asked with concern, "Senior brother Dongfeng, are you okay?" He shook his head. Dongfeng Yangping looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complicated look. He took a crystal-clear pill from his storage bag and gave off a strong fragrance of medicine. Then he sat down safely and boldly and began to exercise martial arts to heal his wounds. Although he didn't say any words of gratitude in Dongfeng Yangping's heart, he had identified with Chu Zhongshan and regarded him as a brother who could make a difference between life and death. "That wolf cloud, can you stop the men who besiege my 2 senior brothers? Otherwise I will be angry." Facing the wolf cloud and others whose cultivation is far more than his own, Chu Zhongshan looked relaxed and said with a teasing tone, "Stop me." Thinking of the strange move made by Chu Zhongshan just now, Lang Yun didn't think too much and directly stopped the people who besieged Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan. When the wounded Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan gathered around Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. Although he can also use the defensive array on Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan, if he takes an attack, the defensive array will consume thousands of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones. At this time, the number of spirit stones in his storage bag was not much. Next, he has to use an offensive array to frighten Lang Yun and others, and teach the despicable villain Lin Aoqun a lesson. These all need a large number of spirit stones. He doesn't know whether the spirit stones in his storage bag are enough. Wolf Cloud, outside the cave, in the face of a sinister villain, "My senior brother has let you go once, but I didn't expect you to be stubborn and attack my senior brother secretly. It seems that you don't pay attention to our Li Yun sect. Since Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong are safe, Chu Zhongshan will start to clean up Lang Yun and others. Of course, Lin Aoqun is not spared. First, he uses words to humiliate him. Lin Aoqun, who was watching the battle not far away, heard Chu Zhongshan satirize him as a sinister villain, and suddenly gave a cold hum of displeasure. Like the wolf cloud, he was shocked by Chu Zhongshan's appearance and dared not act rashly. Otherwise, according to his sinister and cunning character, Chu Zhongshan dared to insult him, and he would have skinned Chu Zhongshan for a long time. "Chu, don't buckle your hat. I've never looked down on Li Yun's sect. Dongfeng Yangping and I are just personal grudges and don't involve feuds between sects." For Chu Zhongshan, he said he despised Li Yun's sect and would not admit that Lang Yun killed him. Although the Daeyuan dynasty to which he belongs is powerful, in the face of Li Yun's sect, one of the 9 forces, the Daeyuan dynasty is just a relatively strong ant and is not the opponent of Liyuan sect at all. If the enmity between him and Dongfeng Yangping rises to the sects and the imperial dynasty, the price is not what a small martial artist can bear. Chu Zhongshan pretended to be surprised at Wolf Cloud's retort. Then his face suddenly changed. He pointed to Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong in an extremely angry tone and shouted, "Wolf, since it's your personal grudge with senior brother Dongfeng, why do you want to fight with my two senior brothers? Don't say it's also a personal grudge with them. You." Facing the roar of Chu Zhongshan, Lang Yun angrily pointed to Chu Zhongshan and didn't know how to refute. He and Dongfeng Yangping had a national feud and private resentment. Dongfeng Yangping had a special position in the Tianlong imperial dynasty. Getting rid of Dongfeng Yangping dealt a heavy blow to the Tianlong imperial dynasty. Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan are followers of Dongfeng Yangping. Killing them is also equivalent to weakening the potential strength of Tianlong dynasty. However, such words can only be thought in the heart, but cannot be said openly. Fortunately, I came in time. The three senior brothers were not in danger, and there was still the possibility of mitigation. Chu Zhongshan, who was suddenly angry, returned to normal in the blink of an eye and made a very happy expression. Surnamed Wolf, Chu Zhongshan is not an unreasonable person. I will give you a chance to solve the hatred between you and senior brother Dongfeng alone. However, before that, I want to talk to you about compensation. Wolf Cloud is a perfect cultivation of the 10th floor in the period of transforming Qi. Although its strength is slightly inferior to that of Dongfeng Yangping, its real combat power may have reached the period of Qi C. If you want to solve the top expert like Wolf Cloud, you need more spirit stones to attack the array in the cave than he thought. What's more, in addition to the Wolf Cloud, there are more than a dozen experts in the Qi transformation period, and more than a dozen high-level helpers in the body refining period behind him. These people will not watch him get rid of the Wolf Cloud, and will certainly help him. If you use the attack array to get rid of these people, the number of spirit stones consumed may not be less than the number of Wolf Clouds. Chu Zhongshan is worried that if you finally start, the number of spirit stones in the storage bag will not be enough, resulting in the final defeat, so he plans to prepare enough spirit stones in advance through some means of extortion. Wolf Cloud, my two elder martial brothers were seriously injured by you and need a lot of spirit stones and pills to heal them. At the same time, because they were seriously injured, they delayed both cultivation and treasure hunting. You need to make sufficient compensation. At the same time, I have consumed a lot of spiritual power just now. You also need to make some compensation for this. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan opened his right hand, and his left hand began to draw on the palm of his hand. At the same time, he calculated softly in his mouth. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's answer or not, Wolf Yun began to calculate the amount of compensation, and his face showed an expression of sadness and laughter. Chu Zhongshan's unexpected intervention made him unable to kill Dongfeng Yangping and others, but Chu Zhongshan's desire to deal with himself is probably unrealistic. Therefore, the compensation mentioned by Chu Zhongshan just now is basically a joke in the eyes of Wolf Yun. After calculating for nearly 3 minutes, Chu Zhongshan put down his palm and said kindly, "Wolf Cloud, after my detailed calculation, you need to pay 38,000 lower-level spirit stones and 10,007 middle-level spirit stones. The pills for healing and improving cultivation have been converted into spirit stones. Such compensation price is really fair, and you don't need to bargain." Dream. Hearing Chu Zhongshan say the number of spirit stones to be compensated, and not allow himself to bargain, Wolf Yunqi refused directly. 380,000 lower-level spirit stones and 10,007 middle-level spirit stones can almost fill a 20-square-meter room. Moreover, such a huge spirit stone can almost make a martial artist with 6 levels of cultivation talent break through the peak of Qi transformation period. Don't say that Lang Yun doesn't have so many spirit stones in his hand. Even if he has them, he can't give them to Chu Zhongshan, because this is not only related to his immediate interests, but also related to his reputation. If only Chu Zhongshan made a few threats, he would obediently hand over such a large number of lingxi. It was said that he would have no face to stay in the Daeyuan dynasty and could not stand in the southern region. Really? Wolf Cloud refused to deliver the spirit stone, which was not beyond Chu Zhongshan's expectation. If the Wolf Cloud honestly hands over the spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan is worried about what conspiracy there is. That's right, I don't compensate Lingxi. What can you do with me? Wolf Cloud has a tough attitude, but secretly has made a good defense. After all, Chu Zhongshan's way of playing was too shocking, so he had to be careful to defend. Die. Seeing Lang Yun's tough refusal to pay compensation, Chu Zhongshan sneered, stretched out his right finger, pointed to a subordinate around Lang Yun whose cultivation reached the peak of the 6th floor of the Qi transformation period, and drank softly to death. Without any fluctuation of power or any ostentatious moves, the 6th-layer peak at the gasification stage beside the wolf cloud turned into a pile of powder in an instant. Impossible. There was no fluctuation of power, nor did Chu Zhongshan show any powerful moves. His companions were killed silently, which not only made Wolf Yun feel incredible, but also frightened more than a dozen of his companions. In fact, not only the wolf cloud and others felt extremely frightened, but Lin Aoquen not far away also felt incredible. Just now, when Chu Zhongshan stretched out his finger, Lin Aoquen concentrated and calmed down, and carefully felt the way Chu Zhongshan shot. Based on his cultivation at the peak of the Qi transformation period, and the combat power of the Qi C period, he was not aware of how Chu Zhongshan shot to kill the expert at the 6th-level peak of the Qi transformation period. How can he not be shocked? The attack array in the token was mobilized just now. Although nearly 10,000 pieces of lower-level spirit stones of grade 8 were consumed at once, Chu Zhongshan was not distressed, but he was only excited. What I just killed was an expert whose cultivation reached the peak of the 6 levels of Qi melting period. If an expert with such cultivation is in the state of Qi, he must be the ancestor of all families. An expert like this can kill himself. The feeling of killing an expert beyond the realm cannot be described in words. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan's psychological quality was quite good. His inner excitement soon returned to calm, and his face was gloomy. He said in a cold tone, "Wolf Cloud, 48,000 lower-level spirit stones, 11,007 middle-level spirit stones, will you hand them in? If you don't pay, then I will continue to sell, and the amount of compensation for the spirit stone will be doubled." Killing a master who cultivates during the period of transforming Qi requires at least 10,000 lower-level spirit stones. The number of spirit stones in Chu Zhongshan's storage bag decreases rapidly. At this time, there are less than 20,000 lower-level spirit stones left. In order to make up for his losses, Chu Zhongshan decided to increase the number of Lingxi that Lang Yun needed to compensate by 3 layers every time he shot. Impossible! The move of Chu Zhongshan just now really frightened Wolf Yun, but he suspected that it might be the final card of Chu Zhongshan. The number of cards in the end is certainly not much. Generally, it will be less once you use it once. Therefore, Lang Yun is gambling. It is impossible for Chu Zhongshan to continue to use the move just now. Seeing that the wolf cloud still refused to compensate for his loss, Chu Zhongshan knew that the deterrent power he had just given him was not enough, so he didn't care about the few spirit stones in the storage bag. He continued to mobilize the attack array in the token, and killed an accomplice on the top of the 6th floor, in the Qi transformation period around the wolf cloud in the same way. Chu Zhongshan was worried that killing a person was not enough to frighten Wolf Cloud, so after killing the opponent at the top of the 6th floor in the 2nd gasification period, he didn't stop attacking and continued to kill an opponent at the top of the 7th floor in the gasification period in the same way. Kill 2 medium and high-level opponents in the Qi transformation period in a row. The 8-grade lower-grade spirit stones in Chu Zhongshan's storage bag have been consumed. Even he spent nearly 1,007 middle-grade spirit stones. If Lang Yun still refuses to admit defeat at this time, Chu Zhongshan will not have the means to shock him for the time being, unless he borrows part of the spirit stone from the 3 senior brothers around him. Brother Chu, stop. Silently kill the 3 middle and high-level masters in the Qi transformation period around him, especially the master whose cultivation reached the peak of the 7 layers in the Qi transformation period, which made Lang Yun completely afraid. Being able to kill an expert at the peak of the 7 layers of Qi quietly means being able to kill him quietly. At this time, he had no interest in face, and urgently planned to compensate Chu Zhongshan for the compensation. 68,000 lower-level spirit stones, 27,000 middle-level spirit stones. Seeing that the wolf cloud was completely frightened by his shot just now, he was ecstatic and doubled the price of compensation directly. I'll give it to you. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan directly doubled the amount of compensation, Lang Yun was itchy, but he didn't dare to refuse. because he is worried that if he continues to refuse compensation, the target of an attack in the world of Chu is likely to be himself. Although he has the bottom card to protect his life, the bottom card to protect his life is more important than Lingxi. 68,000 lower-level spirit stones and 27,000 middle-level spirit stones, if stacked together, can almost fill 2 rooms of 20 square meters. Although the storage bag used by Langyun is very top-level, with an internal space of 100 square meters, it is impossible to carry so many lower-level spirit stones with him due to his cultivation and strength. After discussing with more than a dozen companions around him, Langyun took out a storage bag, put the spirit stone in need of compensation into the storage bag, and explained at the same time. Brother Chu, I don't have so many 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, so I'm going to replace 8-grade lower-level spirit stones with 7-grade middle-level spirit stones. Don't need Brother Chu. Do you agree? Of course I agree. After taking Xuanlongguo to improve his physique and human spirit root, to improve his cultivation talent and understanding, Chu Zhongshan found that the lower-level spirit stone of the 8th grade could not keep up with his current cultivation speed. Before taking the human spirit root, the aura contained in an 8-grade lower-level spirit stone is enough for him to absorb for 10 minutes. However, after taking the human spirit root to improve his cultivation talent, a 8-grade lower-level spirit stone can only last for 10 seconds, which is why he uses a lot of 8-grade lower-level spirit stones when using tokens. Because he needs to leave the 7-grade medium-level spirit stone to assist his daily practice, which can't tolerate too much waste, the Wolf Cloud unexpectedly wants to replace the 8-grade team's spirit stone with the 7-grade medium-grade spirit stone. Chu Zhongshan can only describe his inner joy with ecstasy. How can he object? Brother Chu, according to the exchange ratio on the market now, one 7-grade medium-level spirit stone can almost exchange for 10 8-grade lower-level spirit stones and 68,000 lower-level spirit stones. That is, 60,000 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. This storage bag contains a total of 80,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, which is the amount claimed by Brother Chu. As for this storage bag with a space of 50 square meters, it is a gift from me to Brother Chu. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan agrees to the alternative Langyun pleases while throwing the storage bag to Chu Zhongshan. Good, good. Reaching for the storage bag thrown by the Wolf Cloud, he realized that the storage bag appeared in Chu Zhongshan's mind with a space of more than 50 square meters. At the same time, the storage bag was stacked with a pile of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones emitting strong aura, which made him feel ecstatic. You know, the storage bag he uses now is still the one he found in the dense jade white python cave in the endless forest. The internal space is only 10 square meters, which can no longer meet his current needs. The storage bag given by Wolf Cloud has a space area of 50 square meters, which is enough for him to use for a period of time. Chu Zhongshan was very satisfied with Wolf Yun's interesting behavior and couldn't help praising him. Brother Chu, I wonder if we can leave. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan took the storage bag and showed an expression of ecstasy on his face, Langyun took the opportunity to ask. Yes. In the face of the proposal that Langyun wanted to leave, Chu Zhongshan nodded his head without any objection. Younger martial Brother Chu, releasing the tiger and returning to the mountain must be a great disaster. Dongfeng Yangping's injury was very serious, but with the help of the top healing pill, the injury was basically stable. He woke up when Chu Zhongshan killed his partner around Langyun for the second time. For what Chu Zhongshan did, he didn't intervene, relying on Chu Zhongshan to play freely, but when he saw that Chu Zhongshan agreed to let go of the Wolf Cloud, Dongfeng Yangping immediately became anxious. In addition to the hatred with Wolf Cloud, Dongfeng Yangping is also worried about the safety of Chu Zhongshan. After all, what Chu Zhongshan did just now has deeply offended Wolf Cloud. In the cave left by the peerless strong man, Chu Zhongshan may have a way to deal with Wolf Cloud, but after leaving the cave, the narrow-minded Wolf Cloud will certainly retaliate. It's not easy to retaliate against a rookie on the 4th floor of the body refining period, with his great and complete cultivation of the 10th floor of the Qi transformation period. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, don't worry, I know. Since the Wolf Cloud led people to besiege Dongfeng Yangping, he has been sentenced to death in the heart of heaven in the middle of Chu. The reason why he didn't take the opportunity to kill him was that Chu Zhongshan was sure to let Lang Yun and others completely stay in the cave. Through simple communication with the token and Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan knew that the cave he was in was far from the cave left by the peerless Strong. As long as he doesn't actively collude with the token to open the array of the cave, no one can leave the cave, so Chu Zhongshan has the time and opportunity to solve Lang Yun and others alone. In addition, it is also because in addition to Lang Yun and others, Lin Aoqun and Lu Yuan, as well as more than a dozen challenge masters in the chemical gas period not far away, Wolf Cloud is not an ordinary person. Although the power behind him is not as strong as Li Yun's sect, it is not easy to provoke. If Chu Zhongshan kills Lang Yun in front of everyone, the power behind Lang Yun will be more real, and the sect and himself will bear great pressure. Unless he kills all the people on the scene, he is not the kind of murderous devil, and it is impossible to kill innocent people at will. Since he reassured himself that he must have a way to deal with Wolf Cloud, he didn't continue to ask Chu Zhongshan to deal with Wolf Cloud but kept silent. Brother Lu, after Lang Yun and others left the scene, Chu Zhongshan greeted Lu Yuan with a fist not far away. Brother Chu, facing Chu Zhongshan's active greeting, Lu Yuan felt embarrassed and complicated. Different from Lin Aoqun and others, Lu Yuan's identity and status in Huashan sword sect are somewhat special, because he was born for the sword and died for the sword, which is the key to the prosperity of Huashan's sword sect in the future, so he received very special care in the sword sect. This time, when he participated in the challenge of Purgatory City, the most important goal was to enter the secret territory and the cave. Because before he went down the mountain, a peerless strong man of Huashan's sword sect who was proficient in prophecy told him that in the secret realm of Purgatory City, in the cave to be opened, there was a spiritual root that could improve the cultivation talent and understanding and make people reborn, which was also the main reason for Lu Yuan's experience this time. At the same time, it was also one of the reasons why he invited Chu Zhongshan. The improvement of cultivation talent is not important for him because his own cultivation talent has reached 5 grades, but the improvement of spiritual roots understanding is what he urgently needs now. Because the most important thing for the improvement of swordsmanship is understanding, in addition to diligent practice and fighting with opponents of the same level. One understanding of sword technique is better than hundreds or even thousands of diligent exercises. Since entering the cave, Lu Yuan used the treasure-hunting spirit weapon given to him by the elders of the sect to try his best to find the spirit root. It's a pity that the treasure hunt artifact has no function in the cave. At this time, seeing that Chu Zhongshan was already the cultivation of the 4-tier peak in the body refining period, and at the same time, he exuded a different breath. Lu Yuan knew that the most precious spiritual root in the cave had been obtained by Chu Zhongshan and had been refined. For this, he was envious and jealous, but there was no trace of resentment in his heart, because he knows very well that chance is a matter of one's luck. If luck comes first, opportunities can be seen everywhere. If bad luck comes first, misfortunes will happen everywhere. Chu Zhongshan and Wolf Cloud are the most obvious examples. Brother Lu, what I want to do next is not deliberately aimed at you. I hope you can understand. Through the monitoring array, the quarrel between Lu Yuan and Lin Aoqun was clearly seen by Chu Zhongshan, who knew that Lu Yuan was a friend who could make deep friends. However, his current cultivation can't affect Lin Aoqun. He can't decide some things, so he didn't come forward to help Dongfeng Yangping, and Chu Zhongshan was not angry with him. Brother Chu, this. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't say it clearly, Lu Yuan had guessed what he was going to do next. However, his current status made him feel very embarrassed. If he chooses to ignore things, it will not only offend the narrow-minded Lin Aoqun, but also affect his reputation in Huashan sword sect. If he helps Lin Aoqun, he will completely offend Chu Zhongshan. Thinking of the mysterious means of Chu Zhongshan just now, Lu Yuan knew that with his own strength, he could not be the enemy of Chu Zhongshan. Although he also has a life-saving card, and believes that the card can block Chu Zhongshan's attack, he doesn't want to use the card. Because the use of cards means that he and Chu Zhongshan completely tear their faces apart, which is against his original heart. Younger martial brother Lu, step aside for the time being. When Lu Yuan was in a dilemma, Lin Aoqun took the initiative to stand up and looked proudly at Chu Zhongshan. Chu, if you have any means, just show it. I'll see what you have gained in this cave. Chu Zhongshan just easily killed 3 masters in the Qi transformation period. Although Lin Aoqun felt heavy pressure, he was not afraid in his heart. As a famous young master of Huashan's sword sect, Lin Aojun has won the attention of the high level of the sect. When he went down the mountain and went out to practice, the peerless strong men in the sect had left a life-saving card on him, so he was not worried about his life. What's more, he really can't stand Chu Zhongshan's appearance of a small man's success. In order to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson, he doesn't hesitate to use the final card. Lin Aojun was not shocked by the three masters who killed him just now. He was still very proud at this time, and Chu Zhongshan felt very unhappy in his heart. For Lin Aojun, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to take his life. He just wanted him to hand over some lingxi obediently. First, he wanted to enrich his own resources. Second, he wanted to teach him a profound lesson and let him know that some people he couldn't afford to offend. However, seeing the unrepentant Lin Aojun, Chu Zhongshan changed his mind at this time. He not only wanted to blackmail most of his spirit stones, but also let him accept an unforgettable lesson. Boy, this little doll surnamed Lin has 3 powers left by the strong man at the peak of the divine soul period. The amount of spirit stones consumed to kill him is very large. Have you thought about it? Just when Chu Zhongshan was going to do it, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him. Huang Lao, even if he consumes all the spirit stones, I will let him have a long memory and let him know that some people can't offend easily. The 87,000 grade medium-level spirit stone that has just been compensated by Wolf Cloud. Chu Zhongshan is at a time of great wealth. Although old Huang reminded us that we need to consume huge spirit stones, according to Chu Zhongshan, the maximum consumption is 12,000 pieces of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones. Lin Aojun could bear the consumption of 12,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones for Lin Aojun to receive a profound lesson. Okay, since you agree, then you only need to mobilize the attack array in the cave, and I will do the spirit stone that needs to be input to the token. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan agreed to attack Lin Aojun without hesitation, Huang Lao flashed a successful smile on his face and offered to help. With the help of old Huang, Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to calculate the spirit stone used. He can directly hook the attack array in the token and indicate the attack object. The cultivation at the peak of the 7th floor during the Qi transformation period didn't last for a second under the finger of Chu Zhongshan, so Lin Aojun didn't dare to be careless. Just as Chu Zhongshan raised his finger, he mobilized all the real yuan in the danshan and inspired the only medium-quality defense spirit weapon on his body, intending to resist Chu Zhongshan's move with the strongest defense. When Chu Zhongshan raised his finger and drank the word of death in his mouth, Lin Aojun suddenly felt that there was a force in the void that made him tremble all over and quickly fell on him. The defense formed by Zhenyuan at the peak of Qi transformation period was scattered by the power in the void without holding on for half a second. Then, his top medium defense spirit weapon lasted only half a second and was also smashed by the power in the void. At this time, Lin Aojun already regretted it in his heart. Knowing that Chu Zhongshan's means were so terrible, he might as well take a soft suit in advance, say a few nice words, and then take out a small part of the spirit stone. For Lu Yuan's sake, Chu Zhongshan may not do it to himself. However, it was too late to regret at this time. Feeling that the power in the void was about to penetrate into the body and that death was about to come, Lin Aojun was forced to use the final card. A force that can change the color of the sky and make the earth tremble rises from Lin Aojun. In the face of this power that changes the color of heaven and earth, whether it is Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping, Lu Yuan, and the people watching the war not far away, they all feel like leaves shaking on the branches and may be blown away by the strong wind at any time. Lin Aojun, who used the final card, felt the power that changed the color of heaven and earth, and the original regret mentality suddenly changed. At this time, he looked at Chu Zhongshan coldly, with a strong murderous look in his eyes. Chu, if you want to live, kneel down and beg for mercy. With the help of the strength of cards, Lin Aojun ordered proudly. Huang Lao used the 7-grade medium-level spirit stone to defeat the final card on him and let him taste the taste of kneeling. Seeing Lin Aojun regain the upper hand and want to humiliate himself, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shouting angrily. Good! Seeing Chu Zhongshan completely in anger, Huang Lao in his mind said excitedly. Break it for me. Consciousness was once colluding with the token. He pointed to Lin Aojun who was slowly taking off, and Chu Zhongshan roared angrily. With Chu Zhongshan's roaring finger, the originally calm void began to twist, and a stronger force directly impacted Lin Aoquen with the speed that everyone had no time to respond. Who hurt my disciple of Huashan sword sect? Just after the power formed in the void was about to collide with the power retained by the peerless Strong, a strong and dignified voice came from Lin Aoquen, but it contained anger. However, no one came to the scene to answer this person's question, because the power in the void directly dissipates the power reserved by the peerless Strong man, so that his power is completely dissipated in the void. Looking at Lin Aoquen falling from the air, Chu Zhongshan didn't hesitate at all. At one time, he colluded with the token and raised his finger, showing a posture of killing Lin Aoquen. Displaying his martial arts skills, Lu Yuan rushed to the landing place of Lin Aoquen in 3 or 2 steps and reached out to catch Lin Aoquen falling from mid-air. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't let Lin Aoquen go, he quickly asked, "Brother Chu, please show mercy." "Brother Lu, it's very difficult for me to do so." Seeing that Lu Yuan hugged Lin Aoquen and asked himself personally, Chu Zhongshan didn't point out his fingers, but looked at Lu Yuan with an embarrassed face. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to kill Lin Aoquen. He just wanted to teach him a lesson and blackmail some Lingxi. However, what he didn't expect was that after Lin Aoquen used his final cards, he not only asked him to kneel down and beg for mercy, but also showed a strong murderous spirit in his eyes, which was enough to show that Lin Aoquen was determined to kill himself. How can Chu Zhongshan let go of a man who is willing to kill himself? "Brother Chu, as long as you let Elder Marshal Brother Lin go, you can ask for anything." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's finger stopped in mid-air and had no intention of taking it back, Lu Yuan quickly put forward a solution. "Now I don't need anything. There are 80,000 7-grade-level spirit stones that have just been compensated by Wolf Yun, and he also has complete pills for the medium-level realm during the body refining period. He really doesn't lack any cultivation resources in a short time. What's more, he really doesn't want to let Lin Aoquen go. Boy, first look at the consumption in the storage bag, and consider whether to make compensation." When Chu Zhongshan was in trouble, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him. "Huang Lao, what's going on?" Huang Lao's reminder made Chu Zhengxiangxia connect with the storage bag consciously. Then he was surprised to find that there were only less than 3,000 pieces of 7-grade spiritual stones left at this time. Do you think the power deliberately reserved by the Strong at the peak of the Divine Soul period is so easy to break? In the face of Chu Zhongshan's query, old Huang asked in an unhappy tone. "Huang Lao, that's 80,000 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, which is enough for a 6th-grade cultivation gifted martial artist to break through the Sea of Qi period. It was consumed just now." Although Huang Lao's rhetorical question is very reasonable, Chu Zhongshan still can't accept this reality. It's like he just became a multimillionaire. After spending a handful of money, he spent a lot of money, making him a poor man again. This strong contrast is difficult to accept. Boy, you think the power left by the Strong at the peak of the Divine Soul period is very weak. Just now, in order to break this power, you not only consumed the spirit stone in the storage bag, but also used the power of one of my few divine souls. I haven't bothered you yet. You blame me first. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's questioning attitude, Huang Lao in his mind was immediately unhappy. "Huang Lao, I don't mean that. You must not be angry." Hearing the displeasure in Huang Lao's tone, Chu Zhongshan quickly apologized. The reason why he can be majestic now is entirely due to the secret help of old Huang. If Huang Lao doesn't help secretly, he can't say that he will solve the wolf cloud later, or even want to leave here. Only this time, it's not an example. With a cold hum, old Huang warned. "Don't worry, old Huang, I won't question you in the future. Any questions you have are correct." Hearing that Huang Lao was finally relieved, Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking of the spirit stone just consumed, his inner anger immediately turned to Lu Yuan, perhaps to Lin Aoquen. "Brother Lu, for your sake, I can let Lin Aoquen go. But you must take out 100,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, as well as 10 pieces of upper-grade 9-grade red blood pill and condensing fu pill. In addition to ensuring his daily practice, 100,000 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are also used to solve the problems of Langyun and others. The origin and power behind Langyun may not be as good as Lin Aoquen, but it is not an ordinary power. With Langyun's talent and qualification, he must also have a life-saving card. Perhaps his life-saving cards are not as strong as those of Lin Aoquen, but at least they are kept by the peerless strong men in the spirit period. After Lin Aoquin's incident, Chu Zhongshan knew that he needed a lot of spirit stones to solve the wolf cloud. As for the upper-level Jiupin red blood pill and Ningfu pill, they are for high-level preparation during body training in the future.